Simon & Schuster Audio present The Fate of the Generals by Jonathan Horn. Read by Sean Pratt. Prologue. Paths to Honor. It would always be November 25th, 1863, in the mind of Douglas MacArthur. Nearly a century later, he would recall the fighting in the present tense, as if he had been there. So many times as a boy, he had heard the story of the 23,000 Union soldiers lying under the last line of trees and listening for the signal to rise, unfurl their flags, and step into the clearing, as if actors entering a vast stage viewable from the ridges, hills, and mountains rung around it. Behind these men, in blue, lay Orchard Knob, the mound-like hill where their newly arrived commander, Ulysses S. Grant, watched, and behind him, Chattanooga, the crucial railroad junction where they had withered away on half their usual rations amid the weeks-long siege he had come to break. Ahead of them stood their adversaries, the Confederates lining Missionary Ridge, the steep heights running for miles on an axis penning the Union Army into this town wedged into the winding Tennessee River. At this point, 2.5 years into the American Civil War, the soldiers had seen enough of rifle and artillery fire to recognize a suicide mission, and a frontal assault against a position as strong as Missionary Ridge had the look of one. Grant had done what he could to avoid it. He had tried to outflank the Confederates by attacking either end of their position. From above, where the railway tunneled through a hill, and from below, where towering Lookout Mountain had peeked out through the clouds the previous day, when Union soldiers had seized it. By this day's dawn, the clouds had all disappeared, and the United States flag flew on the summit for all to see. But rebel flags still crowned Missionary Ridge. By the afternoon, both of Grant's attempts to outflank and roll up the Confederate line had stopped short. No choice remained but to order the men in the middle to advance. Grant had no expectation that they could carry the ridge. In fact, he specifically commanded that they not carry it, only seize the rifle pits at its base and then stop, in the hope of forcing the Confederates to divert resources from resisting the principal attacks on their flanks. Sometime between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon came the signal, 6 cannons discharging in rapid succession. The sound of bugles followed. Then, out from the trees and into the amphitheater came 2 long lines of blue, stretching 2 miles, marching in quick time toward the rifle pits at the ridge's base, still hundreds of yards away, and drawing on an unseen reservoir of courage, distilled in the despair and desperation of defeat. No one who saw the soldiers that afternoon would forget the pageantry with which they commenced their charge. Their flags flying, their guns glimmering, their formations holding perfect as if on parade. The sound of officers shouting commands could be heard until the Confederate cannons atop the crest of Missionary Ridge unleashed their fire. Rather than retreat, the men doubled their speed as if racing one another to the ridge. Before any of them reached it, the Confederate soldiers lining the base began to give way. Those not succumbing to their shock at the surging blue wave sought to flee up the ridge toward their comrades, entrenched on the crest. Into the rifle pits the bluecoats swept. Stopping there, the 2 Union lines mixed together. Exhausted as the men were, they could not rest long. The rebel artillery atop the ridge began to find their range. Having come this far, the Union soldiers needed to go farther. The closer they stayed behind the enemy retreating up the ridge, the harder it would be for the Confederate infantrymen on the crest to shoot their rifles without striking their own ranks. The higher the bluecoats climbed up the slope, the more difficult the angle of fire would become for the Confederate cannons, which could not bow their barrels so low as to hit what was straight beneath them. Greater safety lay where glory began on higher ground. So, out of the rifle pits rose the Union regiments, and up the ridge they went. "Who ordered those men up the ridge?" asked Grant, gazing from Orchard Knob. The generals gathered around him had no answer. The troops had gone on their own. No orders could be heard over the roar of fire, and for a time no order could be seen in the field. Many of the men could not even see their own officers through the smoke. All they could see were the banners their brethren had carried into the battle, the national colors and the regimental ones. Forward went the flag-bearers, and behind these brave men, others followed, until the flocks they formed took on the appearance of inverted V's, with flags leading the way at their points. The generals watching from Orchard Knob could see a field full of such flags. But Douglas MacArthur, imagining the scene long afterward, could see only one flag, the one picked up by his father, Lieutenant Arthur MacArthur, the adjutant of the 24th Wisconsin. He had not carried the staff into the battle, but when the sergeant whose job it was tired halfway up the ridge, Arthur rushed forward to rescue the flag from falling to the ground. The men cheered as he seized the staff and hoisted it up. They had not always respected him. He was but 18 years old, and looked even younger with ringlets in his hair and not the slightest stubble on his face. Not yet mature, his voice had broken and screeched the previous year, when he had given orders to the men during their first dress parade. They knew he owed his commission to his influential father, the judge of the same name. The lieutenant went by Junior, and seemed it, too. To his father's fine house in Milwaukee, Arthur had gone when he had fallen sick during the summer. He had not returned in time for the Battle of Chickamauga, the terrible defeat that had blooded his regiment and forced it, along with the entire Union Army, back into Chattanooga at the start of the fall. But upon hearing the news, he had raced to return, to rejoin the men and to share their suffering during the siege. Now, they fanned out behind him and followed. Accounts of what he shouted to them differ. "On Wisconsin," was the version his son later accepted as true. Down from the Confederate cannons on the crest came canister and grape shot, spraying metal balls everywhere. Finding refuge where possible in the ridge's jagged face and behind the stumps of trees the Confederates had cleared, the Wisconsin men dashed for cover before darting out again. But there was no hiding the flag. MacArthur held it high, even when a blast of canister tore through it. On he went at the head of the men pulling themselves up the ridge, with their knees scraping the ground and their hands stretching for branches, rocks, or whatever else they could grasp. One final surge brought them over the crest and into the enemy's breastworks. Down the opposite side of the ridge ran the Confederates, as the Wisconsinites chanted, "Chickamauga, Chickamauga." Its name no longer haunted them. They had avenged their defeat. MacArthur had not been with them then, but he was with them now, and would have his moment. Near the house that had served as the Confederate headquarters during the siege, he planted the flag he had carried. Despite having the rim of his hat struck, he had suffered only a scratch. The flag, by contrast, was in tatters. MacArthur made a point of showing it to Brigadier General Philip Sheridan, who would soon become famous as Grant's cavalry commander, but was then in charge of the division to which the 24th Wisconsin belonged. Others also took notice of the regiment's flag. A newspaper correspondent hailed it as one of the first Union flags to clear the ridgeline and credited MacArthur by name for its appearance. A corporal, who kept a diary, noted MacArthur's infectious courage. So did a captain who wrote to MacArthur's father and made him a very proud judge. The lieutenant had the pleasure of seeing his name praised in the regiment's official after-action report. But no mention of MacArthur appeared in the higher-level report General Sheridan filed for the division as a whole. In truth, it would have seemed strange for Sheridan to mention MacArthur, given that his feat was, as one historian of the battle puts it, no more intrepid than those of many other soldiers, whose flags lined Missionary Ridge at the end of one of the Civil War's most complete and surprising routes. There was the sergeant who ran ahead of his regiment, the 88th Illinois, into a trench still teeming with armed Confederates, and, though alone among them, planted a Union flag with complete disregard for his own safety. There was a captain who picked up the flag of the 19th Illinois after its previous 3 bearers had fallen, and then carried the colors to the crest despite having 14 bullets pass through his coat. There was the Indiana color-bearer who handed off his regimental flag upon suffering 2 wounds, but, after seeing the men carrying it in his stead go down, picked it back up and brought it to the top, where he received a 3rd wound. Douglas MacArthur did not grow up hearing those stories. He grew up hearing his father's story and came to believe an account of it where Arthur reached the top of the ridge, not with just a scratch, but with his clothes as torn as the flag, his body racked with pain and covered with blood and mud, and his smoke-blackened face barely recognizable. In this version, General Sheridan came over on his own to the young lieutenant. "Take care of him," Sheridan said to the men around MacArthur. "He has just won the Medal of Honor." If Sheridan did say those words, the 24th Wisconsin's commanding officer, Major Carl von Bombach, did not hear them. He remained under the impression that his adjutant was not even eligible for the medal, which Congress had created only the year before. The law authorized the president to award medals to such non-commissioned officers and privates as shall most distinguish themselves by their gallantry in action. As a lieutenant, MacArthur was a commissioned officer, which meant he did not qualify. In early 1863, however, Congress had passed a second law expanding eligibility to lieutenants, captains, majors, colonels, and even generals. But the change to the law went largely overlooked. So, as a result, did many extraordinary acts of valor until decades after the Civil War, when the Medal of Honor began to acquire the prestige that would soon make it synonymous with courage above and beyond the call of duty. Old veterans began demanding new consideration. Around this time, in 1889, Arthur MacArthur happened to take a new job as the Army's Assistant Adjutant General, which put him in the Washington office overseeing the paperwork needed for a medal. He had stayed in the Army all these years despite his conviction that it had denied him and other officers the honors their deeds during the Civil War deserved. He channeled his bitterness into legalistic letters to the War Department. A characteristic one ended, "I feel very reluctant to agitate the subject again," after having done so for 6 pages. In June 1890, a letter nominating MacArthur for the medal arrived from his old commanding officer, von Bombach, who explained that he had only very recently been informed, surely by MacArthur himself, that officers could receive the award after all. "I think it no disparagement to others to declare that he was most distinguished in action on a field where many in the regiment displayed conspicuous gallantry, worthy of the highest praise," von Bombach wrote. Only days after receiving the letter, the Army awarded MacArthur his medal. Douglas was 10 years old at the time and had followed his father to Washington, D.C. It must have seemed as if the whole city was reliving his father's charge up Missionary Ridge. There was Douglas's grandfather, the still proud judge, who had accepted a judicial appointment in the federal district and made a name for himself as a storyteller as skilled at entertaining the capital's elite, as entrancing an impressionable boy happy to listen for hours. There were also the veterans of the 24th Wisconsin, who sent affidavits backing up von Bombach's claims. Curiously, none of them could swear to a memory of having seen Arthur as he ascended the ridge. They had only a hazy recollection of spying the flag at the top and hearing what was said of Arthur afterward. It made no difference to Douglas. When it came time for him to write his own account of the battle, he could see the scene as if it had happened only moments before. Rising above the ridgeline in the fiery light of the setting sun, the banner and its bearer blurred together into the seamless form he imagined, silhouetted against the sky. Where there had been many flags, there was now just one, and it was indistinguishable from the name MacArthur. 8 years after receiving the Medal of Honor, Arthur MacArthur would once again be part of a flag raising, this time thousands of miles across the Pacific in a place called the Philippines. For what would transpire on those islands many years later, during the early months of World War II, Arthur's son Douglas would fulfill a long quest to receive his own Medal of Honor, but not without controversy. The medal would come to the younger MacArthur only after he had accepted orders to abandon his besieged army in the Philippines to starvation and surrender, to flee the very danger the medal salutes soldiers for facing. He would famously vow to make his way back and let no one forget the phrase, "I shall return." So quoted have those words been that they have obscured the memory of a no less dramatic vow, the one made by the general whom MacArthur left behind in the Philippines. His name was Jonathan Mayhew Wainwright IV, and he pledged to stay with his soldiers no matter the cost and to share their fate, even if it meant becoming the war's highest-ranking American prisoner. To General Wainwright would fall an assignment as above and beyond the call of duty as any performed on Missionary Ridge, and yet as different as the distance between victory and defeat, not lifting up the flag in battle, but rather staying to see it taken down at the sickening hour of surrender. For the example he set, Wainwright would ultimately receive his own Medal of Honor, but also the scorn of the second General MacArthur. As the light dims on the last of the old soldiers who waged the Second World War, Wainwright has disappeared below the horizon of history's view, as if a footnote to the life of Douglas MacArthur, who stands above, as he envisioned his father, a singular hero silhouetted against the setting sun. The discovery of almost completely overlooked diaries and previously unexamined correspondence belonging to Wainwright and his family in military archives, boxes of primary source materials not available the last time a biography of Wainwright appeared more than 4 decades ago, makes it possible, for the first time, to lift his character back into the light. What follows is a story that levels the field between him and MacArthur. It is the true tale of 2 World War II generals who received the same medal but found honor on very different paths. The choices these men made at the start of the conflict would drive them thousands of miles apart, as if their stories had diverged along the lines of an ever-widening V. But there would be a second act, and another V, one whose lines would bring them back together at the fighting's end. And as with the V's that General Grant had spied on the steep sides of Missionary Ridge, each would be essential to producing the most important V: victory. Part 1. Above and Beyond. Chapter 1. Fatherland. Mary Pinckney Hardy MacArthur begged the army to send her husband somewhere closer. "Anything else but this," she wrote in June 1898. 23 years had passed since she had married Arthur MacArthur near her family home in Norfolk, Virginia. The wedding had proceeded over the objections of 2 of her brothers who had served in the Confederate Army and did not want her to hitch her fate to a Union war hero. In the years after, she had followed Arthur far away from the comfortable life she had known to remote army posts such as Fort Wingate, New Mexico, where she had journeyed through scorching heat just months after giving birth on January 26, 1880, to her third and final son, Douglas. Now, the Army wanted to send Arthur to the other side of the world, to a place called Manila, in the Philippines, which the President himself, William McKinley, reportedly joked he could not find on a map. McKinley could not even articulate what he wanted the soldiers to do in this foreign land. Nevertheless, the War Department would not alter her husband's orders. Arthur himself seemed oddly pleased with the opportunity to join the 5,000 men squeezing aboard the 6 converted cargo ships the War Department had chartered for the 7,000-mile voyage across the Pacific. Perhaps because Pinky, as the family called Mary, discovered that he had undermined her wish to keep him in a staff position in the Adjutant General's office, she refused to join the other women seeing their sweethearts off from the harbor in San Francisco. Instead, she stayed with Douglas, who was busy preparing for West Point, where he would soon commence his own Army career at the United States Military Academy. He was 18, the same age his father had been when he had picked up the fallen flag in Chattanooga. Now, a 53-year-old brigadier general, Arthur had long ago lost the boyish looks that had made him ripe for ribbing on the parade ground. At 5 feet 10 inches and 185 pounds, he had developed a barrel chest that filled out his uniform. Free of the ringlets that had formerly framed his face, his features had puffed out. The thick mustache he had grown gave him an air of maturity, but through the pince-nez he wore as he sat on one of the wicker chairs reserved for officers on the decks of the ships, his eyes searched the vast Pacific for what they had found all those years before on Missionary Ridge, a chance for glory and a new mountain to climb. On July 29, 1898, it suddenly appeared, an island that, as one soldier put it, took the form of a mountain rising abruptly from the ocean and towering skyward. A closer inspection revealed not just one mountain, but many, running as far as the men could see down the east side of what they learned was Luzon, the most important island in the Philippine archipelago. On the crude maps they carried, Luzon had the look of a dragon, with its massive wings outstretched before them to the northeast, its tail spiraling down to the southeast, and its head jutting out to the northwest. Navigating around the island's northern coast and then turning south into the choppy waters of the South China Sea, the soldiers saw more and more mountains leading them down the island's western side, past a peninsula called Bataan, which extended downward as if the dragon had stuck out its front legs. Tucked behind them was Manila Bay, with its namesake city lying eastward along the belly of the beast, where its hind legs descended before wrapping back around toward Bataan, without ever reaching it. In the 12 miles of water between lay a tiny island called Corregidor, which dominated the entrance to the bay, but, as Arthur's son would one day discover, also lay in the clutches of the dragon. It was a little before noon on the last day of July when the convoy pulled into formation, steamed past the lighthouse crowning Corregidor, and ventured into Manila Bay. A blinding rain greeted the ships, but when it ceased and the clouds parted, a panoramic view unfolded of the land receding around a rapidly widening body of water filled with canoes, balanced on either side by bamboo outriggers bobbing on the glistening waves. Out of the water to one side poked the masts and smashed-up smokestacks of a Spanish fleet that the United States Navy had sent to the bottom weeks earlier. British, German, French, Russian, and Japanese warships had sailed into the bay in the aftermath and now waited in the harbor on the far shore, as if curious to see what the Americans would do next. Behind the foreign vessels, the spires and domes of Manila peeked out above the thick stone walls that had once safeguarded the old city, but no longer could. The first General MacArthur had arrived, and, with him, a new age of American empire. The American soldiers' entrance into Manila Bay marked a new era for their country, but their arrival represented more of the same for the Philippines. Foreigners had been coming to the islands since before the dawn of history. Even many of the people whom the Americans would refer to as natives had descended from peoples who had come as interlopers in their own time, many aboard boats with outriggers not dissimilar from the ones MacArthur and his men found in Manila Bay. Long before the United States became known as a melting pot capable of absorbing ideas and people from around the world, long before the country had even existed. This melting was already happening under the scorching tropical sun of the Philippines, with the Chinese integrating the islands into their empire of trade, and with Muslims sending their missionaries to a culture already tinged with Buddhism and Hinduism. Nonetheless, it seems fitting that the recorded history of a place as culturally diverse as the Philippines should largely begin with its star-crossed role in the first expedition to circumnavigate the globe. Of the more than 200 crew members who set off from Spain with Ferdinand Magellan in 1519, only 18 returned in 1522, and their captain was not among them. The survivors told of the land where they had lost him, an archipelago of palm-filled islands with gold jewelry, porcelain dishes, and houses built on stilts and covered with thatched roofs made of a native leaf called nipa. There were said to be bats the size of foxes, and beautiful women whose black hair swept the ground and whose clothes left little to a sailor's imagination. Magellan had begun converting the people on an island called Cebu to Catholicism before deciding to impress them by sailing off to battle their enemies on a neighboring island. But his landing did not have the intended effect. Wading ashore to find a force 30 times as large as his own, he was hit by a poisoned arrow and hacked to death while nobly covering the retreat of his men back to their boats. Having not made it past the middle group of islands, known today as the Visayas, Magellan never grasped the extent of an archipelago anchored to the north and south by its two largest islands. Toward the top, near Taiwan, lies the dragon-shaped island of Luzon. Toward the bottom lies the slightly smaller island of Mindanao, which dips as far south as Borneo. In all, the islands of the chain number more than 7,000. Had Magellan's suicidal landing represented the high watermark of Spanish conquest, the islands might have remained separate entities or drifted into different empires. Certainly they would not have been christened in honor of Crown Prince Philip, who later, as King of Spain, made the decision to keep the islands as a colony. In 1570, Spanish soldiers sailed into Manila Bay and razed a Muslim settlement there. Upon its ruins rose the great city awaiting MacArthur and his men. By the time the Americans arrived, the Spanish grip on the Philippines had already loosened. Once part of the world's mightiest colonial empire, most of Spain's overseas possessions had long ago broken free. The lucrative trade the Spanish had operated between the Philippines and Mexico had ceased even before the latter won its independence in 1821, as part of a revolutionary tide sweeping Latin America. In the late 1890s, the revolution of greatest interest to the United States was the one occurring closest to its shores, in Cuba. The concentration camps, torture, and other cruel tactics that the Spanish deployed against the Cuban people appalled Americans. Many began to expect that the conflict would eventually entangle their own country. What few expected was that far more of America's sons would lose their lives not in the Spanish colony 90 miles away, but in the one halfway around the world. Not for lack of warning signs did the revolution erupting in the Philippines concurrently with the Cuban struggle go largely unnoticed in the United States. More than 3 centuries of colonial rule had made the Philippines a mountain of Catholicism in Asia, but one filled with pent-up fury over the abuses of the friars. In 1896, on the grounds of the iconic Manila Park, known as the Luneta, the Spanish executed a writer named José Rizal, whose books and social commentary had made him a symbol of the insurgency. Never mind that he himself did not completely support it. The next year, Spain negotiated a sort of truce with Emilio Aguinaldo Infami, the 28-year-old who had leapt to the front of the independence movement. The Spanish offered Aguinaldo political reforms at some point in the future, if he agreed to leave the islands in exchange for money. He accepted and set off for Hong Kong, where his fate as well as his country's would get wrapped up in the American flags flying at half-mast in the harbor. It so happened that Admiral George Dewey had his fleet, the United States Navy's Asiatic Squadron, in Hong Kong when he received news of an explosion on February 15, 1898, of an American warship docked in Havana, Cuba. Rather than wait for proof of Spanish involvement, American newspapers demanded revenge. In Washington, a 39-year-old assistant secretary of the Navy, named Theodore Roosevelt, who liked nothing more than running the department when his boss was out, as happened to be the case on February 25th, sent Dewey a telegraph message reading, "In the event of declaration of war with Spain, your duty will be to see that the Spanish squadron does not leave the Asiatic coast, and then offensive operations in Philippine Islands." When war came in April, Dewey saw to that, and more. The Spanish squadron he located in Manila Bay would never again sail out of its mouth. The masts and smokestacks that MacArthur and his men saw rising out of the water upon their arrival marked the final resting place of the ships Dewey had sunk on May 1st. The enormity of the victory settled control of Manila Bay, but left the fate of the Philippines itself undecided. The days of Spanish rule looked numbered. Little more than Manila remained under Spain's control. Around the city formed a Filipino army under the command of Aguinaldo, who had returned from Hong Kong aboard an American warship in the hope that the United States, which had declared its own independence barely a century before, would support the Declaration of Independence he issued on June 12, 1898. The other foreign powers, whose ships had breached the bay, knew no more about America's intentions but had no doubt about one another's. One of their countries would seize the Philippines if the United States did not. What the United States would do was a mystery, even to Americans. Not for mere show had the United States Congress attached an amendment forswearing annexation of Cuba to its resolution authorizing force against Spain. The Philippines, however, had appeared nowhere in the amendment. Where the islands had begun to appear was in the plans of a clique of Washington policymakers led by the irrepressible Roosevelt and immersed in the historian Alfred Thayer Mahan's theories of sea power. Great powers required great fleets, went the thinking, and great fleets required overseas bases for projecting their great power. If Roosevelt and his crew could carry along William McKinley, who seemed determined to keep everyone guessing as long as possible, the United States would plant its flag in the Philippines. No one would have mistaken Arthur MacArthur for a member of Roosevelt's clique, even though someone might have mistaken MacArthur for Roosevelt himself, given the way both men thrust out their chests and hid their faces behind mustaches and spectacles. Both men had also seen enough of their country's western frontier to know that the railroads would soon tame it, and that a people as adventurous as Americans would need to go in search of new horizons. At the far-flung forts to which the army had sent him after the Civil War, MacArthur had found few Indians and bandits to fight, and, instead, endless hours to read books about the world and refine the idea that would animate the rest of his life, a conviction that America's future lay even farther to the west. At a time when seeing the world for most Americans meant crossing the Atlantic to Europe, MacArthur had set his mind the other way, across the Pacific to Asia. In 1883, his thinking came together in his usual long-winded way, and a 44-page report, written as part of a campaign to secure a position as military attaché to China. Nothing came of the plan, despite MacArthur's sending his manifesto to his old general, Ulysses S. Grant, now a former president who had recently seen Asia for himself as part of a global tour. The heated imagination, MacArthur wrote of Asia, can indulge the boldest assumptions since it is essentially an unknown country. Passing off one's own ignorance of a place as a qualification for writing about it may not seem an auspicious start for a report, but it led MacArthur to genuinely prescient insights. He envisioned Asia as the future battleground of empires, whose collision would resound on the shores of the Pacific and affect the commerce of the world. As a growing country in need of new markets, The United States could not afford to stay on the sidelines. "Self-interest, sound economy, and pure morals," MacArthur wrote, "point us to the Orient as the field of our future labors." Now, finally, 15 years later, those very same forces had brought not just the United States, but Arthur MacArthur himself to the Philippines. Here was a mission aligned not only with the tide of history as he understood it, but also with his own pursuit of glory. The opportunity came on August 13, 1898, when Major General Wesley Merritt, America's top commander in the Philippines, ordered his forces to seize Manila. Although MacArthur had his brigade in the trenches that Aguinaldo's men had dug, the Americans were not to share their victory with the Filipinos. The orders Merritt issued required MacArthur to hold back his supposed allies while advancing against the Spanish. Only afterward did MacArthur learn why. Merritt had struck a deal with his Spanish counterpart. The Spanish would resist the attack only to the extent needed to satisfy their honor in exchange for assurances they could surrender Manila not to the Filipinos, but to the Americans. MacArthur would later take offense to hearing politicians describe the battle for Manila as a simple feint. By the time he entered the city, more than 30 of his soldiers had fallen. He had stood with them at the front against the Spanish, even as fire had also come from the rear, where furious Filipinos realized that it would not be their flag replacing the huge Spanish one flying over Manila at the day's end. As the Spanish gave way, MacArthur led his men across a deep moat full of foul-smelling water. On the other side stood the colossal stone walls the soldiers had seen from the bay, and, inside them, the old part of the city known as Intramuros, literally meaning within the walls. In places, the masonry stood 25 feet high and almost twice as thick. Through one of the gates and down slender streets, hemmed in by houses with windows made not of glass, but of tantalizing mother-of-pearl, and past the Spanish-looking churches and government buildings that would have looked ancient, even on the continent that inspired their architecture, MacArthur and his men marched. Ahead lay Fort Santiago, where cheers rang out as the American flag went up over the old walls. For the next 4 decades, the Stars and Stripes would fly over Manila. How much of the rest of the Philippines would come under the American flag would depend on forces far from the islands, on what instructions the American diplomats set sail to Paris for negotiations with the Spanish would receive from the tight-lipped McKinley in Washington. In the meantime, General Merritt named MacArthur as Manila's Provost Marshal General and placed him in charge of its occupation. In no way had MacArthur's career prepared him for overseeing a sprawling city of 300,000. Of the many books he had read about Asia, few of them offered any insights on the Philippines. He had tried to obtain more information before leaving San Francisco, but without much success. For briefing materials, the War Department could provide little more than encyclopedia clippings. One article that MacArthur had found elsewhere advised those headed to Manila, he recalled, to carry coffins, as few returned alive. That description seemed dead on for the conditions confronting MacArthur during the first days of the American occupation. It was the rainy season, and the soldiers were drenched and muddy, and yet, maddeningly, short of water because Aguinaldo had shut off the supply, which came from outside the American lines. The moist, hot air spread the stench of the excrement and trash that had accumulated on the streets during the months of siege, as more and more of Manila's people had crowded into the walls, which the city had long outgrown. Soon, however, life re-emerged beyond Intramuros. To the north lay the Pasig River, and above it, the city's commercial center, where shops and merchant houses began to do business, as they had before, in the mornings after their keepers finished sipping their chocolate. In the afternoon, men began once again to take their families to the Luneta, the park just south of Intramuros, for carriage rides and concerts. It was a place where people came to behold the view and be viewed, As a man who knew the value of both, Arthur MacArthur put in his time. Junior officers remembered MacArthur always dressed up because, as he explained, neatness and dress of a soldier has much to do in estimating his worth. They also remembered the systematic way MacArthur plunged into what he called a year of observation and absorption, intended to remedy the absolute ignorance in which he and every other American had arrived. The unfamiliarity made his mind, as he put it, especially sensitive and receptive to learning, though, still not finding as many books as he wished on the Philippines, he obtained as many as he could from a book dealer in Hong Kong. More important were the moments MacArthur found as Manila's provost marshal, and soon after as a major general charged with command of American troops north of the Pasig River to learn from the Filipino people themselves. I became very much attached to them. I appreciated them, I think perhaps as much as any other American, he would say. My opportunity for observation was, perhaps, equal to any that entered the islands. He opened his table to prominent Filipinos, and they opened theirs to him. To one he said, "The thought of social distinction between the Filipinos and Americans in this island has never entered my head." The thought had certainly entered the minds of fellow officers who referred to Filipinos with racial slurs and deemed them unworthy of American-style government. MacArthur disagreed, describing Filipinos as intelligent and generous. He believed that the democratic ideals that had grown in the United States could take root in the Philippines, and from there, spread across Asia. The islands could govern themselves, he said, sooner than most Americans imagined, but not as quickly, as he would discover, as many Filipinos wished. The reasons Americans give for fighting wars have a way of sounding very different at the start of conflicts than at the end, and the Spanish-American War was no exception. A struggle that had begun with outrage over events in Cuba would culminate in the fall of 1898, with American negotiators insisting that Spain surrender the Philippines. President McKinley had finally made up his mind. The United States would annex all the islands. The Americans and the Spanish denied the Filipinos a seat at the negotiating table in Paris, but there was no denying that Aguinaldo's men in the field held a far stronger position, all but surrounding the American forces in Manila. It was while playing cards on the evening of February 4th, 1899, 2 days before the United States Senate approved the treaty, that MacArthur learned the inevitable had happened. The usual nightly exchange of insults between the American and Filipino lines had exploded into an open exchange of fire. A new war had begun. A little past noon the next day, MacArthur ordered a frontal assault against the defensive positions the Filipinos had spent months strengthening. The casualties should have been appalling, and they were, just not for the attackers, as the textbooks would have predicted. With MacArthur on horseback, his soldiers raced into and over trenches filled with dead Filipinos. So lopsided were the casualty numbers, about 10 Filipinos for every American, that even politicians in the United States would later ask for an explanation. MacArthur, as usual, had a lengthy one. In brief, the Filipinos had all the courage that a general could want, just none of the rifle practice. They overshot their targets the same way the Confederate cannoneers at Chattanooga had. MacArthur's troops in the Philippines soon discovered what his troops at Missionary Ridge had. Safety lay not in skulking in the rear, but in surging to the front. Again and again in the weeks that followed, MacArthur sent his men charging into enemy works with similar results. North of Manila, up the island's lone railway, went MacArthur, sometimes traveling in an armored train equipped with machine guns, while his men pushed through jungles, swamps, and rice fields on foot. By now, MacArthur's advance had begun to win him space in newspapers back in the United States. A Harper's Weekly correspondent wrote that watching MacArthur direct his troops in the line of fire would make any American gulp a little and feel proud. That praise did not go far enough to satisfy MacArthur's wife, who could finally see the potential in his posting to the Philippines if only he would receive the credit he deserved. Part of the problem lay with MacArthur himself. He was not averse to self-promotion, as even a cursory look at his army file reveals, but he had a stiff formality that kept reporters at a distance. More concerning was that Aguinaldo managed to keep his own distance despite MacArthur's success in the battlefield. Determined to end the conflict in the fall of 1899, Elwell Stephen Otis, who had replaced Merritt as commanding general, organized an elaborate plan that previewed the landing grounds to which warriors would return in World War II. With MacArthur still moving his army up the railroad from the south, Otis had an amphibious force land to the north, on the beaches where the tracks from Manila terminated at Lingayen Gulf, the body of water filling the space between the back of the dragon-like island's head to the northwest and its soaring wing to the northeast. With his men suddenly surrounded, Aguinaldo had no choice but to scatter them. Never again would he ask them to face the Americans head-on. Future resistance would take the form of guerrilla warfare. Aguinaldo himself escaped into the mountains. Nevertheless, Otis declared the war over when he returned to the United States in the spring of 1900. It was a presidential election year, and that was the message the politicians wished to hear. They would not appreciate Otis's successor, Arthur MacArthur, informing them otherwise. Now in command of the more than 70,000 Americans occupying the islands, MacArthur enjoyed perks he could not have imagined during his days on the frontier. The lofty title of military governor of the Philippines, and an official residence at Malacañang, the palatial Spanish house, whose veranda opened onto the north bank of the Pasig, just upriver from Manila's commercial district. MacArthur moved into the house in May. 1 month later, he received for lunch the members of a new commission charged by McKinley with overseeing the transition to civilian rule. At the head of the commission sat William Howard Taft, a 325-pound federal judge who had set his sights on a seat on the United States Supreme Court. Historians have made much of the combined weight of the 5 commissioners and their secretary, reported to total 1,326 pounds. But however much these men consumed at lunch does not explain MacArthur's decision to bar them from most future meals at Malacañang. The true explanation lies instead in MacArthur's insistence on drawing a rigid line, where only a fuzzy one existed, between the domain of professional soldiers and political appointees. Finding that line would topple MacArthur, just as it one day would his son, from the height of power. And because the first General MacArthur's personal papers burned during the war, that the second fought in the Philippines, accounts of the family's first such feud have drawn mostly from Taft's letters, much to Arthur's disadvantage. "The more I have to do with MacArthur, the smaller the man of affairs I think he is," Taft wrote in July 1900. "His experience and his ability as a statesman or politician are nothing. He has all the angularity of military etiquette and discipline, and he takes himself with great seriousness." When Taft proposed the creation of a native constabulary, reporting to his commission instead of the army, MacArthur resisted. The United States Army already had what would become an elite group of pro-American Filipino troops known as Scouts. As long as the Philippines remained under military rule, he, as military governor, should command all forces in the country. He considered Taft's attempts to transform his commission into a quasi-legislative body to be unconstitutional. Only the United States Congress, MacArthur claimed, could set up a civil government for the Philippines. Until then, all authority remained with him as military governor, never mind that his commander-in-chief, McKinley, had signed off on Taft's idea. As an actual constitutional lawyer, Taft bristled. "It has always been a curious phase of political human nature to me to observe that men who have not had the slightest knowledge of legal principles feel entirely at home in the construction of the Constitution and in using its limitations to support their views. What Taft found most maddening about MacArthur was his ability, or willingness anyway, to expound on subjects as if he were a profound and philosophical thinker, a pretense he kept up with the annoying habit of stacking suffixes upon suffixes onto the end of words for no seeming purpose, except padding his own ego. For Arthur, even the most academic question was an important academical one. When asked about America's military situation in the Philippines, he might preface his response by discussing the influences of the French Revolution. Taft seethed while listening to MacArthur lecture about how his experience had allowed him to observe the Filipino people more closely than any other American, and given him powerful insights into their psychological conditions. No doubt, MacArthur was condescending, but he was also, sometimes, right. While Taft informed Washington that the great majority of Filipinos supported American rule, MacArthur had realized the opposite. The guerrillas had proved popular with the Filipinos and, even worse, effective against the Americans. Casualties had begun to climb. Facing an enemy who wore no uniform, American field officers grumbled that MacArthur forced their troops to fight in white suits and collars. The gloves needed to come off. MacArthur knew it, too, but conceding the need for a change of strategy before the presidential election could have hurt the Republican McKinley's chances of winning a second term, especially given the well-known imperialist ideology of his new running mate, Theodore Roosevelt. Only after the Republican ticket triumphed in November did MacArthur announce plans for a new offensive that would take the battle not just to the guerrillas, but to the communities that supported them. He had always believed the Army needed to show the benefits of American rule by opening schools and providing the educational opportunities the Filipino people craved, by winning hearts and minds, as the expression goes. But now, he would also ensure the Filipinos learned the other side of the equation, the consequences of not submitting, the destruction of crops and villages. In the early hours of March 28, 1901, the most amazing news awoke MacArthur at Malacañang. Emilio Aguinaldo was at the door as a result of a wild-sounding plan MacArthur had approved weeks earlier. Colonel Frederick Funston, who had received a Medal of Honor for his courage earlier in the war, had gained access to Aguinaldo's hideaway by pretending to be a prisoner of war, and had succeeded in capturing the nationalist leader. Delighted, MacArthur dined with Aguinaldo that morning, and many times afterward, in the hope that kindness would convince him to do what destroying his army on the plains of Luzon had not: accept American rule and urge his followers to do the same. Among those followers was a young man named Manuel Quezon, whom MacArthur allowed to visit Aguinaldo. The quiet courtesy MacArthur showed would remain a vivid memory that Quezon would recall many years later, when, as president of the Philippines, he would welcome MacArthur's son to the same palace. For now, however, the future of Malacañang belonged to William Howard Taft. On July 4, 1901, the judge replaced the general as governor. Arthur MacArthur had triumphed in the Philippines but lost where it mattered more, in Washington. In some sense, he had fallen victim to his own success, which had allowed Taft to persuade members of the McKinley administration that the Philippines no longer required a military governor. Tens of thousands of guerrillas had begun laying down their arms, even before Aguinaldo finally agreed to issue a proclamation calling on them to do so. 3 years had passed since MacArthur had last seen the United States. He was ready to return, even if bitter about the way the War Department had arranged the transition behind his back. People heard him speak of the humiliation he had endured and how he would be glad to have an end brought to it. One last humiliation awaited MacArthur upon reaching San Francisco Harbor on August 18, 1901. Dewey and Otis had returned to adoring crowds, As MacArthur bounded down the gangplank, he saw nothing of the sort. The Army had delegated his reception to a junior officer. The McKinley administration had sent no one. "MacArthur is slighted," read a headline in his hometown Milwaukee newspaper. The general did not even see his family. No member had come. Taft would have his wife Helen with him at Malacañan. The evidence suggests Pinky never considered doing the same for her husband. She had accompanied her son Douglas to West Point and chosen to stay there. The two of them would meet Arthur halfway across the country in Chicago. Before heading east for the reunion, Arthur, looking a little skinnier than he had in 1898, offered a reminder of why Taft had been so eager to do away with him. The fight in the Philippines was not over, MacArthur told reporters. More American soldiers would die on the islands. One of them would be Major Robert Powell Page Wainwright. Robert Powell Page Wainwright, who relatives called Robbie, did not go to the Philippines in June 1902 with any illusions about war. He had learned the reality early in life as a result of two deaths, both involving naval officers named Jonathan Mayhew Wainwright. At the start of 1863, when Robbie was 10, Confederate forces boarding the USS Harriet Lane had fired a musket ball into the head of his father, Commander Jonathan Mayhew Wainwright II. 7 years later, just as Robbie was beginning his own military career at West Point, the newspapers had brought word of an incident off the coast of Mexico. Pirates had ambushed his oldest brother, Ensign Jonathan Wainwright III. Both the older and younger Jonathan Mayhews, it was said, had died much the same way, with their fingers clutched around their swords. To the end, Robbie learned, Wainwrights performed their duty. The best measure of how their deaths shaped his outlook lies in the choice he and his wife, Josephine Sorrell, the New York girl he had begun courting at West Point, made at his post at Fort Walla Walla in the Washington Territory on August 23, 1883, when they named their third child and only son, Jonathan Mayhew Wainwright IV, not in spite of the name's history, but because of it. In the Philippines, Major Robbie Wainwright found himself in a desk job instead of in the saddle, where friends had always thought him happiest. His 27 years in the cavalry had taken him out west, where he had fought in the last of the Indian Wars, and then to Cuba, where he had impressed none other than Theodore Roosevelt, who had joined the fight against the Spanish with a volunteer cavalry regiment known as the Rough Riders. Upon returning to Washington as vice president, Roosevelt would take with him memories of Robbie Wainwright's gallantry, modesty, and fine and high sense of honor. Wainwright had not asked for a transfer to the adjutant general's office in Manila, but he had received it anyway. Just as he arrived, Roosevelt, who had become president upon the assassination of William McKinley, declared the war over, even though it was not really so. True, growing support for American rule had made it harder for guerrilla forces to disappear into the jungles. But malaria, dysentery, cholera, and other microscopic illnesses endemic to the islands remained invisible and far more prolific killers, capable of incapacitating entire regiments. Even the great stone walls of Intramuros could not protect against the bite of a mosquito or a sip of contaminated water, or the blockage of an artery, as Major Wainwright's family discovered when he died suddenly in the wee hours of November 19, 1902. Cardiac embolism was said to be the cause. In what was becoming a pattern for the family, Jonathan Mayhew Wainwright IV received the news at West Point, where he had enrolled only months earlier. If the young Wainwright went in search of solace, as he surely must have, he would have found it in the father of an older and especially distinguished cadet named Douglas MacArthur, then in his final months at the academy. At a high-profile Senate hearing, Arthur MacArthur had recently testified that the men who had died in the Philippines had died for the noblest and most important cause imaginable. The world had no position more important or strategical, as he characteristically put it, than the Philippines. Whoever controlled the islands would determine the future of Asia. By withdrawing from them, the United States would doom the future of democracy in the Far East and set off a great power struggle that would eventually claim the lives of far more of America's sons. By staying in the islands, however, the United States could deter the enemies of democracy with, Arthur assured, the very least output of physical power. But as Arthur's son would discover 40 years later, it would take far more. Everything Robbie Wainwright's son had would not be enough. Chapter 2. The Call of History. Behind Arthur MacArthur, Robbie Wainwright, and their fellow soldiers had come a second wave of Americans, lofty-minded teachers, determined to turn their little brown brothers, as Governor Taft had dubbed the Filipinos, into English speakers, build them schools, and show them the blessings of democracy and the American way. The newcomers described Manila as the Pearl of the Orient, even as they made it, in the words of one newspaperman, the most thoroughly typical American city. Soon it had multiple English newspapers where readers could find advertisements for the same brand names beloved in the United States. Many were for sale in the fancy shops along the commercial strip north of the Pasig River. The walls of Intramuros still stood below the river, but no longer behind the old medieval-looking moat. Over the once stinking water had grown the most American of remedies, a golf course. The neoclassical government buildings that had gone up on stately columns on the east end of the Luneta, and the memorial to the martyred poet José Rizal that had gone up on the west end, made the grounds reminiscent of the National Mall in Washington, D.C., only with palm trees instead of elms. Little impressed the Americans gathering at the Luneta late in the day more than the view across the bay as the sun descended toward the water at an astonishing speed not seen at more northerly latitudes. As the sky flushed orange and red, the dark outlines of Corregidor and Mount Mariveles at the bottom of the Bataan Peninsula would come into sharp relief only to fade away as the sun sank behind them. In the darkness on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, English echoed late into the night in the splendid Manila Hotel, which the Americans had built for themselves by the Luneta with luxurious guest rooms and a marble-floor lobby ringed with pillars and arches in the Spanish mission style. At wicker tables under the pseudo-shade of potted palm trees, reporters sharing iced drinks bet on when war might come to the Philippines, without knowing that Japanese aircraft carriers were only hours away from bringing it to the shores of Hawaii on the other side of the international dateline, where the United States had its Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, and where December 7th was still just beginning. One reporter predicted war within the week. Another said never. They had all heard the rhetoric from Japan about ridding Asia of white imperialists and seen the recent headlines about the country's militant new prime minister. Tojo declares Japan one ball of fiery resolution against democracies. But the reporters had also read other headlines, suggesting Japan might shirk from committing what seemed to be certain national suicide. U.S. Admiral says Navy can sink Jap fleet in 3 weeks. The reporters knew Japan had a history of surprise attacks, but refused to believe an Asian Navy could surprise America's. The city of Manila itself offered arguments on both sides of the bet. Blackout curtains had gone up over the windows, but the neon lights in the clubs still blazed and beckoned to American soldiers. They had received orders to be ready for war, but they still had time to sneak off that Sunday night for a showing of Sergeant York, the new American film about the most storied Medal of Honor recipient from what the newspapers now referred to as World War I, as if a sequel were inevitable. The Army wives who had come with their husbands to the islands had taken their children back to the United States on orders from the War Department. But there were still plenty of women, attractive Filipino ones, as the word went, to be found. Some danced near the reporters that Sunday night for a party thrown in the hotel's pavilion by a group of American airmen. Having prepped hours earlier at the bar, the airmen appeared on what they called their very best drunken behavior. They had gathered in honor of their new chief, Brigadier General Louis Brereton, who had taken command of the growing Air Force on the islands. The bespectacled Brereton did not look like the prototypical airman, but could certainly act like one with a taste for alcohol and an eye for women. Tonight, however, he seemed surprisingly sober. As his airmen belted out tunes, he listened to a fellow brigadier general, Richard Sutherland, say the war could begin at any hour. Brereton's eyes widened. Sutherland was in a position to know. He served as chief of staff to the commanding general, sleeping upstairs in the air-conditioned, gilt-furnished apartment on the hotel's top floor. No American alive, it was said, knew more about war and the geopolitics of the Pacific than the man in the penthouse. Among the suite's rooms was one with silver frames, standing on a large glossy table, made of nara, the famed Philippine hardwood, and holding signed photographs of the great generals of the age, safely behind glass. On the walls around the table, floor-to-ceiling shelves, also made of nara, showcased books about Asia, as well as some of the thousands of other volumes that had belonged to Arthur MacArthur and passed to his sole surviving son, Douglas. For this General MacArthur, the hotel was home. Since arriving in Manila in November, Brereton had often gone upstairs to listen to Douglas MacArthur talk as he paced around his penthouse, in his peculiar way, jaw out in front of him, body almost unnaturally erect, as if to make it that last inch and a half to 6 feet, clothes crisp, as if resistant to the tropical humidity, baggy pleated pants pulled up over a small paunch, small and sometimes trembling hands, pocketed except when fidgeting with a cigarette or pencil, and shoes, always polished, but never near each other as a result of a massive stride. The more clearly he enunciates his ideas, the more vigorous his walking becomes, Brereton had noticed. And as to when the war would begin, MacArthur could not have been clearer, at least, early on. Nothing would happen until 1942, and probably not until April, by which time he would have his army ready for any force the Japanese could send. He had said it more times than anyone could remember, but he had begun to do so with a little less certainty, Brereton thought. Nonetheless, MacArthur did not let the racket below from the reporters and the airmen trouble him. He had gone to bed, as he usually did, before midnight in the apartment's smallest bedroom. He left the bigger ones for his wife, Jean, and their 3-year-old son, neither of whom had been subject to the evacuation order. The party downstairs finally ended at 2 a.m. Not long after, the penthouse phone began to ring. Everything MacArthur had done in his nearly 62 years of life should have prepared him to answer the call. Douglas had received his first lesson in soldiering in 1884 as a 4-year-old toddling alongside a company of infantrymen in the American Southwest to yet another of those remote forts to which the Army kept assigning his father. The 300 miles of dusty roads that young Douglas covered with the company would serve as the starting point for his memory in later years. The soldiers went down the Rio Grande from Albuquerque and then across a barren land where, however far they trekked, the next watering hole was always said to be 10 miles farther. As the company's commanding officer, Douglas's father rode on horseback. Almost everyone else marched. Douglas recalled himself trudging at the head of the column in front of a recruit begging for a seat on one of the wagons. "Growl you may," Douglas heard his father quip, "but march you must." Ahead lay Fort Selden, New Mexico, a group of adobe buildings in the middle of a treeless desert, more suited to tarantulas and snakes than children. Douglas's mother, Pinky, described Selden as lonely. No doubt she was. Besides Douglas, she had her husband and their firstborn son, a 7-year-old named Arthur III. The 4 of them had only 3 rooms, yet they never seemed filled. Months before setting out for Selden, the middle of Pinky's 3 sons had died from the measles. The loss, Douglas would say, seemed only to increase her devotion to Arthur and myself. This tie was to become one of the dominant factors of my life. Pinky put 4-year-old Douglas in skirts and fussed over the curls in his hair. A 2-year-old boy named Franklin Delano Roosevelt could have commiserated that his overbearing mother did no less. But what seemed normal in Hyde Park, New York, seemed less so at Fort Selden. Nevertheless, Douglas never doubted what his mother expected him to become. Every night before bed, she reminded him he must become a great man in the image of his father, or Robert E. Lee, the general her brothers had served during the Civil War. There was another bedtime ritual Douglas cherished. As the sun went down, he would stand as straight as he could and watch the flag come down as the buglers played retreat. The sound would echo in his mind ever after, along with the lessons his parents hoped he would draw from the scene. We were to do what was right, no matter what the personal sacrifice might be, Douglas remembered. Our country was always to come first. 2 things we must never do: never lie, never tattle. With no schools, he had to look to his parents for instruction in the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic. They did their best, but the boy took to riding and shooting far quicker. Those skills seemed more important. His father had declared the frontier all but settled the year before setting out for Selden, but it seemed perfectly wild to young Douglas. Geronimo was on the loose, and the army was on the Apache leader's trail. But Douglas's father was not among the glorious cavalrymen able to give chase on horseback. He was in the infantry and pining for an assignment elsewhere. It finally came in 1886 with orders to go to Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, where Douglas would see his first schoolhouse. Never again would he see the American frontier, but always would he see himself as a child of the West. Less to his liking, he claimed many years later, after politicians there had wrecked his career, was Washington, D.C., where he went when his father received his promotion to the Adjutant General's office and, soon after, his Medal of Honor. Washington was different from anything I had ever known. It was my first glimpse at the whirlpool of glitter and pomp, of politics and diplomacy, of statesmanship and intrigue. I found it no substitute for the color and excitement of the frontier, Douglas wrote. He attended a public school on Massachusetts Avenue but did not excel. Not until age 13, when the Army sent his father to Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, did Douglas begin to set himself apart. The transformation, as he called it, took place at the West Texas Military Academy, a school dedicated to the belief that competition brings out the best. It certainly did in Douglas. In 1897, he graduated first in his class and medaled in subjects including competitive speaking, which would have surprised no one, awed into silence in later years by his ability to declaim for hours without pause. His classmates would remember him also as their tennis champion, starting quarterback, and speedy shortstop. Many of the school medals came my way, Douglas wrote in his autobiography years afterward. But I also learned how little such honors mean after one wins them, a fact hard to reconcile with the many mentions those honors would receive in the memoir. Douglas always knew what his parents expected him to do next, and never questioned it save once at the start of the Spanish-American War, when he wished to join a regiment as a teenager as his father had done. The MacArthurs would not hear of it. They had sent their oldest son to the Naval Academy at Annapolis. They would send their youngest son to West Point, that is, if they could secure an appointment for him. After a first attempt at using their political connections failed, they settled on a more radical plan. For their son's future, they would go separate ways. Arthur to a new post in St. Paul, Pinky and Douglas to Milwaukee, where the family name carried the most political sway, and where a congressman had promised to appoint whichever young man scored the highest on a test. Mother and son moved into a hotel, where she oversaw his preparation. His classes at a local high school, his lessons with tutors, and his treatment with a doctor able to remedy a bend in his spine that would have otherwise prevented his admission. "I never worked harder in my life," Douglas recalled. But it would not have been enough, he admitted, without his mother. It was she who comforted him on the morning of the test when he awoke, as he often would when under pressure, feeling nauseated. "Doug," she said, "you'll win if you don't lose your nerve. You must believe in yourself, my son, or no one else will believe in you." The words made an impression. When the newspapers published the scores, MacArthur's 93.3% stood double digits ahead of anyone else's. "It was a lesson I never forgot," he said. "Preparedness is the key to success and victory." Another key was having your mother nearby. When Douglas went to West Point in June 1899, he did not go alone. Pinky came too. She moved into another hotel, he into the so-called beast barracks, where new cadets, called plebes, underwent an initiation at the hands of the upperclassmen. They set their sights on the 5'10" 133-pound MacArthur, whom they noted had flashing dark eyes, and despite being on the slender side, a fine body. But it was not his good looks that made him their top target. It was the proximity of his mother, as well as the prominence his father had achieved by that time in the Philippines. "We always prepared a warm reception for the sons of well-known men," said one upperclassman. After a night of particularly strenuous hazing, MacArthur's body went into convulsions. Determined to earn the respect of the upperclassmen and to not get them in trouble, he considered stuffing his mouth so as to stifle his screams. But keeping quiet would only get harder. After a plebe died the next year, a military court called MacArthur as a witness on December 28, 1900, and demanded he name his hazers. "Is it absolutely necessary," he asked, "that I give the names?" "Yes," he was told. Refusing could lead to his expulsion. Complying would violate his parents' rule against tattling. The nausea he had felt before his West Point exam suddenly returned, and so did his mother to the rescue, this time by slipping him a poem that ended this way. "Like mother, like son, is saying so true. The world will judge largely of mother by you. Be this then your task, if task it shall be, to force this proud world to do homage to me. Be sure it will say, when its verdict you've won, she reaps as she sowed. This man is her son." MacArthur later claimed these lines, which his mother had probably copied from a magazine, gave him the confidence to be, as he put it, no tattletale. Yet, records show he did, when pressed, give names, first to the court, and then again to a congressional committee. Even so, Douglas made his mother proud. At the end of his 4 years at West Point, he had the admiration of his fellow cadets, served as their leader in his capacity as the so-called first captain, ranked first among them academically, and built an overall record that would draw comparisons to his mother's beloved Robert E. Lee. "This rating has always astonished me, and I have never understood it," MacArthur wrote. "There were a number of my classmates who were smarter than I. I studied no longer, nor harder than others. I can only account for such a result by my having, perhaps, a somewhat clearer perspective of events, a better realization that first things come first." As important was having a near photographic memory well suited to a curriculum that rewarded memorization. When Douglas graduated in June 1903, he had the joy of giving his diploma to his father, who had returned from the Philippines. It would be Douglas who went to the islands next. Commissioned a second lieutenant in the Army Corps of Engineers, he received orders to head to the Philippines. "The Philippines charmed me," he noted upon arriving after 38 days at sea. It was not just the moonbeam delicacy of its lovely women, though they were certainly of interest to a 23-year-old single officer. It was also what he called the amazingly attractive result of a mixture of Spanish culture and American industry, and the languorous lays that seemed to glamorize even the most routine chores of life. The alliteration, languorous lays, had the sound of Arthur MacArthur, and no doubt Douglas heard echoes of his father's name across the islands. It allowed Douglas to pass through doors not open to most second lieutenants. One evening he found himself at dinner with two future presidents of the Philippines, Sergio Osmeña and Manuel Quezon, who had visited Aguinaldo in prison only 2 years earlier. Such men now seemed eager to ingratiate themselves with the Americans, but not everyone was. While MacArthur was working on a harbor in the Visayas, two bandits, as the holdout guerrillas had become known, ambushed him and fired a shot that passed straight through his hat. Like all frontiersmen, I was expert with the pistol and dropped them both dead in their tracks, he remembered. His years on the frontier, however, did him less good when he returned to Luzon with orders to explore the peninsula on the other side of Manila Bay and survey the mountain behind which the sun sank each evening. Like many of the young men later sent on his orders to Bataan, he came down with malaria. Unlike those soldiers, he would be able to go home and recover. Back in the United States, Douglas's father had once again gotten his name into the newspapers, this time with a pair of predictions: that a future war would pit the United States against Germany, and that Hawaii would lie in the line of fire. Neither prediction pleased Arthur's bosses, who happily obliged when he proposed a new assignment that would banish him to the other side of the world in 1905. He would observe the war that had begun the previous year when Japanese ships had launched a surprise attack on Russian ones at Port Arthur in Manchuria, a northern Chinese province. In the half-century since the American Commodore Matthew C. Perry had brought his warships into Tokyo Bay and forced Japan to cease its centuries of self-imposed isolation, the country had become a burgeoning military power, whose might Arthur witnessed firsthand during the final months of the Russo-Japanese War. When the fighting ended, the War Department agreed not only to let Arthur and his wife, who had joined him for once, continue their travels across Asia, but also to take with them as an aide their son Douglas. In the fall of 1905, Douglas reunited with his parents at a hotel in Yokohama, Japan. From there, they would travel nearly 20,000 miles across the fiefdoms the European empires had carved in Asia. They would see the Dutch in the East Indies, the French in Indochina, the British in Hong Kong, Singapore, Burma, and India, and seemingly everyone fighting for a piece of China. Along the way, Douglas observed poverty the likes of which few Americans could imagine, met the Emperor of Japan, and attended a dinner held by the King of Siam. It was this dinner that has given historians their only known example of a MacArthur turning down a medal, when the king offered to decorate Douglas for repairing a broken fuse box. He was, after all, a young engineer, albeit one seeing the world through the eyes of his father, the general. Douglas would call the Asian tour the most important factor of preparation in my entire life. But at the end of 8 months of travel, it was time to return to a more typical lieutenant's life. The officers to whom Douglas reported in the United States, however, sensed he believed his time too precious for the usual duties of an engineer. I was of the opinion that he exhibited less interest in, and put in less time upon, the drafting room, the plans, and specifications than seemed consistent with my instructions, wrote an officer who supervised MacArthur during his stint in Milwaukee. He was absent from the office during office hours more than I thought proper. His excuses often involved needing to see his parents, who had settled in the city after learning that William Howard Taft, now the Secretary of War, had conspired to assure that Arthur would never achieve his ultimate goal of leading the army as Chief of Staff. No more mountains remained for Arthur MacArthur to climb. There were only memories of the ridges of long ago. To those grounds his thoughts had returned on September 5th, 1912, when he dropped dead at 67 years old in the middle of a speech to fellow veterans of the 24th Wisconsin. "My whole world changed that night," Douglas recalled. "Never have I been able to heal the wound in my heart." Pinky really would need her son nearby now, Douglas told his superiors. He suggested Washington, D.C. as a spot that would benefit her health, to say nothing of his career. The Army brass agreed. Douglas received orders to report to the Chief of Staff, who happened to be his father's old friend, General Leonard Wood. The order put Douglas and his mother close to power at an auspicious time. First came an opportunity in April 1914 to serve as General Wood's eyes on the ground in Veracruz, Mexico, which American forces under the command of Arthur MacArthur's famous protégé, Frederick Funston, had occupied as a result of a spat between the two countries. Once in the city, Douglas took the opportunity to conduct a daring but unauthorized reconnaissance mission that exposed him, as in the Philippines, to the bullets of bandits. Once again, the bullets left holes in his uniform, but not in his body. Once again, his aim proved more accurate and dropped more than one of his assailants. Once again, the only eyewitness testimony to the incident would come from Douglas himself. More evidence than that was needed for the Medal of Honor, as Douglas learned much to his chagrin upon returning to Washington in August 1914. More upsetting to him, and more damning in the opinion of the board making the decision, was the suggestion, which even Funston seemed to share, that MacArthur had shown true courage but also a recklessness that the Army should not elevate into an example for others to emulate. MacArthur responded, as his father would have, with an outraged 4-page letter declaring himself a victim of rankling injustice. Few other captains, and Douglas ranked no higher at this point, would have used such words, but serving on the general staff in Washington had only reinforced his sense of self-importance. By 1916, he found himself a major serving as the Army's press censor, a position tailor-made to his talent for shaping news coverage of the military and cultivating the reporters who would soon transform him into a household name. It happened in Europe when the United States fulfilled part of Arthur MacArthur's prediction by joining the Great War against Germany. As the story goes, Woodrow Wilson's Secretary of War, Newton Baker, asked how he could deploy National Guard units to the war's Western Front without showing preferences to forces from any one state. MacArthur, whose duties as press censor had made him close with the secretary, suggested forming a division that would include units from various states, so it would stretch over the whole country like a rainbow. The idea won over the secretary, and so did the metaphor. The Rainbow Division was born. Promoted to colonel and transferred from the engineers to the infantry, where his father had served, Douglas went to France in the fall of 1917 as the new division's chief of staff, and would rise to become one of its brigade commanders. He would experience the exhilaration of seeing his men follow him like a roaring avalanche of glittering steel over the top of a trench into no man's land, as well as the indelible horror of seeing writhing bodies hanging from the barbed wire. In a war where all men lay equal before the randomness of death, MacArthur found ways to stand apart. There was his unusual uniform, the usually stiff cap that he had broken in by taking out its metal frame, the turtleneck sweater he wrapped in the muffler that his mother had made for him, and the riding crop that he carried out of what he called long habit on the plains. There was also what he refused to wear, the steel helmet he found uncomfortable, the gas mask that would have spared him from the mustard gas he would inhale, and the pistol that he claimed he would have carried only if he had intended to engage in personal combat. MacArthur might not have cared to fire a gun, but he certainly seemed to relish being in the middle of gunfire. The commander of his division called MacArthur the bloodiest fighting man in this army, and added, "I'm afraid we're going to lose him sometime, for there's no risk of battle that any soldier is called upon to take that he is not liable to look up and see MacArthur at his side." The risks he took often seemed to serve no purpose, but to force Washington to finally give him the Medal of Honor. He had other explanations, of course. "I cannot fight them if I cannot see them," he once said. If he actually said, as has been claimed, that all of Germany cannot fabricate a shell that will kill MacArthur, he certainly knew otherwise. "There are times when even general officers have to be expendable," MacArthur responded when asked why he had ignored a bullet that had just nipped his sweater. When ordered soon afterward to deliver either an enemy position or a list of 5,000 casualties, MacArthur answered that he would carry the ground, or his name would be atop the list. This sort of talk did not go unnoticed. Fellow soldiers dubbed MacArthur their very own D'Artagnan, the fighting dude, and the bravest of the brave. The mystique made its way back to the United States, where readers of the New York Times learned that MacArthur was considered the most brilliant young officer in the Army, in an article about his promotion to Brigadier General in the summer of 1918. Without his knowledge, or so his mother claimed, she had sent a letter a few weeks earlier to the American commander, General John J. Pershing, who had once served under Douglas's father. Pinky reminded Pershing of the connection while petitioning him to promote her son. "I am free to confess to you that my hope and ambition in this life is to live long enough to see this son made a general officer." Pershing approved MacArthur's promotion, but then made a point of vetoing his nomination for a Medal of Honor. When MacArthur returned from France, he had earned every medal he could desire, save for the one his father had received. But he had also earned powerful enemies, who gave him a new nickname, the Show-Off. Orders to return to West Point in 1919 as superintendent, an office Robert E. Lee had once held, would make MacArthur more enemies. Young for the job, he antagonized the crusty faculty by trying to modernize the curriculum. It was what happened outside the classroom, however, that may have cut short his tenure. He had begun courting a wealthy divorcee named Louise Cromwell Brooks. She was not the first woman who had captivated him. There was a girl he seemed almost proud of being caught kissing at West Point, and a Milwaukee woman whom he regaled with poems, including a fictional 26-page one culminating with his desire to see his beloved's face one last time as he lay dying, after having performed a feat reminiscent of his father's at Missionary Ridge. More dangerous was the woman who had followed him home from a short visit to the Panama Canal in 1911 in the mistaken belief that he intended to marry her. Careless was the word he used to describe that relationship, but he could not have been too much so because when he married Louise on Valentine's Day, 1922, a month after his 42nd birthday, he struck her as a virgin, which must have made her only more alluring to him. She was a decade younger than he was, but more experienced in such ways. Destined to be remembered as a flapper, Louise had 2 children from an earlier marriage, and a penchant for making herself the subject of gossip in connection with powerful men, including Douglas's boss, the Army's new chief of staff, Pershing. He ensured the newlyweds would not enjoy the pleasant superintendent's house on the banks of the Hudson for long, for reasons that Pershing assured the newspapers had nothing to do with jealousy. He sent MacArthur off to a new posting that his socialite bride might not relish: the Philippines. For all the time Louise had spent with soldiers, being an Army wife did not come easy to her. After she had the satisfaction of seeing all her trunks and suitcases loaded onto the ship to the Philippines, space remained for the other officers' wives to bring only 1 bag each. As the ship entered Manila Bay in October 1922, Douglas saw new roads and new buildings all around. Only the lean gray grimness of Corregidor in the bay's mouth and Batan's massive bluff running down its side looked the same, and what he called their unchanging cocoon of tropical heat. Once on the islands, Louise devoted herself to redecorating the house her husband received at 1 Calle Victoria on the walls of Intramuros, and hectoring the drivers of the 2-wheeled calesas passing by for supposedly mistreating their ponies. For his part, MacArthur found himself at home outside the house with the Filipinos he had befriended 18 years earlier. These relationships seemed to offend some of his fellow Americans, who accused him of supporting Filipinos and their demands for equal social status. As far as he could see, the Filipinos deserved it. Of the little more than 12,000 troops the United States Army had on the islands, only about 4,000 hailed from America itself. From the islands arose the rest, members of the elite Philippine Scouts, tracing their lineage back to the days of Arthur MacArthur and proving the crack shots he had predicted they would become when given a fair shot at the firing range. In 1924, as an apparent concession to Scouts angry over the discrimination they faced in the United States Army, Arthur's son was promoted to lead the division that included their units. Some blamed the Scouts' discontent on the fiery rhetoric of Manuel Quezon, who had won over the Filipino people with the same charisma and ideological flexibility that had charmed 2 generations of MacArthurs. Like the younger MacArthur, Quezon had developed his own dramatic style of speech and dress, including shirts made of the finest silk and showy hats. By this time, he had surpassed his rival, Osmeña, as the leader of the new bicameral legislature that the United States Congress had given the islands as part of legislation granting them independence as soon as, it was said, they could achieve a stable government. Quezon pushed publicly for America to honor its promise, even as he fretted privately over how the islands could defend themselves without American support. In truth, the leaders of America's military had their own concerns over how to defend the Philippines. In the wake of Japan's rout of Russia, American strategists had begun imagining their own future war with the Pacific's new powerhouse. Far from serving as a shield, as Arthur MacArthur had claimed, the Philippines would serve, as Theodore Roosevelt himself came to concede, as our heel of Achilles. Within weeks of the start of a war, the Japanese could land hundreds of thousands of troops in the Philippines, while American reinforcements, even if they set off from the new naval base being developed at Pearl Harbor on the Hawaiian island of Oahu, would take months. Between these reinforcements and the Philippines lay 5,000 miles of ocean, as well as several Japanese-controlled island chains. The Marshalls, the Marianas, save for Guam, which the United States had taken from Spain, and the Carolines. Faced with these realities, a joint board representing the United States Army and Navy formulated War Plan Orange. Rather than attempting to hold all of Luzon, to say nothing of the other 7,000 Philippine islands, War Plan Orange called for American forces to defend only the area around Manila Bay. In later iterations of the plan, the defensive zone would shrink to just the 2 places commanding the bay's entrance, Corregidor and Bataan. If American forces could withdraw into those 2 spots and, somehow, hold out as long as half a year, the Navy could steam into the bay to their rescue. MacArthur did not relish the plan, even as its preparation required him to make yet another trip to Bataan, this time to scout out defensive positions. I covered every foot of rugged terrain, over its trails, up and down its steep mountainous slopes, and through its bamboo thickets, he wrote. Nevertheless, when he returned to America in 1925, the question of how American and Filipino soldiers could hold out on Bataan for so long with so little still defied any realistic answer, and always would. The new command MacArthur took in Baltimore, near where Louise had a house, should have made her happier. Yet it could not save their marriage, nor could the glamorous promotion that made him the Army's youngest major general. In fact, the promotion served as a reminder of what Louise later claimed was the marriage's central problem: interference by Douglas's mother. Prior to the promotion, Pinky had once again written to Pershing on behalf of her son. Louise wrote to Pershing, too, and suggested she wished she had married someone else. Others would hear her poke fun at MacArthur's skills in the bedroom. The comment she supposedly made after her wedding night, "He may be a general in the army, but he's a buck private in the boudoir," was open to interpretation. But the reenactments people saw her perform with a limp pinky finger left less to the imagination. When MacArthur received an assignment to serve as the president of the United States Olympic Committee, a post combining his lifelong passion for sports with his love of medals, Louise did not accompany him to the 1928 Games in Amsterdam. When later that same year he set off for the Philippines as America's newly appointed top Army commander on the islands, she set off for Reno, Nevada, for a divorce. And when orders brought him back from the Philippines in September 1930, he arranged for a new and younger lover, a Filipina actress named Isabel Rosario Cooper, to follow him to his new posting in Washington. Once in the capital, he put her up in a secret apartment. As for himself, he would live with his mother across the Potomac in a house at Fort Myer, behind Arlington Cemetery, where her idol, Robert E. Lee, had once lived, and her husband now lay in the ground. "If only your father could see you now," Pinky said to Douglas. "You're everything he wanted to be." President Herbert Hoover had made Douglas the Army Chief of Staff. The same month that MacArthur returned from the Philippines for America's top Army command, 107 seats in Germany's Reichstag went to members of a National Socialist Party loyal to a former lance corporal named Adolf Hitler, who had seen the Great War from the losing side and lusted for revenge. Almost exactly a year later, a suspicious explosion on one of the railways that Japanese forces had controlled in Manchuria since the Russo-Japanese War served as a pretext for them to seize the entire province. In the United States, meanwhile, the new Chief of Staff found the Army locked in an existential battle not against foreign foes, but against domestic ones. Awakening to the reality of an economic depression that had burdened the country with a deficit the likes of which it had never known outside wartime, politicians began slashing the Army. Sharing their every slice were the pacifists born out of the disillusionment of the First World War and convinced that their country could avoid a second by disarming. No idea could have incensed MacArthur more. No one takes seriously the equally illogical plan of disbanding our fire department to stop fires, or disbanding our police departments to stop crime, he said. The police, however, seemed inadequate to the threat MacArthur saw cresting in 1932. World War I veterans coming by the hundreds, and then thousands, and camping on the banks of Washington, D.C., as part of a campaign to persuade Congress to advance payment of a bonus they had been promised. Even after Congress rejected their demands, some of the men would not disperse. MacArthur no longer saw the faces of the men who had followed him in France. He saw communists bent on revolution. They, in turn, would see the Chief of Staff with his medals and decorations gleaming, take to the streets with his troops when orders came to clear the protesters. By the end of the night, the bonus marchers' camp had gone up in flames. That they themselves had set the fire did not matter. Nor did it matter that stories of MacArthur mounting his horse for a charge were fiction. The newspapers seared the image of MacArthur as a dangerous man on horseback into the nation's memory. MacArthur sued a pair of columnists for depicting him as a dictator, even though Governor Franklin Roosevelt of New York had done no less in private. He said MacArthur ranked among the most dangerous men in the country. Upon replacing MacArthur's political hero, Herbert Hoover, as president the next year, however, Roosevelt did not go along with his friends who favored replacing the Army Chief of Staff. MacArthur kept his job, even after he lashed out at Roosevelt in a White House meeting about the cuts the administration had proposed for the Army. "When we lost the next war, and an American boy lying in the mud with an enemy bayonet through his belly and an enemy foot on his dying throat spat out his last curse, I wanted the name not to be MacArthur, but Roosevelt," MacArthur remembered saying. "You must not talk that way to the president," Roosevelt responded. Then he composed himself in a way that amazed MacArthur and ordered the Army Chief of Staff to work out a compromise with the Budget Office. MacArthur would do so, but not before succumbing to the old nausea and vomiting outside the White House. The Army's budget also lay in the crosshairs of a new force, the acolytes of Brigadier General Billy Mitchell, who had fought in the skies over France during the Great War and spent the years afterward accusing superiors in the military of failing to develop the air power capabilities needed to win the next war. A court-martial conviction in 1925 led to Mitchell's resignation, but not before he predicted that Americans stationed at military facilities on the Hawaiian island of Oahu would wake up one morning to find Japanese planes overhead. MacArthur later claimed, when it was convenient to do so, that he had tried to save Mitchell when assigned to serve on his court-martial and even shared his views. But opposing evidence comes from the budget battles MacArthur waged as Chief of Staff against congressmen who saw investing in air power as a license to enact deep cuts to the military's overall manpower, including the officer corps that MacArthur viewed as the Army's nucleus. An army can live on short rations. It can be insufficiently clothed and housed. It can even be poorly armed and equipped. But in action, it is doomed to destruction without the trained and adequate leadership of officers, he said. Events would test this theory, but for now, it served only to turn certain congressmen into enemies. In 1934, one of those congressmen tipped off the columnists whom MacArthur had sued for libel to the secret apartment he kept for his lover, Isabel Cooper. That MacArthur had already broken up with her made matters worse. She had saved the racy letters he had sent her under the name Daddy, and shared them with the reporters who, in turn, would share them with the world, he knew, unless he ended his lawsuit. He did. Why had he not just said, "So what?" some in the know asked. Then they remembered. His mother. With his days as Chief of Staff numbered, MacArthur needed a way out of Washington. The Philippines offered one. The old question of how to defend the islands America had secured at the cost of blood and treasure a generation earlier had begun to mutate in the minds of some politicians into a new question: how to wash their hands of all responsibility for the islands as quickly as possible. In 1934, Congress passed legislation putting the Philippines on track for independence in 10 years' time. In the meantime, the islands would enjoy self-government as a commonwealth under the protection of the United States military. Little suspense surrounded who the Filipinos would choose as their Commonwealth's first president, Manuel Quezon. He had ensured he would receive the credit in the islands for the independence legislation by being in Washington for its passage. Only in the privacy of his friend MacArthur's office did Quezon dare to express the doubt that had long disturbed him. "Do you think that the Philippines can be defended after they shall have become independent 10 years hence?" "I don't think that the Philippines can defend themselves," MacArthur answered. "I know they can." His confidence did not come from envisioning a large standing army or a traditional navy. A new commonwealth, he realized, could afford neither. Its defense, he argued, should draw instead on what the islands did have in abundance: the courage that his father had seen all those years ago in the eyes of the Philippine people. To Quezon, the younger MacArthur proposed a Philippine army modeled after Switzerland's, a small standing force of about 1,000 officers and 10 times as many enlisted men, who would see their ranks swell in time of war thanks to the compulsory military training civilians would receive at camps established across the archipelago. If 40,000 men passed through these camps each year, the Philippines would reach its full independence in 10 years' time with 400,000 men ready to bear arms. Rather than simply hold Corregidor and Bataan, as War Plan Orange envisioned, the Philippine army that MacArthur proposed would have the skill and numbers to bludgeon an enemy force on the landing beaches. Quezon had one more question. Would MacArthur himself agree to oversee the creation and command of this army? He would. In exchange, he would receive $33,000 a year from the Commonwealth, not to mention the $7,500 he would continue to collect for his service in the United States Army. He would also receive housing, not Malacañang Palace, which Quezon had reserved for himself, but the next best location, the Manila Hotel's spacious penthouse. All of this would have made MacArthur perhaps the best compensated Army officer in American history, and it did not even include the bonus he had negotiated with the Philippine government. For every year the Philippines followed his military advice, he would receive a commission of nearly 0.5% of whatever the Commonwealth spent on defense. Only later would the full benefit of this unusual arrangement become clear. In late 1935, a few months shy of his 56th birthday, MacArthur set off for the Philippines and what he assumed would be the final posting of his career. For certain, he knew it would be the final posting for his 83-year-old mother, whom he let come after hearing doctors say they could do no more for her failing heart. When her husband had set off for the islands a generation before, she had imagined them as the ruin of her family. Now, she would make it there and no farther. She had no need to see the United States again. Douglas was the only child she had left. His oldest brother, Arthur III, had died by this time of appendicitis. Weeks after arriving in the Philippines, Pinky MacArthur passed away in the Manila Hotel. Pinky had been too sick to meet the 36-year-old woman with whom Douglas had begun having breakfast on the ship. When together, he always occupied the high ground, standing nearly a foot taller than she did. They both had dark hair, his combed over and retreating in the face of a rising forehead, hers wrapping over her ears. He was said to have 23 suits, all custom-made by a Chinese tailor. Perfectly proportioned, she could find an outfit in a store and wear it off the rack. He spoke in a deep, patrician voice, she with a charming southern accent. At a cocktail party aboard the ship, she was introduced as Jean Marie Faircloth, he as the General. In time, she would call him my General. He would tell her the story about his father's charge up Missionary Ridge. Her grandfather had also been there, she would say, only he had started the day with the Confederates at the top. A child of a divorced Tennessee couple, she had found romance at a young age in the stories of those bygone days, and in the sound of the bugle, just as Douglas had. Long before falling in love with the General, she had fallen in love with the idea of the Army. She made visits whenever she could to forts and had found excuses to stay longer than she planned. She had embarked across the Pacific because she had not found a soldier she could call her own in America. He had also not found what he sought, a woman capable of adoring those strange poems he had written long ago. Jean would. In the Philippines, he saw how close she drew to his staff until she seemed like one of its members. At night, she would accompany him to the movies. He liked musicals and westerns that dispensed with moral ambiguity. She enjoyed the Manila social scene, including the parties at Malacañang Palace, where huge blocks of ice cooled the entrance to an outdoor dance floor bordering the Pasig River. He himself did not dance, but would pretend to sip an iced drink of lime juice and gin until 9:15 when he would say, "Ready, Jean?" and lead her to a car waiting to take them to the theater. She did not accompany him on a trip he made to the United States in 1937, but made her own suspiciously at the same time. After burying his mother beside his father at Arlington Cemetery, Douglas went to New York City and met Jean at the Municipal Building on the last day of April. There and then, they wed. The next day, he spirited her off for a tour of West Point, for what classified as a honeymoon. Just over 9 months later, a son arrived in Manila. They named him Arthur MacArthur IV. Quezon would serve as godfather. Back in the Philippines, people noticed that MacArthur spent less time in his office at One Calle Victoria, the old house he had shared with his first wife, on the walls of Intramuros. In the mornings at the Manila Hotel, Arthur, as a toddler, would rouse the general from his bed at 7:30 for a march that would end with singing duets in the bathroom. Douglas would then get his papers in order before going into the office. No one expected to see him there before 11 in the morning. At 2 o'clock, he would return home for lunch with Jean, who prided herself on always being home when he was. After eating, he would take a siesta and then do some reading. He would finish in time to be out on the balcony so he could pace back and forth as the sun set behind the dormant volcano at the tip of Bataan. In the fading light, MacArthur increasingly seemed to see only what he wanted, as if blinded by the reflection of his own rank. For his chief of staff, MacArthur had insisted on the service of a major 10 years his junior, named Dwight D. Eisenhower. Having missed out on the opportunity to make a name as a fighter during World War I, Eisenhower had done so subsequently as a staff officer thanks to a nifty pen and an affable nature that had made him indispensable to every higher-up he had served. MacArthur was no exception. Eisenhower closely studied MacArthur's style, including his peculiar habit of referring to himself in the third person and his ability to dominate discussion. On any subject he chose to discuss, his knowledge poured out in a great torrent of words, Eisenhower remembered. Discuss is hardly the correct word. Discussion suggests dialogue, and the general's conversations were usually monologues. Only occasionally would MacArthur pause for the answer to a yes-no question. But increasingly, Eisenhower found MacArthur willing to have these questions answered only in the affirmative. MacArthur, Eisenhower wrote in his diary, is indulging in a habit of damning everybody who disagrees with him over any detail, in extravagant, sometimes almost hysterical fashion. Others noticed, too. More and more, Quezon began turning to Eisenhower instead of MacArthur for advice. Maybe it was because MacArthur, after seeing some poll numbers, had told Quezon that Roosevelt would lose the 1936 election instead of winning, as he did, in a landslide. Maybe it was because MacArthur, who had assumed the distinctly un-American and much-mocked title of Field Marshal, had begun dreaming up a military parade where he could sport his custom black-and-white sharkskin uniform, as well as the cap he had richly embroidered with gold, even though Eisenhower argued the Philippines could not afford such pomp when its training camps had fallen short of supplies, to say nothing of enrollees. Maybe it was because MacArthur had forfeited his real power on the last day of 1937, when he retired from the United States Army. No longer did MacArthur represent a connection to Washington, and no longer did Quezon have time to meet with MacArthur, even though he had not retired from serving the Philippine government. When brushed off by Quezon's secretary, MacArthur said, "Someday your boss is going to want to see me more than I want to see him." That day would come sooner than even MacArthur knew. In July 1937, an exchange of fire between Japanese and Chinese forces at the Marco Polo Bridge outside the city of Peking sparked war. As the fighting spread to Shanghai and Nanking, a bloody tide carried refugees ashore to the Philippines, with stories of Japanese warriors raping and killing their way through China, the land whose markets had always lain behind America's real interest in Asia. Little resistance could come from the old colonial powers. They were too busy trading away land closer to home in Europe to a rearmed Germany, now under Hitler's absolute control, in the hope of avoiding war. It came anyway in September 1939, after the German invasion of Poland finally backed Britain and France into declaring war. The European powers that had drawn the borders of Asia suddenly looked unable to maintain their own. In May 1940, the Netherlands, whose colonies still included the Dutch East Indies, fell to the German war machine. France, still in charge of Indochina, fell soon afterward, as the British, still colonial masters of India, Burma, Hong Kong, and Singapore, evacuated troops from the European continent. As the battle in Western Europe moved to the skies over Britain, Japanese leaders speaking of a new order in Greater East Asia eyed the semi-orphaned, resource-rich colonies to their south. When the United States tried its hand at deterrence by placing its Pacific Fleet at the naval base it had built at Pearl Harbor, and by issuing an embargo on some of the raw materials essential to the Japanese military, Japan tried its own policy of deterrence by signing a defensive pact with Germany and Italy. America answered with additional sanctions, Japan with additional aggressions. When the Japanese occupied French Indochina in July 1941, the United States made it impossible for the Japanese to buy the one commodity their military needed most: oil. Both powers now felt under siege. The Japanese, economically, the United States, geographically, with hostile forces on the verge of encircling the Philippines. It was at this moment that Roosevelt called America's most famous general out of retirement. The appointment to command United States Army forces in the Far East came as no surprise to MacArthur. He had suggested it months earlier. With the new Philippine Army to be annexed to the American one, all the forces in the archipelago would be his, and so once again would the ear of the mercurial Quezon. For the newspapers, MacArthur declared, "This action of the American government in establishing this new command can only mean that it intends to maintain, at any cost and effort, its full rights in the Far East." In private, however, the situation appeared otherwise. During MacArthur's retirement, Army and Navy strategists, faced with the reality that Congress had not given them enough resources to prevail in a one-front war, coalesced around a plan called Rainbow Five for the dreaded but increasingly likely prospect of a two-front war. Under the plan, American forces would assume the defensive against Japan, while focusing first on the more feared German adversary. As one of the colors in the rainbow, War Plan Orange still set the strategy against Japan, but with a change. The reinforcements supposed to sail to the rescue of the Philippines would now have other places to go. The men withdrawing into Bataan and Corregidor would have to do so with no timetable for their relief. Rather than months, it might take years. The Defend the Beaches plan that MacArthur had based on the Swiss example had not impressed his fellow American generals at the time of his retirement, for the manifest reason that the land-locked Swiss had no beaches to defend. Unlike Switzerland, the Philippines are not a compact land unit, but an archipelago. The intervening water areas will be controlled in war by the naval forces of the enemy, read a report endorsed by MacArthur's immediate successor as Chief of Staff, Malin Craig. But now there was a new Chief of Staff, George C. Marshall, and a new Secretary of War, Henry L. Stimson, and it was to them that MacArthur protested. True, American forces in the Philippines had totaled little more than 20,000 men, including Philippine scouts, when MacArthur had taken command in July. But he would have more than 100,000 once he fully mobilized the Philippine Army reserves who had passed through his training camps. And by the spring of 1942, he said that number would be 200,000. No wonder Marshall and Stimson came down with what the latter would later diagnose as a case of contagious optimism. They found another reason for optimism in the new bomber that Boeing had developed. Designed to fly at high speeds in excess of 250 miles per hour and at high altitudes above anti-aircraft defenses, the four-engine B-17 boasted a range that would allow it to strike targets hundreds of miles away. The Flying Fortress, as the plane became known, appeared able to fulfill the old prophecy Billy Mitchell had made, of dominating the seas from the skies and sending an invading force to the watery depths before it could near the shore. By stockpiling flying fortresses, the Philippines could become what Stimson called a self-sustaining fortress. By November 1941, he would see to it that the Philippines had 35 of these planes, more than double the number in Hawaii. With these bombers came Louis Brereton, the general whom MacArthur had handpicked to lead his Air Force. Brereton would have to wait until the night of December 7th for the rowdy reception thrown in his honor at the Manila Hotel's pavilion, but he did not have to wait for an invitation to the hotel's penthouse. That came immediately upon his arrival on November 3rd. Ready to slap his back and throw one arm around him was his new commander, wearing only a dressing robe over his underwear. A full embrace followed the next day after MacArthur had read the secret letter Marshall had asked Brereton to carry in his luggage. MacArthur, Brereton remembered, acted like a small boy who has been told that he is going to get a holiday from school. He jumped up from his desk and threw his arms around me. Marshall had agreed to dispense with the decades of thinking that had gone into War Plan Orange. MacArthur's plan was now America's. "They are going to give us everything we have asked for," MacArthur exclaimed to his chief of staff, Richard Sutherland, the successor to Eisenhower, who had happily accepted orders taking him back to the United States. In fact, the Army had earmarked so much equipment, more than 1,000,000 tons, for the Philippines, that the orders created a shipping backlog. Whether these supplies would arrive on time depended on how one interpreted the signs that began appearing in the sky in early December. There was the mysterious aircraft, spotted around the same time each morning north of Manila, in the vicinity of Clark Airfield, the only place in Luzon capable of housing the B-17. To the west, at the smaller Iba airstrip, technicians staring at the screen of a newly installed radar system in an otherwise dark hut began following strange blips. B-17 crews conducting reconnaissance over the waters north of Luzon, meanwhile, encountered unidentified bombers flying south from Formosa, as Taiwan was then called, only to see them reverse direction and head back toward the island, said to be a Japanese staging ground. By this time, MacArthur knew that a last attempt at negotiations with Japanese diplomats had collapsed in Washington. Japanese future action unpredictable, but hostile action possible at any moment, the War Department had warned him on November 27th. He still said that the conflict would not begin until the spring of 1942, but newsmen on December 5th heard him concede it could come at any time after the new year. To admit war might come any earlier would be to open himself to the unthinkable, that his build-up had come too late to avert disaster, yet early enough to make that disaster even more costly for the United States. Part of MacArthur must have pondered that possibility because he ordered the B-17s sent to the bottom of the archipelago, to a field on the island of Mindanao, where they would be beyond the range of any Japanese attack from Formosa. In fact, 12 more flying fortresses were on the way to Mindanao from California. They would have to refuel a few times along the way. As MacArthur went to bed on the night of December 7th, he had every reason to expect that the planes would make their scheduled stop by the shores of Pearl Harbor while he slept. Several minutes after 7 in the morning, Hawaii time, radar operators stationed on the northern edge of the island of Oahu reported a large number of planes coming in from the north. They were told not to fret. It was the B-17s bound for the Philippines. The whole world would soon know otherwise, but only after hundreds of Japanese bombers and fighters had delivered death and destruction upon America's Pacific Fleet, the ships that War Plan Orange strategists had once envisioned battling their way across the ocean to rescue the Philippines. MacArthur could not believe it when he picked up the phone in the pre-dawn darkness of Manila on December 8th. "Pearl Harbor?" he exclaimed. "Why, that should be our strongest point." For hours afterward, even after reporting to his office in the house where he had once lived on the walls of Intramuros, he would continue to believe that American fighter planes and anti-aircraft defenses had repulsed the Japanese attack. At 5 in the morning, Philippine time, Brereton arrived at the headquarters and headed toward MacArthur's office, but found the path blocked by Sutherland. A 48-year-old Yale man described as sound and productive, but also as brusque, short-tempered, autocratic, and of a generally antagonizing nature. Sutherland relished his role as gatekeeper and would not admit the Air Force chief even after hearing the urgent matter at stake. Brereton had not yet fully carried out MacArthur's earlier orders to move all 35 of the B-17s to Mindanao. More than half remained at Clark in range of the Japanese bombers on Formosa. In this peril lay opportunity. If the B-17s took off at daylight, they could strike the Japanese on Formosa. If the B-17s tarried on the ground, however, the opposite might happen, a repeat of Pearl Harbor, where the Japanese had found hundreds of American planes parked in perfect rows, as if arranged to facilitate their destruction. The best way to prevent another such disaster was to go on the offense. The pilots just needed targets on Formosa, but Sutherland remembered Brereton being unable to provide any specific ones and admitting the need for additional reconnaissance, which MacArthur had refused permission to conduct days earlier. For his part, Brereton remembered urging, and Sutherland endorsing, preparations for a raid as soon as the sun rose, without further reconnaissance. The attack just needed MacArthur's approval. By sunrise, no word had come. Time was running out. At 7:15 in the morning, Brereton once again showed up outside MacArthur's office and once again asked Sutherland for a definitive answer. MacArthur would later claim the proposal never reached his desk. But a witness saw Sutherland go into MacArthur's office and come back with an answer. "The general says no. Don't make the first overt act." The words echoed the instructions attached to the final warning MacArthur had received from Washington on November 27th. If hostilities cannot be avoided, the United States desires that Japan commit the first overt act. Surely, by any standard, the attack on Pearl Harbor classified as an overt act. How could MacArthur think otherwise? The question confounded Brereton and his airmen. Historians trying to piece together the many conflicting accounts of that morning have struggled too. The secret lies behind the doors of MacArthur's office. The journalist, John Hersey, who had gained admission months earlier for an interview with the general, described the space as more like a formal drawing room than a soldier's office. In fact, the room had served as MacArthur's bedroom during his first marriage. Hersey found old books and pictures, inlaid cabinets dating back to the Spanish occupation, a deep sofa and comfortable chairs, a beautiful Chinese screen, a huge Chippendale desk, and, for the military touch, regimental flags and the stars and stripes. In the collection of flags stood one for every command MacArthur had ever held. Although they now formed a line behind his desk, the path from one to the next had been far from straight. Nonetheless, it had led him back here, to one Kaya Victoria. MacArthur liked to tell stories of first-time visitors who had turned away from the entrance to the headquarters of the U.S. Army forces in the Far East, on the assumption that they had come to a private dwelling instead. But if private meant personal, then the visitors were right. For the son of a soldier convinced that America's future faced west toward the Philippines, the mission of the headquarters was personal. "Personally, I must not fail," readers of Life magazine had recently seen Douglas MacArthur quoted as saying. "Too much of the world's future depends upon success here. These islands may not be the door to the control of the Pacific. They may not be even the lock to the door, but they are surely the key to the lock that opens the door. For America. I dare not allow that key to be lost." At this moment, MacArthur was where he belonged, straddling the same two worlds as the house perched atop the thick stone walls running between the centuries-old buildings of Intramuros and the American-made golf course. The position gave MacArthur a perspective that no one as new to the islands as Brereton could understand. The Philippines, while a possession of the U.S., had so far as war was concerned a somewhat indeterminate international position in many minds, especially the Filipinos and their government, MacArthur explained years later. The Japanese had attacked the United States. As far as he knew, they had not yet attacked the Philippines. He had not the slightest doubt they soon would. But he also knew, as he later put it, that great local hope existed that this would not be the case. If it appeared that American, rather than Japanese forces, had taken the first step toward involving the Philippines in a war that MacArthur recognized would inflict a fearful toll upon the islands, he would risk what he had always considered the centerpiece of his defense strategy: the support of the Filipino people themselves. He had never really believed that 35 bombers could defeat Japan. Had he thought so, he would never have ordered the planes to Mindanao, where they would be out of range of the Japanese planes on Formosa, but also unable to carry out an immediate strike against them. To prevail in what he had come to believe would be a glorious land war, he would need hundreds of thousands of Filipinos willing to meet the enemy on the beaches and plains, and to wage a people's contest, like the one Abraham Lincoln had declared after he allowed the Confederates to fire the first shots of the Civil War. And to command this Filipino army in what he believed would be its most pivotal field of battle, MacArthur looked back into American history and found a weathered cavalryman reminiscent of the frontier's final days at Fort Selden. MacArthur's mighty Air Force would not make it into the sky in time, but the horsemen of his boyhood dreams would make a last stand for the ages. Chapter 3. First Steps to a Last Stand. It was not fair to say, as critics later would, that the B-17s never got off the ground on December 8th. They had taken off earlier that morning after receiving reports of Japanese planes from Formosa on a path for Clark Field. The B-17 stayed close to Clark while their crews awaited a decision from MacArthur's office. They flew just to the east of the field, around a solitary mountain named Arayat after the biblical peak where Noah had received God's promise never again to destroy the earth. A haze obscured the top of the mountain, but not a cloud blocked the view the other way, to the west, of the Zambales Mountains, including Mount Pinatubo, a dormant but dangerous volcano that seemed to contradict the peaceful assurances of Arayat. Between these mountains ran a great plain of rice paddies and sugar fields, stretching all the way north to Lingayen Gulf, where Japanese bombers were reported. Around 10 in the morning came an update. The Japanese planes spotted over the water had turned back toward Formosa, but before doing so had turned east and dropped their bombs on northern Luzon. Any hopes that the Philippines could stay out of the war had now exploded. For the B-17s came new orders: return to Clark and prepare for an attack on Formosa. No one showed much haste, however. As the B-17s landed to have their bombs loaded, the crews went off for lunch. Lunch had also begun next door, a step closer to the Zambales, at Fort Stotsenburg, which resembled not so much an army post as a country club, complete with a dance hall, tennis courts, and an 18-hole golf course. The white gates and buildings, barracks for the soldiers and bungalows with porches for the officers, formed a quadrangle, which served as the post's parade ground. At the far end lay a polo field for Stotsenburg's most iconic regiment, the 26th Cavalry. A highly selective and trained group of Philippine scouts, led by American officers, these soldiers endured as an endangered breed, fighting men on mounts. The stories of Hitler's tanks driving across Europe, and made-up propaganda about Polish horse soldiers fighting back with nothing more than sabers, made the cavalry seem a relic of America's long-gone frontier. But there were still some who believed that the horse soldier had not yet ridden his last mile, and among them was Stotsenburg's newly arrived commander, Major General Jonathan Mayhew Wainwright IV. Toward the end of lunch, a hush came over a group of soldiers huddled around a radio, broadcasting supposedly breaking news. Japanese planes had begun bombing Clark Field. The silence gave way to smirks. If the reports were true, the soldiers would have heard an explosion. Then, a moment later, they did. A look of terror came across their faces as they raced outside. Men already out had seen the bombers coming from the northwest, from the clear skies over the mountains north of Pinatubo. The planes had come in 2 flawless-looking Vs, and totaled 54 in all. Almost everyone assumed them to be United States Navy planes, until the bombs began falling on Clark. The hangars and other buildings around the field disappeared behind plumes of smoke. The vibrations shook Stotzenberg. As soldiers searched for cover, they saw a tall man stepping down from the commander's house and running out alone onto the lawn, where his long neck seemed to hold up his bright blue eyes as an unmistakable target. It was the 58-year-old Wainwright. Everyone called him skinny, and he was, but, as one admirer put it, of the lean, tough sort. He moved with a slight limp as a result of an old fall that had injured his lower back, but made good time nonetheless as he set off toward his headquarters on the west end of the parade ground. After him ran a young Filipino servant struggling to catch up, while, inexplicably, wearing the steel helmet meant to cover the gray hairs exposed on the general's head. "Mother of God, General!" the young man yelled, as if on behalf of a generation new to war. "What shall I do?" "Go get me a bottle of beer," Wainwright said. The young man could use a laugh, Wainwright thought, and he himself could use the beer. He was not on much sleep. He had worked the previous day before taking off to umpire a polo match, which the 26th Cavalry had lost. As he had stood on the reviewing stand, he had kept his face, one of the players remembered, imperturbable. Only after everyone had changed into their white dress uniforms and gathered for dinner and drinks had a bourbon relaxed his expression. Conversation had turned to a new movie called They Died with Their Boots On, about the colorful 19th-century cavalryman George Armstrong Custer and the doomed stand he and his men had made in 1876 on a river called the Little Bighorn. It had been late at night when Wainwright finally turned off the lights in his bedroom, and well before dawn when the phone woke him. He suspected something bad, and it was. He summed it up for an aide afterward. "The cat has jumped," he said of the Japanese. He knew that he would soon have to meet them on the shores of Luzon. Before the Japanese bombers had even reached Clark, Wainwright had finished packing his field equipment. The cavalry officers who had fought long ago on the western plains of America would have recognized the contents. There was the saddle patterned on the design that the future Union general, George McClellan, had drawn up before the Civil War. The iconic 1873 Colt .45 revolver, known as the Peacemaker, and the silver pocket watch that Wainwright had seen his father carry while serving at Fort Custer, not far from where the real Custer had died, and not long afterward either. The Battle of the Little Bighorn was not the stuff of Hollywood lore for Wainwright. He had grown up just downriver from the last stand, and soon would have his own. The train back in those days had not gone as far as Fort Custer in the Montana Territory. The final 36 miles took 6 hours by mule-pulled wagon, or even longer by a stagecoach, known as a jerky, which rode as it sounded up the valley of the Bighorn River to the point where it met the Little Bighorn. Over the confluence stood a plateau, and, upon it, a parade ground that would have looked rougher but still familiar to the soldiers at Stotzenberg, with housing for the enlisted men on one side, and 14 cottages for officers on another. In 1886, upon completing the trip to Fort Custer, Lieutenant Robbie Wainwright of the 1st Cavalry moved into one of the cottages, which proved much too small for the family he had brought with him. There was his wife, Josephine, affectionately called Dodo, and their 3 children, a 5-year-old daughter named Helen, a 4-year-old daughter named Jenny, and the baby boy, 3-year-old Jonathan, who would go by his middle name, Mayhew. The girls would have their own room, while Mayhew and his beloved stuffed rabbit would have only a roll-away trundle bed in his parents' room. The cottage was a place to sleep, but it was not a place the family would call home. Wainwright would later remember his childhood as one without a home, as a succession of moves from one cavalry post to another. Between his birthplace in Walla Walla, Washington, and the move to Fort Custer 3 years later, had come stops at Fort Bidwell, California, and Fort McGinnis, Montana. Over and over again, relatives would hear Mayhew's mother, Dodo, say, "Home is where the husband is." Over and over again, she would pack up her 3 children. On a wintry day several months after Mayhew's birth, family lore says she bundled her children and their nurse into a horse-drawn sleigh and set off over the snow and ice, when a sudden jolt threw baby Mayhew from his blankets and over the side. Moments passed. Incredibly, no one noticed. Finally, with a scream, Dodo did. She ordered the driver to turn around so she could search the snow for her boy. By the time she found him, a snowbank had almost swallowed his little body. If he held a grudge for being left behind, no one could see it by his face. It looked a little red, but his mother remembered him giving her a smile. Mayhew, of course, would remember nothing of the episode. His first distinct memories, as he put it, would date to Fort Custer. He would have seen the cavalrymen mounting their horses for the 13-mile ride across the Little Bighorn and up a hill crowned by a stone monument bearing the names of Custer and the more than 200 men who had perished by his side. Responsibility for tending the grounds of the battlefield had fallen to the soldiers of Fort Custer. Occasionally, they would still find unburied human remains. There had been no white survivors, but there were Indians nearby who could recall how Custer and his men had made their hopeless stand on that hill, where they had heaped their dead horses into a wall against an overwhelming force of Cheyenne and Lakota warriors. One day, when Mayhew was about 4, his father returned home with a mysterious Winchester rifle that he had seized after shooting an Indian warrior who had supposedly found it on the battlefield days after Custer's death. A boy growing up in such a place could not help but imagine himself in Custer's place. For the rest of his life, Mayhew would cherish a photograph of himself and his sisters as children by the Custer Monument and read every book he could about the Battle of the Little Bighorn. The Montana sky seemed to stretch forever, but young Mayhew could see no way of life beyond the cavalry. He watched how the men handled their horses and did not flinch at age 6 when hoisted atop an Indian pony for the first time. He listened to the gruffness in the troopers' voices and learned to speak as they did. He heard their songs and jokes, too, and joined in. As he grew older, he would call pretty young women fillies and say they were foaling when they gave birth. His parents made sure he also saw the more civilized side of life. They dressed him in kilts, made sure he saw them wearing white gloves to parties, sang him old Scottish songs, and started him on the violin at age 7. Horses, however, had claimed his heart. Even heading east to Fort Sheridan around Chicago in 1896 after moves to Arizona and Kansas could not break the bond the boy had forged with horses. Fellow students remembered him riding a spotted pony to school. He was a likable chap, remembered a female classmate who would see him at parties, and kept a photograph she took of him at age 14, with his hair parted back across a tall forehead. He had sprouted since his years at Fort Custer and turned tall and thin. A male classmate remembered Wainwright as studious. He must have been, for in 1902 he gained admission to West Point, though surely his grades mattered less than the letter of recommendation he received from his father's friend, Vice President Theodore Roosevelt, who had written it just days before becoming president. The letter, unsurprisingly, said more about the older Wainwright, whom Roosevelt had seen fighting in Cuba, than it did about the younger. As to why Mayhew wanted to go to West Point, friends heard him quip that he came to West Point because he did not know any better. Probably that was true. He had always assumed he would follow his father into the cavalry, and that trail hugged the banks of the Hudson River to West Point. Wainwright arrived at the academy in the summer of 1902, just as a first-classman, or senior, named Douglas MacArthur assumed his place as first captain on the parade ground and stood a year away from the rare feat of pairing that military honor with an academic one by graduating at the top of his class. If Wainwright saw any of himself in MacArthur, few others did. MacArthur's appearance served as a source of awe, Wainwright's as a source of guffaws. 6 feet 2 inches tall, but only 125 pounds, Wainwright had legs so long and a neck so goose-like that the other cadets assigned him the nickname Skinny, almost by default. The only person in the world, he would later say, who addressed him as Jonathan, was MacArthur, and even he usually referred to Wainwright by a nickname, albeit a more puzzling one, Jim, perhaps because of the way the plebe signed his name, J. M. Wainwright. In the classroom, the difference between Wainwright and MacArthur looked starker. In English and French, Skinny ranked 75th and 74th, respectively, in a class of 84 at the end of his first year. His 26th place finish in mathematics, the subject West Point valued most, reflected greater promise, but still no sign of greatness. Overall, he ranked 38th in his class. In fairness, few of the 37 cadets ahead of him confronted adversity the likes of which he had. Family tradition says he had learned the news of his father's death in the Philippines in the cruelest way imaginable, by reading it in the New York Times on November 21st, 1902. His mother and sisters had gone to the Philippines with his father, so there was no one with whom to share the grief until they returned with the body for its burial at Arlington Cemetery. The Academy granted Wainwright leave to attend the funeral, and no more. Upon returning, he faced the same discipline as his fellow cadets, and perhaps it was this unbending structure that saved him from falling into despair. In fact, by looking at where Wainwright stood at the end of his first year in the military disciplines of drilling, 8th in his class, and conduct, 4th in his class, one could see the beginnings of a path that would lead him not to the academic position MacArthur had achieved, but to the military one. By the time Wainwright graduated in 1906, he would stand first and second, respectively, in military efficiency and soldierly deportment. And despite being caught swearing and smoking, both of which would become lifelong habits, he would stand an excellent 8th in his class in conduct. Overall, he finished a respectable 25th. More important to Wainwright was that he would stand where MacArthur had on the parade ground as first captain. Who would have thought such as he would ever be first captain? Read a caption in the Academy's 1906 yearbook. Many honors have been heaped upon his head, so many that it's a wonder his slender frame has withstood their bending moment without any more damage than giving to his knees a permanent set. In truth, no one begrudged the honors Skinny had accumulated. He had won the respect of his classmates, not to mention their wagers during target practice, where one cadet learned only after losing a pound of cigarettes not to bet against a boy who had learned to shoot with the cavalry. In addition to qualifying as one of the 6 best marksmen in his class, Wainwright played on the Academy's polo team and organized dances as hop manager. His classmates would remember him serenading them with songs such as Shenandoah and making them laugh. The yearbook would capture his humor. Writing a piece on how a first captain should bring the cadet battalion to attention, he advised employing a stony stare and a fiery glance while chopping the shun off as short as you can at the end of bellowing, "'Tention!" When asked if he had gotten enough sleep at the Academy, he quipped, "Not enough to press my trousers properly." Jokes about his weight aside, his fellow cadets thought he could hold up against whatever the future brought. "Don't be afraid, Skinny," they wrote in the yearbook. "You could get through most anything." They had no idea. At graduation, Dodo presented her son, the newly minted second lieutenant, with a sword inscribed with his name. Never did he need to consider what he would say when asked which branch of the army he wished to enter. His heart had always yearned for the cavalry. The army obliged and ordered him to his father's old regiment, the 1st Cavalry, which was then in Texas but soon to head to the Philippines, where American troops continued to face resistance from the Muslim Moros in the South. How much Wainwright participated in those operations remains uncertain, but there is no doubt he spent most of his time at a malaria-infested camp that the Army already called Stutzenberg, but that in no way yet resembled the country club it would become. Fed up with the bugs, lizards, and rats infesting the officers' crude houses, the wife of a colonel in Wainwright's regiment insisted she would have preferred a tent in a field. It was perhaps for the best, then, that Wainwright waited to take a wife until coming back to the United States in early 1910. He had met Adele Holly in 1897 when he had been 14 and she 10, and the Army had sent both their fathers to the Chicago area. They had gone their separate ways, he to West Point, she to schools in upstate New York, Massachusetts, Virginia, and Pennsylvania. On occasion, they had seen each other, as when he had invited her to be his date to a West Point hop. But she never imagined a future with him. Evidently, however, he had begun imagining one with her while he was in the Philippines, because within weeks of his return, he proposed. As to how he did it, she would say only that his line of attack carried her heart. The wedding took place on February 18, 1911, in an army chapel made lovely with mountain laurel and palm leaves at the Utah fort where Adele's father was stationed. A color guard carrying the stars and stripes, as well as the flags of all the regiments represented, stood on either side of the bride and groom. He wore his dress uniform, she a dress of white satin with a long veil and a wreath of orange blossoms. A newspaper correspondent would later describe her hair as brown and wavy, her eyes as fine, and her body as plumpish, which her new husband liked. She had good looks and figure, and plenty of the latter, he would say. When they went to dances together, he would brag that she quite took the shine out of the other femmes. No other femme, he might have added, could have adjusted so easily to the far from conventional life of a cavalry wife. Born into the Army, she had traveled with her father across the United States as a girl and even to the Philippines as a young woman. She now looked forward to a nomadic life, hitched to her husband and the horses he loved. Home would be where he was. After a honeymoon in California, the newlyweds made the first of their many moves together to a house with leaking pipes at Fort Yellowstone, where they toured the famous geyser Old Faithful and camped under a mosquito net in the park. Wainwright's interest in history had not waned. He brought so many boxes of books with him that she had no choice but to surrender her pantry to his library. Nevertheless, they seemed happy. They would play cards and chess and go on rides. He would call her Kitty and Skipper. She would call him Mayhew or Skinny. His superiors, meanwhile, called him a remarkably energetic and tireless horseman. In December 1912, however, not quite 2 years into his marriage, while training at the cavalry school, as it became known, at Fort Riley, Kansas, Wainwright snapped one of his slender legs, just as his West Point classmates had predicted. The timing could not have pleased Adele, who was pregnant. Her husband wanted a boy, and she gave him one. On April 6, 1913, at a post in Monterey, California, they welcomed Jonathan Mayhew Wainwright V. They would call him Jack, as the boy himself would later explain, because that was the name of the beloved horse his father would ride to a ribbon 2 years later at the San Francisco World's Fair. The West had not lost all its adventure. In 1916, in search of a bandit in Arizona, Wainwright took his troopers on a 70-mile trek over a 21-hour period through rain, darkness, and mountainous terrain. He filed away a letter crediting the operation's success to his good judgment. but opportunities to show it in the field of battle remained rare. Most of the praise he received on horseback still came from the field of sport, for which he often coordinated entries for his regiment. When the United States began sending its boys to the Western Front of World War I, the cavalry largely stayed home to patrol America's southern border. Although strategists struggled to find a place for fast-moving cavalry in a war of stagnant trenches, they found one for Wainwright in February 1918, in a classroom in France, where American officers learned how to serve on the general staff. By June, Wainwright had the training he needed to serve as the Assistant Chief of Staff to the 82nd Division. With several American companies of the so-called Lost Battalion trapped behind German lines in October, the job of drafting orders for a dangerous rescue fell to Wainwright. The operation required an audacious flanking maneuver that would ultimately succeed in saving more than a third of the trapped men and lead to the Medal of Honor for the man who would inspire the film Sergeant York. At some point in the fighting, Wainwright took what he called a snoot full of gas when he had to rip off his mask while trying to make himself heard on a phone call with a general. Wainwright himself would have trouble hearing afterward in his left ear. By the time the final gun of the war fell silent, Wainwright had achieved the temporary rank of lieutenant colonel and a reputation as a soldier of exceptional ability. A Distinguished Service Medal followed. As soon as the Army allowed wives to join their husbands in Europe, Adele remembered, she and young Jack were on the first boat. They would live in occupied Germany. It was a grand time, she remembered. The three of them toured the continent, and Wainwright did what he loved, organizing horse shows and winning polo cups. Jack revered his father. It was hard not to, given how others hailed him as the bravest man. One general told Adele that her husband knew only two commands, forward and commence firing. She heard others, however, describe her husband in different terms. Softy, they called him, because, as Adele put it, he felt sympathy for the defeated people. He urged his soldiers to learn the language of the land they occupied, and even brought in a professor to teach a class. The story goes that Wainwright did not exempt himself from taking the final exam, but after seeing his own score, he made sure no one else saw theirs. German evidently came no easier to him than French had at West Point. By the time Wainwright left Germany in the fall of 1920, he had also left behind his wartime rank and reverted to a mere major. Not until 1929 would he achieve a lieutenant colonelcy again. By contrast, Douglas MacArthur had managed to keep his general's star and had already made his name famous. Wainwright's name had also become known, but only in a smaller circle of influential military men. One was a cousin also, confusingly, named Jonathan Mayhew Wainwright, who would become Assistant Secretary of War when Warren G. Harding replaced Woodrow Wilson as president in 1921. Another was Malin Craig, the general who would one day succeed MacArthur as Chief of Staff. Craig had served with Wainwright in the 1st Cavalry and then in France, and would make sure the younger man stayed on the path to becoming a general officer himself. That path went through Washington, D.C. It was there that Wainwright briefed Congress on the ceremonies for the burial of the unknown soldier at Arlington Cemetery in 1921, and earned the thanks of the White House for his role in the funeral procession for Harding, who died in office in 1923. Upon seeing Wainwright's cavalrymen the next year, General Craig said he had never seen riders better dressed, horses better groomed, and a squadron better trained. They were, said Craig, entirely up to the high standard of everything undertaken by this officer. It was also in Washington that Wainwright received his first real look at War Plan Orange during a stint serving on the Army's general staff. "I could do a good job when we have the Jap War," a fellow officer remembered hearing Wainwright say. Whatever illusions he harbored about the plan vanished when he commenced what would be the capstone of his military education at the Army War College in Washington in 1933. A report Wainwright helped write at the college took a dim view of Orange. Over a period of years, the United States would defeat Japan, the report found. But in the first months of a war, Japan would overrun the Philippines. The American garrison on the islands faced annihilation. After graduating from the college in 1934, Wainwright went back to the cavalry school at Fort Riley with the official title of Assistant Commandant, and the less official one of Mastership of the Cavalry School Hunt, which entitled him to a foxhorn while donning his red jacket and leading his fellow hunters on horseback. The young officers attending the school looked up to Wainwright. He would tell them, "Cavalry leaders are born and seldom made." Though his list of great ones included only a handful more names than the Union generals Philip Sheridan and George Armstrong Custer, and Confederate generals Jeb Stuart and Nathan Bedford Forrest, the students at Riley would have added Wainwright's own name, and, unintentionally, made him seem a relic of the previous century to which the others belonged. During Douglas MacArthur's reign as Chief of Staff, the Army had begun to mechanize more of the cavalry. Soon Wainwright's old regiment, the 1st Cavalry, would have tanks instead of horses. "Modern firearms have eliminated the horse as a weapon and as a means of transportation," MacArthur wrote. When Wainwright heard the news, friends joked it broke his heart, as his bow legs fit a horse much better than a tank. He never doubted the need for tanks, but insisted that some missions would always require horses. A commencement address he delivered in 1935 hailed the horse as the fastest and most reliable means of movement yet produced, considering all types of terrain, all conditions of weather, and all of the many difficulties that may arise because of failure of supply and of the intricacies of automotive power. In sum, he told the graduates, mobility must still remain our watchword. They had heard him strike the same theme in more colorful language around the campfires they would share at night. "When you young gentlemen get orders," he would say, "you should be able to move out at once. Just piss in the fire, call your dog, and get going." In 1936 came orders putting Wainwright in command of the country's most high-profile cavalry post, Fort Myer, where the Army Chief of Staff had his residence across the river from Washington. The politicians in the city had outraged MacArthur, who had already left for the Philippines, by appointing a soon-to-be critic of his plan to defend the islands as the Army's new Chief of Staff, Wainwright's mentor, Malin Craig. It was Craig who arranged for Wainwright to come to Fort Myer and, in 2 years, to become a brigadier general. As a colonel, Wainwright already had 2 horses. As a general, he could now ask for a 3rd. Color did not matter to him as long as the animal proved quick-footed with some jumping ability. The Army would also give him a new aide, Lieutenant John "Johnny" Ramsey Pugh, a 29-year-old West Point graduate who had used his time at the academy to become, as his yearbook recorded, an omnivorous reader and writing enthusiast. It was a good match for Wainwright, who everyone knew loved horses but loved reading too. With him to Fort Myer had come 2,508 pounds of books, including a popular 4-volume Robert E. Lee biography by Douglas Southall Freeman, who argued that the Confederate commander had surrendered his army, but not his honor. The proximity of Fort Myer to Washington meant no escape from politics and politicians. On Fridays during the winter months, the cavalrymen would stage riding maneuvers for the hundreds of people who would cross the Potomac and pack into the fort's riding hall. In spring 1937, at the fort's annual Society Circus, President Roosevelt himself watched the cavalrymen stage a show featuring an old-time charge against Indians. The social life at the fort made the newspapers, and so did its commander and his wife. They have been charming hosts at many delightful social functions, and under the general's direction, the Friday afternoon exhibition drills have become among the most popular events of the year, one reporter wrote. Another declared that there has never been a more popular couple at Fort Myer. Adele was said to be gentle and gracious with a deep and delicious sense of humor, her husband to be the best sort of strict disciplinarian, the kind whom men universally adore. Thankfully, not all the words said about Wainwright made the newspapers. There were whispers about his drinking. Cavalrymen did not usually attract notice for drinking, not because it was rare, but because it was so common. People remembered Wainwright telling an old joke about it. "Gentlemen," a colonel tells his men after seeing them on a spree, "I don't mind an eye-opener in the morning. Everybody needs that. I can understand the need for a pick-me-up around 10:30, and nobody's going to hold a couple of drinks before lunch against you. I know you need something to keep you awake around mid-afternoon, and of course you're entitled to a few drinks before dinner and a brandy or two afterwards. But gentlemen, this constant sip, sip, sip all day long has got to stop." Wainwright made no secret of his love for bourbon. Perhaps there was a shade of truth in the fictional account a fellow officer wrote of Wainwright appearing at the gates of heaven. Asked to explain his love for liquor, the fictional Wainwright answered, "I guess I did drink a little too much sometimes, but, Your Honor, there is one question the answer to which I have always wanted to know. Begging your pardon, sir, but if God didn't intend for us poor mortals to enjoy it, why did he permit such wonderful stuff as good Scotch and bourbon to be made?" To drink for breakfast, the real Wainwright would surely have quipped. That sense of humor, the same Wainwright would show in the opening minutes of the raid on Clark Field, made it hard for even those closest to him to judge the seriousness of the problem. One of his nieces insisted there was no problem. However much he drank, he held his liquor, she wrote, like an officer and a gentleman. His aide, Johnny Pugh, agreed. Accounts of Wainwright's drinking sprees did not square with the General Pugh remembered serving. Another soon-to-be aide named Thomas Dooley, however, had a different explanation. When his boss drank, he became a completely different person, Dooley wrote. Alcohol seemed to augment Wainwright's courage, but not necessarily his wisdom. And soon, he would need both. In September 1939, as World War II erupted in Europe, Malin Craig, who had done so much to advance Wainwright's career, gave way to George Marshall, who was determined to sack old officers stuck in outmoded patterns, ill-equipped for war against Germany's fast-moving blitzkrieg tactics. At 56 years old, Wainwright might have found himself among the deadwood Marshall vowed to clear away. The newspapers described Wainwright as a sideburned, old-time cavalryman. Fortunately, commanding officers over the years had described him as an especially talented one. Natural leader, magnetic personality, clipped speech, good disciplinarian, popular with officers and men, alert, forceful were the words they used. Having left Fort Myer for a brigade command in Texas, Wainwright hoped to position himself to fight the war he was certain the United States would soon join across the Atlantic. Instead, he received a choice of 3 posts vital to the Pacific: the Philippines, Panama, or Hawaii. He chose Panama. For some reason, the Army sent him to the Philippines anyway. Before leaving, he participated in a massive war game being held in Louisiana. The Army inserted him, mid-action, into command of a group of horsemen about to be overrun by tanks. It was too late to save the cavalry. All he could do was save himself. Wainwright, newspapers reported, dodged behind a station pump. Being thin, all he had to do was stand quietly to avoid capture. It was an easy decision in a war game. It would not be so simple in a real war. On September 18, 1940, with the skyscrapers of New York in the background, the Army transport ship Grant raised a 1-star pennant in honor of Wainwright, the 1-star general boarding with his wife and his mother-in-law, now a widow. Wainwright's own mother, Dodo, had died the previous year and left a sadness that had not subsided. The traveling party also included Johnny Pugh, who brought his wife and their baby boy, about to take his first steps. The Philippines remained a place where officers brought their children, but the Wainwrights' only son was no longer a child. Jack was now 27 years old. Despite the family's hopes that he would go to West Point, he had found his calling at sea as a sailor aboard an ocean liner. He had also found love with a young woman named Elfrida, to whom he had proposed. Wainwright had begged his son to go on a few more voyages before going to the altar. Only by spending time apart could a man and woman know how much they wished to be together. If their love endured upon reuniting, they could marry then. When the couple rejected this advice and married in April 1940, Wainwright had no choice but to fall on his sword. On another point, however, he would not do so. If war came, he expected his son to leave commercial shipping for a berth in the United States Navy. "Our family is always in every war. Don't be an exception," read the letter Wainwright wrote en route to the Philippines during a stop in San Francisco after passing through the Panama Canal. Secretly, he worried that being in the Philippines would mean he himself would miss the war. The real one, that is, in Europe. The army, he joked, had sent him out to pasture. If so, he would go out as a major general. The one-star pennant atop the ship switched to a two-star pennant upon word that he had received yet another promotion. After a trip made memorable with bridge tournaments, movie screenings, dances, and occasional seasickness, the ship arrived in Manila on November 1st, 1940. For the first time in his career, Wainwright found himself in command of a division. 10,000 men strong, the so-called Philippine Division represented the largest American Army unit on the islands. Yet, only 2,000 of the troops were actually American. The rest were Philippine scouts. Though some of the troops occupied barracks in Manila and some at Fort Stotsenburg to the north, Wainwright would make his home for now at the division's headquarters at Fort McKinley, slightly south of the city. The house awaiting him was so large that he joked about moving his horses into the parlor when they finished their own voyage, as all three of them did the next month. Much has been written about the many ways Americans in the Philippines found to amuse themselves in the years leading up to the war. But the diary Wainwright kept tells a lesser-known story, one of intense preparation to carry out War Plan Orange. Back in 1899, Arthur MacArthur and other American officers had seen that the beaches along Lingayen Gulf offered an ideal landing site for depositing troops at the top of Luzon's Central Plain, which pointed the way southward between the mountains to Manila. If the Japanese attacked, Wainwright expected them to make the most of this geography, and to do so in December or January, when the weather would most favor a landing. It was those months, then, that Wainwright devoted to a series of war games shortly after his arrival. "Orange," meaning Japan, "has landed at Lingayen," Wainwright wrote in his diary on January 12, 1941. "Withdraw to Bataan, the peninsula where American forces would make their last stand." The years he had spent studying the plan had made his opinion of it only more pessimistic. Like MacArthur, Wainwright believed the best defense against an attack required counterattacking, not retreating. "A defense must be active, damn it, not passive," Wainwright would later write. Orange was a defeatist plan, but our feeling in the matter didn't change it. His men needed to be ready to execute it, and he would see to it that they were. "Sometimes I feel as if my life was a continuous string of never-ending war games," Pugh wrote. This is not to say that there was no time for leisure. Friends had heard Wainwright call golf a namby-pamby game and tease the men he saw wasting their time chasing a little pill. But after arriving in the Philippines, he took up the sport, not because he learned to like it, but because it passed the hours. To his new daughter-in-law, who would become a confidant, Wainwright described a normal day at Fort McKinley this way. "I ride every morning at 6 a.m. for about 1¼ to 1½ hours. Come home, clean up, change clothes, eat breakfast, and go to work, usually driving around first to see the troops at training and inspect the post. Then go to my office and home at 1 o'clock for lunch. In the afternoons, play a little golf and go back to the office to clean up what has been left over. The next cocktail hour never seemed far away, and a wise officer always kept his dress whites close by. In the evenings, there were dances and dinners at the many Manila clubs, including the University Club, where Wainwright would return the next year under very different circumstances. Though he could not foresee the humiliations in store for him there, he began to see a change in Manila. It began to lose, as he put it, the sparkle. By spring 1941, husbands and wives had been living for months with the knowledge that their days together were numbered. Wainwright had informed his officers of the Army's evacuation order. Like most of the other wives, Mrs. Wainwright did not want to go. Wainwright later wrote, "Like most of the other husbands, I guess, I lied to her and told her it would be just a short separation, that the trouble would blow over soon." In his bones, however, he had begun to feel otherwise. The dreaded day came on May 14th, 1941. At noon, Adele and her mother headed off to sea. There were sudden tears along the rails of the ship, and all of us on the dock waving with frozen smiles felt mighty bad, Wainwright remembered. His diary entry for the day captured the emotions best. "Oh, how lonesome, but I must hold up. Adele is gone." His health had been good, but in the weeks afterward his eyes would struggle with reading, and his teeth would hurt. Pugh remembered feeling a similar ache after his wife and young son sailed away. So did almost every married American officer not named Douglas MacArthur. It could be argued that the order in May had no effect on MacArthur's family because he had officially retired from the United States Army. But even when the Army called MacArthur back into active service in July 1941, his wife and son still did not go back to America. Wainwright never felt the need to ask why. The possibility that as a general, Wainwright might spare himself from the awful farewells forced upon more junior officers never occurred to him. In some ways, the relationship between MacArthur and Wainwright had changed little since their days at West Point. MacArthur persisted in addressing Wainwright as Jim, even though almost no one else did. In front of others, Wainwright addressed MacArthur as General, but privately, sometimes, dared to be among the few who called him Douglas. That liberty, however, in no way made them equals. Outside an inner circle that never included Wainwright, MacArthur kept himself a distant figure. He did not relish going out to share cocktails with fellow officers, as Wainwright so often did. When MacArthur saw Wainwright for dinner or in some other social setting, it was usually because protocol required it. Before MacArthur assumed command of United States Army forces in the Far East, his conversations with Wainwright almost never touched on fighting Japan. Afterward, they touched on little else. MacArthur explained that he envisioned dividing his force in Luzon into two corps, a northern and a southern force, and offered Wainwright, as the highest-ranking field commander, his pick. "Which do you consider the most important point in the Philippines to defend?" Wainwright asked. "Where do you think the main danger is, the place where some distinction can be gained?" Only after MacArthur answered the North did Wainwright say, "I'd like that." In truth, he had already known the answer. The North included the beaches of Lingayen, but it was better to defer to MacArthur, even if it would not always be so easy to do. The newly organized North Luzon Force would have its headquarters at Fort Stotzenburg, which fittingly gave the old cavalryman Wainwright command of the famous 26th Cavalry, but also meant he would retain only a sliver of the polished Philippine Division, most of which MacArthur planned to keep as part of a reserve force around Manila between the two corps. The bulk of both the North and South Luzon forces would come, instead, from the so-called Philippine Army, which MacArthur would form out of the conscripts who had passed through the training camps he had run since 1937. Of the 10 Philippine Army divisions, which began being inducted into the United States Army in September 1941, Wainwright would command 4. In these conscripts, MacArthur saw a way out of the years of strategic struggle behind War Plan Orange, an alternative to retreating to Bataan. But, as the first regiments arrived at their camps, Wainwright saw something else. An organizational challenge, familiar perhaps to generals from long-standing colonial powers, such as Britain, but completely foreign to any American general. Attired in canvas shoes and short pants, and lacking steel helmets, the conscripts did not look like soldiers. They did not act like them either. A paper army, Wainwright would call them, by which he meant a fighting force that existed in the memos generals passed back and forth, but not in the barracks. The Philippine Army troops are not well trained, so I will have a big job getting them ready to fight, Wainwright wrote to his son and daughter-in-law. It was not the troops' fault. For all the work American teachers had done to spread English, and the recent steps the Philippine government had taken to make a national language out of the dominant Luzon dialect known as Tagalog, the conscripts from the countryside could often understand neither. Even the simplest order regarding basic sanitation required time-consuming translations into 6 different dialects before all the members of one company could understand it. And even if more time could have gone to combat training, the camps did not have enough ammunition to spare for practice with the rifles the United States had furnished from stock left over from World War I. Some of the artillery units had never fired their guns. Had they would have discovered that some of the decade-old shells no longer worked. Not until November 28th did Wainwright move to Fort Stotsenburg and officially assume command of the North Luzon force. MacArthur had said not to rush. "You'll probably have until about April to train those troops," he had told Wainwright during a meeting in Manila. At Stotsenburg, Wainwright found a headquarters in name only. He had little more than Johnny Pugh on the verge of becoming a major, and the young, sociable new aide, Thomas Dooley, on the verge of becoming a captain. A corps commander needed a far larger staff, and Wainwright would need to build his from scratch. An even more daunting challenge awaited to the north at the camps housing the Philippine Army divisions. After visiting these camps, including one called O'Donnell, in early December, Wainwright left disgusted with the filthy and poor conditions he saw. More and more, Wainwright found himself reflecting on what MacArthur had said during their last meeting. Even if the older man was right that the Japanese would wait until April, even if the warnings from Washington of imminent attack were wrong, Wainwright did not see how the Philippine Army would be ready. He could not imagine the troops under his command holding the beaches at all costs, as MacArthur's orders on December 3rd stated. For so many untrained men dispersed over so long a coastline, there were not enough good officers, not enough good means of transportation, and basically no means of communication beyond unsecured telephone lines. MacArthur had deluded the War Department, to say nothing of himself, into believing his command to be ready for any eventuality. He needed to know the truth. Before waking to the news of Pearl Harbor on December 8th, Wainwright had planned to deliver the message in person to Manila. By the time he had packed his field bag and stepped outside to the roar of bombers, however, his travel plans had changed. Rather than heading south for a meeting with MacArthur, he knew he would be heading north for a meeting with the Japanese. As the Japanese bombers continued pounding Clark Field, a car drove up beside Wainwright. Out stepped his aide, Tom Dooley, who had been visiting a girl he liked in Manila. Dooley had expected to see Wainwright in the city for breakfast, but had set off for Stotsenburg after the general had not shown, as he usually did, 15 minutes early. Realizing that the road back to Stotsenburg had taken Dooley through the fires consuming Clark Field, Wainwright called his aide a damned fool, and then made plans to award him a Silver Star for his courage. Dooley, like Pugh already, would become like a son to Wainwright. He would celebrate his aides' birthdays and fret for their safety. But for now, he could think only about how much he longed for his wife as he made his way over to the wreckage of the airfield. Low-flying Japanese fighter planes had finished the job the bombers had begun. Bits of the B-17s that General Brereton had left behind on Luzon lay in ruins beneath the smoke. So did the hope of stopping a Japanese invading force before it reached the islands. Dooley was certain the United States would reassert air supremacy soon, but Wainwright knew otherwise. In the days ahead, Brereton would request permission to remove the remaining B-17s on the archipelago to Australia. And with the skies surrendered, so would be the seas. Japanese bombers would blow up the naval base the Americans had maintained in Manila Bay by the ruins of the Spanish fleet, and almost all the ships that America had left would sail away. For the foreseeable future, the skies and seas would belong to the Japanese. They would land, soon, and to oppose them, Wainwright had Philippine Army divisions that he could not trust, and only one regiment of Philippine scouts that he could, the 800 horsemen of the 26th Cavalry. On the night of December 10th, the Philippine troops manning the beaches along Lingayen Gulf saw shadows in the water. One of the Philippine Army batteries opened fire. Then all the batteries began spewing out the shells the Army had so carefully rationed over the preceding months. The old machine guns joined the firing spree. So did the vintage rifles. It was like dropping a match in a warehouse of 4th of July fireworks, said an American officer who witnessed the display. Instantly, Lingayen Gulf was ablaze. In the morning, MacArthur's office released a statement, declaring that the Philippine troops had proven their mettle by repulsing an enemy landing. In truth, the troops had unleashed against a single reconnaissance motorboat, whose operators now knew the location of virtually every American gun. Nevertheless, MacArthur's assurances that his forces had begun mopping up the remnants of the invasion filled American newspapers with banner headlines. As late as December 14th, the New York Times proclaimed, "Japanese forces wiped out in western Luzon." Never mind that they had not even landed there yet. To the east, however, there was no denying that the Japanese had landed. They had established 3 advanced bases. One lay on the tail of the dragon-shaped island south of Wainwright's sector. The other 2 lay in it, north of Lingayen Gulf, on the Dragon's Wing, where Wainwright could offer little opposition. So he had opted to give none. To have defended every inch of a coastline as long as Luzon's, as MacArthur had previously ordered, would have left Lingayen Gulf open to the main landing, which Wainwright still expected shortly. It came in the early hours of December 22nd, but with a twist. Instead of landing on the bottom of the Gulf where the Philippine guns had put on their firework display 12 days earlier, some 43,000 Japanese troops began splashing ashore on the more sparsely defended eastern side, where they could link up with the earlier expeditionary landings, now marching down the side of the Dragon's Wing, along a coastal highway called Route 3. The road would eventually take them, if not stopped, straight down the Central Plain, around the side of Manila Bay, and into the capital. They would come with air support and tanks. Wainwright begged for tanks of his own but received only 5. Some would later say there was a feeling the old cavalryman could not be trusted with more. What Philippine Army forces he had in the vicinity quickly gave way. To slow down the Japanese on their D-Day, he had only the 26th Cavalry. The horsemen made their stand on a hill, even as the American tanks fell behind it, a move that created confusion when Japanese tanks came up the rear at nightfall and took aim at the horses. Had not the scouts led their steeds across a bridge that a quick-thinking officer stayed behind to set ablaze, the Japanese would have routed the regiment. As it was, it had suffered 150 casualties and lost many of its best horses, including one of Wainwright's own. A bullet had struck his beloved little boy in the brain. "It is hard to see a man die," Wainwright wrote, "but for a cavalryman, it is almost equally hard to see a gallant horse die." With the Japanese in control of Lingayen, Wainwright had no choice but to begin pulling his forces back from the beaches toward the headquarters he had established below the nearby Agno River. There, in a camouflaged metal trailer surrounded by a few tents and a bamboo shack covered with coconut leaves. He began plotting the counterattack he hoped to deliver with the aid of what he had learned from the fighting so far. MacArthur had proven both far-sighted and naive. Far-sighted that Filipinos could make outstanding soldiers. Naive that rapidly mobilized conscripts could. Only with a full division of Philippine scouts like the men of the 26th Cavalry did Wainwright have any hope of throwing the Japanese back upon the beaches. MacArthur had such men in reserve, the Philippine division that Wainwright had formerly commanded. If MacArthur would send it north now, Wainwright saw possibilities. "Give me an answer now on whether I get the Philippine division," he said on a call to MacArthur's office on the afternoon of December 23rd. A long silence followed. Then came an answer. "It's highly improbable." That night, someone from 1 Calle Victoria called back. There was to be no counterattack at all, Wainwright was told. WPO3 is in effect. Now it was Wainwright who went silent. "You understand?" the voice on the other end asked. "Yes," Wainwright said. "I understand." He did understand all too well. WPO3 meant War Plan Orange. There were many close to Wainwright who thought MacArthur had been mad for having abandoned the plan in the first place. A lower-ranking general who served under Wainwright would say, "MacArthur and Sutherland were trying to draw up a plan in a few days after discarding the one that had been worked on for 25 years. To discard a plan like that, I thought, was a terrible thing." An aide later claimed that he heard Wainwright himself describe the switch to MacArthur's plan as a major mistake. If so, Wainwright kept that opinion secret from even members of his own family. In fact, years after, they would credit him with having urged MacArthur to scrap Orange. The secret to reconciling these seemingly contradictory accounts lies in Wainwright's own memoirs, where he made a point of saying he shared MacArthur's preference for offensive action, but also added that War Plan Orange was the only plan the Army had. That was a diplomatic way of saying what Wainwright had realized as soon as he had seen the Philippine Army troops. MacArthur's strategy had never been a realistic alternative. The months spent shifting to it, Wainwright recognized, would now make War Plan Orange all the much harder to implement. On the first day of fighting under Orange, the Army should have begun readying Batan's defenses for the stand the troops would eventually make on the peninsula. Under MacArthur's plan, however, the food, medicine, and other supplies that the men would need in the jungles of Batan had instead moved farther away, to depots as dispersed as the forces MacArthur had stretched upon the shores of Luzon. Wainwright estimated he had 28,000 troops, whom he would have to corral from points across North Luzon for a journey that would require soldiers to go an average of 150 miles. He had rehearsed a similar maneuver the year before, albeit with professional soldiers, and would fall back now on the same series of parallel defensive lines he had used then. The first traversing the central plain just below Lingayen, and each subsequent one lying one night's march farther south, closer to Manila Bay. The timing worried Wainwright the most. If he held any line too long, the Japanese would turn his retreat into a rout, but if he abandoned his lines too soon, he would doom the South Luzon force making its own retreat from Japanese troops landing on the tail of the island. A look at the dragon-shaped island reveals why. To reach Batan, the members of the South Luzon force would first have to move up the hind legs of the island past Manila and then curve around the belly of the bay. As they did, they would find themselves traveling up Route 3, the same road that Wainwright's North Luzon force would be withdrawing down. In fact, the two forces would pick up Route 7, the highway to Batan, in the same place, a city called San Fernando, 10 miles below Wainwright's 5th and final defensive line. His men needed to hold that position as a shield as long as it took for the South Luzon force to pass behind. The additional time could benefit Wainwright's own men, too. If they made it too quickly to Bataan, they would find it unfortified, undersupplied, and unready to receive them. In times of trial, history often serves as comfort. In search of it, Wainwright looked to the Civil War stories he loved for a precedent for the challenge he faced. He could find none on either the Union or Confederate side. It was unlike any of the textbook retreats I had studied, he wrote. In these classic retreats, the object was to get away from the enemy by speed of movement. Moving down toward Bataan, we have the definitive mission of delaying the enemy as long as practicable. MacArthur hoped it would be practicable until January 8th. What Wainwright saw on the morning of December 24th, however, made him wonder if it would be practicable till even Christmas. Driving in his Packard sedan with Tom Dooley to a town called Benalonan on the far right side of the 1st defensive line, where the depleted 26th Cavalry had gone into reserve behind a Philippine Army division, Wainwright spotted Japanese tanks pouring down Route 3 unopposed. In fact, had he not chosen to take an old road running parallel to the highway, his sedan would have met the tanks head-on. The Philippine Army division supposedly standing in the way had vanished and left the 26th Cavalry to once again stand alone against the Japanese onslaught. Mistaking the explosives the cavalrymen had fashioned out of soda bottles and gasoline for anti-tank weaponry, the Japanese stopped their tanks and sent in their infantry. Dismounted in a ditch, the crack-shot cavalrymen beat back wave after wave of soldiers, screaming "Banzai!" The intensity of the fire made it no place for a general, but Wainwright insisted on having his Packard parked. "I'm going on," he said, and gave instructions in case he did not return. Major William Chandler of the 26th Cavalry noted the characteristic coolness with which Wainwright stepped out of the car a little before noon. Word of his presence, Chandler wrote, spread up and down the line like wildfire, and the men settled down to their sharpshooting of incautiously exposed Japs with renewed confidence. How long the cavalrymen could keep it up was what worried Dooley. He begged Wainwright to look out for his own safety. The drink of scotch that Wainwright happily shared with the cavalry officers, however, seemed to fill him with a determination to share whatever fate they faced. Not until around 1:30 in the afternoon did he finally consent to leave. The cavalrymen held out for another 2 hours, while he moved back behind the Ogno River, where the rest of the army would soon make its second defensive line. A bleak Christmas, Wainwright noted in his diary the next day, before adding this, "I am more proud of the cavalry today than ever in my life." There would be little other holiday cheer, only canned beans, a little scotch, and memories of family celebrations past. The Christmas tree, the arrangement of our boys' toys, the carefully wrapped packages for my wife, Wainwright wrote. This year he could send her only a radio message, which was not nothing, he would soon learn. A pattern began to emerge. Wainwright would take up a new defensive line, which was never so straight or solidly held as to merit the word, see it breached, and then order his men to fall back to the next position to the south under the cover of night. Even though Wainwright had approved requisitioning buses and cars, he could not round up enough to compensate for the shortage arising from the sudden switch to War Plan Orange. Buses, Wainwright wrote, were loaded to the ceilings. Philippine Army soldiers left to walk saw signs of disaster wherever they looked. Down below at the bare feet poking through their canvas shoes, up above are the Japanese planes flying unopposed. Our troops are under continual bombing and strafing by the enemy, Johnny Pugh wrote. The best trained troops in the world would not hold under such circumstances, and these are green, raw Filipinos. Casualties and desertions thinned divisions already short of full strength. As they fell back, depots containing enormous quantities of food and other supplies that the soldiers would need on Bataan fell behind enemy lines. By December 30th, the eastern end of Wainwright's 4th defensive line had completely collapsed at a place called Cabanatuan and left the Japanese free to race down Route 5, a highway running south parallel to Route 3 before merging with it near Manila Bay, but not before offering a shortcut to a critical river crossing that the South Luzon force would need to make at a town called Kalumpit. If the Japanese seized the bridges there, the members of the South Luzon force would have no way to cross the yawning Pampanga River as they rounded the bay. Seeking to head off disaster, Wainwright gave orders to form the fifth and final defensive line and headed to a place called Plaridel, just east of Kalumpit. It was here that the Japanese forces advancing down Route 5 would face a choice: take the shortcut to Kalumpit or continue south toward Manila. On December 31st, Wainwright found Brigadier General Albert Jones, the commander of the South Luzon force, in a Plaridel schoolhouse. His men had begun crossing the Pampanga before dawn, and Wainwright now ordered Jones's covering force to fall back closer to the bridgehead. Jones refused. "I'm giving you a direct order," responded Wainwright, believing that both sides of the bridges lay within his sector, and that he outranked any general in the Philippines not named MacArthur. Only then did Jones reveal what MacArthur had done. His headquarters had changed the dividing line between the North and South Luzon forces to the Pampanga itself. The shift made sense as the two armies reached their nexus, but the failure to inform Wainwright was inexcusable. So humiliated was Wainwright afterward that he misrepresented the incident in his own diary. But instead of holding a grudge, Wainwright would hold the other side of the bridges. He waited there until Jones crossed with the last of his men during the pre-dawn hours of the first day of the new year. The two generals found some alcohol and drank to 1942. Sometime after 5 in the morning, Wainwright ordered the bridges blown. His chief engineer had rigged them with dynamite, but protested that he still had crews working on the other side. Wainwright agreed to delay, but soon spied Japanese soldiers approaching. "We cannot wait any longer," he said. "Blow it, now." He would never forget the deafening roar as the spans crashed down at 6:15 a.m. into the river that now stood between the bulk of the Japanese army and the South and North Luzon forces, set to converge in San Fernando and then down into Bataan. In truth, the Japanese stranded on the other side of Pampanga worried little about the pathetic parade vanishing across the river. The road ahead for the Americans and Filipinos would be neither easy nor clear. Cars and buses and trucks would clog the highway as soldiers and civilian refugees, carrying what they could, filed alongside, and as bombs and bullets rained from planes flying overhead. At the top of the peninsula where Bataan began lay another major river crossing. Of the 28,000 men Wainwright had led from the shores of Lingayen, only 16,000 would cross this final bridge. In all, however, thanks to the time he had won with his skilled withdrawal, more than 80,000 soldiers would. Last among them would be Wainwright himself. This time he insisted on being the final man across the steel span his engineers then blew into the water. "The general sentimentality gripes me at times," Dooley would say afterward. The Japanese would vastly underestimate the number of soldiers Wainwright would succeed in leading into Bataan, but would not underestimate the amount of food awaiting them there. As the Japanese soldiers watched Wainwright escape across the Pampanga River, they had every reason to believe that what remained of his ragged force could not hold out long in a hostile jungle, poorly prepared for a last stand. Indeed, his escape had cleared the path to the prize the Japanese coveted most. The city Arthur MacArthur had entered in 1898. There had been no all-out battle for Manila then, and Arthur's son would make sure there was none now. To spare the capital, Douglas MacArthur had declared it an open city. The Japanese would not find him there. He had fled across the water to Corregidor, the rock at the entrance to the bay, in the clutches of the dragon. Chapter 4. Tunnel View. Around the same time Wainwright learned that War Plan Orange had gone into effect, Jean MacArthur did too. On the evening of December 23rd, her husband came home from his office on the walls of Intramuros and sat down to dinner in the penthouse dining room, framed by windows on 3 sides. During the day, she had seen Japanese planes fly by and drop their bombs on targets around the bay. There was nothing to see at night with the curtains drawn and the city blacked out, except for occasional, mysterious flares, which were said to be the work of Japanese collaborators. The strange sounds that residents heard in the darkness added to their paranoia. Air raid alarms and scattered gunfire mixed with the music still emanating from the Manila Hotel's dance floor. In spite of the revelry happening below, Jean had sent little Arthur and his nanny, the Chinese woman named Lo Chiu, but always called Ah Chu in the family, to sleep downstairs in the belief that the penthouse would take the worst of a bomb. Alone with the general in the dining room, Jean remembered the spooky light that the dim lamp by the table cast on his face, as he began telling her that he had aborted his plan to hold the beaches and that Manila would fall as the North and South Luzon forces made their way to Bataan. MacArthur would not meet them there. He would move his headquarters to Corregidor. Jean, Arthur, and Achu would come too. They would leave the next afternoon. The news did not astonish Jean. She had sensed it coming. Her husband had known for some time that his plan to defend the beaches had failed, even if he refused to admit it to anyone beyond his most trusted advisers. One day earlier, he had invited his personal aide, Lieutenant Colonel Sid Huff, over to the penthouse and told Jean and Arthur to sit around the Christmas tree and open their presents while they still could. Some boys might have found the timing alarming, but not Arthur. Rarely had he known a day when he had not received some gift from his father. On this day, the boy found a red tricycle. Jean unwrapped box after box of clothes, including some lingerie. "Sir Boss," she said, using a pet name for her husband as she held up the outfits. "They are beautiful. Thank you so much." She might have thanked Huff instead because MacArthur had ordered his aide to pick out Jean's presents. MacArthur had no time to visit stores, and Jean now knew that she would have no space to carry any of these new garments with her. She wrapped them back up and hid them in a closet. Each of them could take only one suitcase to Corregidor. Jean filled hers mostly with canned food and other supplies Arthur might need. She also packed her marriage certificate, as if worried someone somewhere might doubt that she had really married Douglas MacArthur. At 4 o'clock on December 24th, Sid Huff arrived and began carrying the suitcases downstairs. Jean convinced him to take Arthur's new tricycle, too. As Huff loaded the baggage onto a truck, Jean took a last look around the drawing room, decorated with gold furniture, red drapes, and satin walls. Her eyes stopped at a glass door cabinet that she had custom-built for the medals and decorations her husband had won during his 4 decades in the Army. Grabbing a towel, she swiped it across the shelf until she had wrapped up all the awards. There were 2 more items to move: a pair of vases the Emperor of Japan, the current Emperor's grandfather, had presented to General Arthur MacArthur during his travels. Jean could not take the vases with her. Instead, she placed them on a stand near the entrance. "Maybe when the Japanese see it, they will respect our home," she said. Then she looked down at Arthur and said, "Ready to go to Corregidor?" At the pier, however, the ship Don Esteban was not ready. Already once that day, Japanese bombers had struck around the port. The ship would wait for night, when darkness would provide cover. In the meantime, workers loaded the Commonwealth's currency reserves and banked deposits onto the ship. Arthur played on the steel deck until an air raid siren forced him below. When Jean brought him back up, he said, "Mummy, I've seen enough of Corregidor." Her efforts to explain that they had not even left the pier made no headway. The boy set his eyes toward the Manila Hotel. "I want to go home," he said. As the sun set, Jean brought Arthur back below deck and comforted him with old friend, the stuffed rabbit she had packed for him. It was dark now, but the boat still did not move. The 100 or so passengers waited for one more. Jean's husband had given orders not to leave without him. At his office at 1 Calle Victoria, General MacArthur still had business to do. First was a farewell to General Brereton, the head of the Far East Air Force. MacArthur had ordered Brereton to Australia with the remaining B-17s. For what had happened to the other bombers, both men knew they would have to answer to history. "I hope that you will tell the people outside what we have done and protect my reputation as a fighter," MacArthur said. "General, your reputation will never need any protection," Brereton responded. He had asked to stay on MacArthur's staff, but the old man saw no role for the air chief now. They had lost the battle for the skies on that first day. So dangerous was the situation afterward that aides had urged MacArthur to take down the American flag atop his headquarters, for fear it would draw Japanese bombers. "Take every normal precaution," MacArthur had said, "but let's keep the flag flying." He had insisted on standing without a helmet atop the walls of Intramuros as the bombers would fly past. When they had gone, he would return inside to his office, where he would pace back and forth, as he did now upon Brereton's departure. MacArthur's eyes scanned the row of flags behind his desk before stopping at one in the corner. The red 4-star flag he had used during his days as the Army Chief of Staff. Now a 4-star general again, he wondered if the flag might come in handy. "Rogers," MacArthur bellowed at an enlisted man named Paul Rogers, "cut off that flag for me." A clerk most valued for his skills as a stenographer, Rogers had no scissors and no clue how to cut a flag without one. "Cut it off," MacArthur repeated. So, with his boss glaring, Rogers began untying the banner. When done, he handed it to MacArthur, who tucked it under his arm. "Well," he said, "I guess it's time to go. There isn't anything left to do here." He put on the gold-braided field cap he had worn throughout his time as the Field Marshal of the Philippines. "I'll be back," people heard him say as he headed out to the limousine, ready to take him to the Don Esteban. One last disagreeable duty awaited at the pier. A meeting with Admiral Thomas C. Hart, the Navy's top Asiatic commander, who had stayed in Manila despite ordering almost all his ships away from the Philippines. He had infuriated MacArthur by refusing to indulge the notion that the ships could assist with bringing relief to the islands through the blockade the Japanese had begun to establish. The Navy, MacArthur believed, had betrayed the Army. Not until past 8 o'clock did MacArthur board the Don Esteban and set off for Corregidor. The munitions and supplies the Americans had set ablaze, rather than leave for the Japanese, illuminated the sky and silhouetted the weeping men lowering the American flag over Intramuros, where MacArthur's father had first seen it rise, to the sound of cheers in 1898. In a warehouse near the pier, the books that had belonged to Arthur MacArthur, but that had not found a place on the shelves of the penthouse library, went up in flames. The sound of the explosions followed the passengers out into the darkness of the bay, as the city receded behind them into the distance. Only the stars lit the sky ahead. Some of the soldiers started singing Christmas carols, which filled them with such a longing for home that they switched to off-color songs they would have never sung in front of their families. Fortunately, little Arthur heard not a word as he slept below deck with old friend. His father sat alone, above, with his head cradled in his hands. If Luzon looks like a dragon with its claws wrapping around Manila Bay, then Corregidor looks like a tadpole in danger. Widest to the west, where its mountainous head faces the South China Sea, the island trails off 3.5 miles to the east, with a tail leading into the bay, whose entrance it divides into two. Just a few miles to the north across the narrow upper channel lies the tip of the Bataan Peninsula. Out of the larger lower channel to the south rise 3 other islands, little cousins to Corregidor. Americans, seeing the lay of the land for the first time in 1898, marveled that the Spanish had allowed Admiral Dewey to steam his fleet into the bay, and vowed never to let anyone repeat the feat. Around the head of Corregidor, work began on building batteries powerful enough to repel invasion from the South China Sea. But the batteries, when done, had 2 weaknesses. All lacked turrets and lay open to attack from above, and many could direct their fire only toward vessels attempting to enter the bay via the South China Sea. If an enemy landing at Lingayen Gulf approached Manila Bay from the rear and succeeded in gaining control of the mountains at the bottom of the Bataan Peninsula, it would control elevations commanding the highest peaks on Corregidor. In other words, to retain Corregidor, American forces would need to retain Bataan. And even if they could, the designers of Corregidor's defenses had failed to account for the dawn of the age of air power. Americans posted on Corregidor in the years leading up to World War II recognized these shortcomings, but could do little about them because of a 1922 disarmament treaty the United States and Japan had signed. In exchange for agreeing to limits on shipbuilding, Japan had insisted the United States halt further fortification of the Philippine coastline. The treaty, however, said nothing about building a tunnel for a road. If it so happened that such a tunnel could double as a bomb-proof shelter, then the officers overseeing its construction would feel no obligation to say so. As it turned out, Corregidor was in need of such a tunnel. Between the mountainous head of the Tadpole and the tail stood Malinta Hill. In 1931, engineers using prisoners for workers began mining their way through the hard rock of the hill and carving out a semicircular-shaped opening about 25 feet wide. The tunnel would stretch 800 feet from one end of the hill to the other, and the digging did not stop there. Off the main east-west tunnel, workers built a couple dozen lateral lines as well as other branch-offs and annexes that could provide living quarters, office space, storage facilities, and even a hospital. Concrete reinforced the rock walls and made the entire complex a bomb shelter capable of housing thousands of people. By the time MacArthur set off for Corregidor on Christmas Eve, the tunnel already did. Among the new residents were President Manuel Quezon, his family, and much of his government. It was an hour before midnight by the time the Don Esteban docked at a narrow, low-lying strip of the island, known as Bottomside, between the entrance to the Malinta Tunnel and Topside, as the high ground crowning the island's head was known. George Moore, the general in charge of the harbor defenses, led the MacArthurs into the tunnel to their sleeping quarters, with an apology. "We have never had women around here, and things may be a little crude," Moore said. Jean, Arthur, and Ah Chu would sleep with Quezon's wife and daughters in one lateral. MacArthur and his staff would sleep with Quezon and his aides in another. All of the men would have their own bunks, but would have to share a bathroom. Each lateral had only one of those. On one side of the bathroom, separated by nothing more than a piece of cloth, was the room where Quezon would sleep. On the other side was the room where he and other Catholic Filipinos had set up a little chapel and would observe a midnight Christmas Mass. Even far away from the latrines, the musty air had a sickening smell that the abundant use of disinfectant somehow made worse. Already suffering from tuberculosis, the once energetic and now emaciated Quezon struggled to breathe. The sound of his coughing echoed through the darkness. Never again would MacArthur spend a night in the tunnel. Despite being warned that Topside was an easy target for bombers, MacArthur moved his family and his headquarters there the next morning. In pre-war days, the pleasant quality of life on Topside surprised new arrivals who knew Corregidor only by its nickname, the Rock. In truth, rich vegetation, including blooms of hibiscus and bougainvillea, covered the island, while sea breezes kept the temperature several degrees cooler than Manila. By the old Spanish lighthouse on Topside, the Army had built houses of white stucco for officers, as well as barracks for enlisted men, a club, a movie theater, a parade ground, and the obligatory 9-hole golf course. For a few days, the Japanese allowed MacArthur to enjoy the new home he made with his family. He had a turkey dinner for Christmas and celebrated Jean's 43rd birthday. His staff set up a headquarters in the barracks and posted Marines to guard the corner office for him. Then on December 29th came the air raid siren. Jean had been standing on the porch of her new house with her husband and his chief of staff, Sutherland, when she heard the noise and saw Japanese bombers approaching in a V formation across the clear sky over topside. "You better get Arthur and get down as quick as you can," MacArthur told her, as a bomb struck the movie theater. She found Arthur with Achu inside the house and led them, as fast as she could in the sandals and dress she had on, to a nearby bunker. She barged in only to find a soldier showering naked inside, but immediately confronted a more serious problem. The iron doors to the bunker would not latch, no matter how hard she pushed. For more than 3 hours the boy would sit in his nanny's lap and make no sound as the explosions outside rattled the doors open and shut. During lulls in the attack, Jean would send her driver, a Filipino sergeant by the name of Benny, to check on her husband. He had insisted on standing outside and counting the planes, even after one of their bombs crashed through the room where he had slept the previous night, and another through the roof of the barracks where he had his office. As usual, he refused to wear a helmet, so his Filipino orderly, Sergeant Domingo Avisario, tried to hold his own over both their heads. "One half in front my face, one half in front General's face," a reporter heard Avisario explain afterward. It was his hand, not his helmet, that blocked a shard of steel whirling at MacArthur's head. The orderly could feel MacArthur's knees quaking, but others watching from farther away saw only the general's courage. MacArthur did not take cover even when the entire topside area was disintegrating and burning around him, one awestruck aide wrote afterward. He was still standing erect in the shambles as the last planes droned away. That was the end of life on topside. The process of packing up what remained of MacArthur's headquarters began immediately. From then on, his staff would work inside the Malinta tunnel. In a meeting there, Quezon demanded MacArthur explain his recklessness. "The Japs have not, as yet, fabricated the bomb with my name on it," MacArthur kidded, even though Adversario had already told Quezon otherwise. "I also know that I have no right to gamble with my life," said MacArthur, turning earnest. "But it is absolutely necessary that at the right time the Supreme Commander should take these chances because of the effect all down the line. For when they see the man at the top risking his life, the man at the bottom says, 'I guess if the old man can take it, I can take it too.'" MacArthur's office issued a curious press release afterward. "General MacArthur narrowly escaped serious injury in a recent bombing raid in Bataan," it read. Never mind that he had been nowhere near Bataan, and that none of the frontline troops heading there had seen the example he hoped to set. The next day, on a platform erected just outside the Malinta tunnel and decorated with Philippine and American flags, MacArthur staged another moment rich in symbolism, an inauguration ceremony for Quezon. An election held just weeks before Pearl Harbor had given him a second term in office. When he had taken the oath for the first time 6 years earlier, MacArthur had brooded that the American president, Franklin Roosevelt, had authorized his soldiers on the islands to give the Commonwealth's first president only a 19-gun salute, instead of the 21 reserved for truly independent heads of state. MacArthur called the gesture an insult. Now, in the distance, as Quezon prepared to commence his second term, there was the sound of more fire than MacArthur could have ever wished. Chief Justice Jose Abad Santos, whom the Japanese would soon capture and make a martyr, administered the oath. Like the American president, the ailing Philippine one now relied on a wheelchair, but hid it for his inauguration. Standing on his own, Quezon said, "At the present time we have but one task, to fight with America, for America and the Philippines." MacArthur spoke next. Like his father, he believed the future of democracy depended on the Philippines. Unlike his father, he had a gift for words as lofty as such ideas, even if sometimes he would have been better off dropping his rhetorical flourishes, and, as the expression goes, just getting on with it. The speech he delivered this day found the right balance with echoes of the man he remembered as his father's hero, Abraham Lincoln. Never before in all history has there been a more solemn and significant inauguration. An act, symbolical of democratic processes, is placed against the background of a sudden merciless war. The thunder of death and destruction dropped from the skies can be heard in the distance. Our ears almost catch the roar of battle as our soldiers close on the firing line. The horizon is blackened by the smoke of destructive fire. The air reverberates to the dull roar of exploding bombs. Such is the bed of birth of this government, of this new nation. For 400 years the Philippines has struggled upward towards self-government. Just at the end of its tuitionary period, just on the threshold of independence, came the great hour of decision. The whole country followed its great leader in choosing the side of freedom against the side of slavery. A few more sentences, and then MacArthur finished and looked to the sky. "O merciful God," he said, "preserve this noble race." Only a few dozen people had witnessed his performance. None of them would forget how his voice had broken and his eyes had moistened. Although his staff had set up headquarters in lateral 3 of the tunnel, MacArthur continued to insist on living with his family beyond its walls, albeit in a less conspicuous position than topside. He picked a small gray cottage on the tail of the island, not far from the tunnel's eastern entrance. He would start his days there by putting on khaki pants and a khaki shirt with 4 bright stars that he would then conceal under a jacket. At first he wore a leather jacket, but as the mercury rose, the island's Chinese tailor made him a khaki one that he would wear for much of the rest of the war. Though he tried his best to keep up appearances, his clothes began to lose their usual crispness. He still shaved daily, but no longer with fresh water. The bombs had damaged the island's water system, and, even when fixed, made drinking water a cherished commodity. After hearing an enlisted man ask why officers could shave with fresh water but he could not, MacArthur ordered that everyone, himself included, shave with salt. His skin grew tougher, its creases more pronounced. The distinctive curve of his nose had always seemed beak-like. Now an aide noted that he looked like a tired hawk. After breakfast and a morning cigarette, he had not yet taken to pipes. MacArthur would head off for the first of several daily visits to lateral 3 of the Malinta Tunnel. He would carry a wooden walking stick and grin as he strolled down the aisle his aides had formed with desks on either side. "Good morning, Dick," MacArthur would say as he passed Sutherland, who had the final desk before his own at the end of the aisle. No matter how many times aides had swept MacArthur's desk before he arrived, the walls of the tunnel would always have a fresh coat of dust and moisture ready for him. Nevertheless, he would lay his cap down and go to work. MacArthur sat, sometimes bent over dispatches or reports, sometimes leaning back, foot propped against a desk drawer, talking to Sutherland. Remembered the clerk, Paul Rogers. The light lessened so much toward the back of the lateral that the staff had set up a sleeping area just behind MacArthur's desk. Here, between the bunk beds, MacArthur would do his pacing with Sutherland in tow. They worked so closely that Sutherland could sometimes give orders on behalf of MacArthur without consulting him. In the event of his death, MacArthur let it be known that Sutherland should take over. Never mind that there were generals on Bataan who outranked him. When those generals received orders from Corregidor, they heard Sutherland's voice rather than MacArthur's. Sutherland's specialty, the headquarters team learned, was delivering bad news. "Somebody around here has got to be the SOB. General MacArthur is not going to be. So, I guess I'm it," Sutherland said. He expected his fellow staff members to man their desks for long hours. MacArthur himself did not take Sundays off. Neither did the Japanese. When the air siren would go off, and the roar of the bombers loudened, people lurking outside the tunnel would race past the sandbags into the entrance and huddle against the walls, even as they began to convulse and crack and leak dust. Everyone had learned to leave the middle of the tunnel open for the ambulances that would arrive, with men bleeding from where they once had limbs. Out of lateral 3 would suddenly emerge MacArthur, walking against the flow of incoming traffic and heading toward the entrance with a scowl on his face and with a tale of aides begging him to reconsider and turn around. He never listened. He would venture out to watch the battle between the island's anti-aircraft guns and the Japanese bombers, as if he were, as one aide put it, keeping a baseball score. When one of the bombers would disappear with a puff of smoke and a flash, the others would simply close the gap in the V formation. If the planes caught MacArthur at home, rather than at the office, he would step outside, while Sergeant Benny loaded Jean, Achu, and Arthur into a car and drove them to the tunnel 90 seconds away. Jean would then return to the house, where she would ride out the raid with her husband and, if she could find it, a glass of sherry. No one knew what impact the terror would have on Arthur. Never in history had so many bombs fallen within a small radius of a boy so young and so far from any peers. At first, the air raids made his stomach hurt. Then, as tends to happen with children about to turn 4, he became an expert. He would reassure his nanny when she saw a small Japanese plane crisscrossing the island in the mornings. "No bombers," he would say. "Oblivation plane," by which he meant observation plane. When the bombers showed up a few hours later, he would recognize them too and scream, "Air raid! Air raid!" When the skies cleared, he would stand guard outside the entrance to the tunnel while sporting a military-looking cap. "Good morning, General," soldiers would say as they passed him. "I'm not a general," Arthur would respond. "I'm a sergeant." Asked why, he would pause, then say, "It's because sergeants drive automobiles." Much as he liked cars, he liked nurses more. They liked him, too, and, when not covered in blood, they would meet him at their mess for lunch. If bored later in the afternoon, he would inform his mother, "I'm hungry. I've got to go to the tunnel." The boy sergeant never went without food, but other soldiers had less. General MacArthur began to lose weight. Japanese bombers permitting, he and Jean made a point of eating once a day at the mess the officers had set up outside the tunnel entrance. MacArthur would line up with the others, cafeteria fashion, and, when his turn came, hold out a white china plate to the Chinese chef, dishing out whatever stew he had. The men knew not to ask what was in it. The meat often came from carabao, the water buffalo Filipinos hitched to carts. "Is good for you," the chef would say. In the early days, an abundance of canned fruits and jams would supplement the chef's concoctions. After the meal, as men sipped brackish-tasting coffee and flies swarmed, the general would linger and would hold court with the reporters who had found their way onto the rock. He would opine on subjects such as the quality of Japanese infantrymen. "First class," he would call them, while tipping back his chair and puffing on the second of the 3 cigarettes he allowed himself each day. One day in January, people on Corregidor learned that henceforth they would have only 2 meals a day, though many officers still found a way to obtain a third. MacArthur had ordered all his troops on Corregidor and Bataan on half rations after receiving a distressing report about the food shortage on the peninsula. In 50 days, the soldiers on Bataan would run out of canned meat and fish. In 40 days, canned milk. In 30 days, flour and canned vegetables. And in 20 days, rice. As things stood, the quartermaster said, the troops on Bataan would make it no longer than 2 months on a most unbalanced, 1/2 ration diet. None of these numbers should have come as a surprise. When War Plan Orange had gone into effect, the first barges carrying food from Manila had not gone to Bataan, but rather to Corregidor with the Don Esteban. Not until sometime on Christmas, once the quartermaster had succeeded in stocking the rock with enough food to feed 10,000 men for 6 months, did MacArthur's headquarters allow shipments to proceed to Bataan. The quartermaster had warned that stocking Bataan with enough food for a 6-month stand by 43,000 men would take 2 weeks under the best of circumstances, and these were to be the worst of circumstances. Twice as many men to supply, and only half as much time to do so, with railroads closed, roads jammed, and red tape everywhere. Millions of pounds of rice that could have filled 80,000 stomachs for a year were left behind in a warehouse along the retreat route from Lingayen because Quezon's government barred transporting food between provinces. Only the barges crossing the bay from Manila had much success delivering supplies to Bataan, but no more of them could make the trip now. Using field glasses similar to the pair MacArthur wore around his neck while inspecting different positions on the island, the men on Corregidor could see the ruins of the piers that the Japanese had continued to bomb, despite MacArthur's pleas to spare the city from further destruction. The hotel he had called home still stood, but easily visible with the glasses was the now colossal Japanese flag on the building's roof. When the Japanese had entered the city on January 2nd, the last supply line to Bataan had collapsed. So had morale on the peninsula, according to reports reaching Corregidor. "How are the boys?" MacArthur liked to ask officers who had taken the short boat trip over from Bataan. "Sagging," he heard. Around sunrise on January 10th, he set off to sea for himself in a boat with Sutherland and a few other officers. After crossing the supposedly shark-filled channel separating Corregidor from Bataan, the men split up into 4 cars that drove them in tandem up the east side of the peninsula. MacArthur had divided his forces on Bataan into 2. Under the command of General George M. Parker, the 2nd Philippine Corps had command of the east side. Under the command of Wainwright, the 1st Philippine Corps had command of the west side. Both generals had received notice to have top officers ready to greet MacArthur. He first visited Parker, and then headed west on the one road running across the width of the peninsula, about halfway up it. At some point, Japanese guns, finding the range of the road from afar, forced the officers to stop and get out of the cars. Everyone took cover. Everyone except MacArthur, who insisted on standing next to his Ford in the open. "There is no Jap shell with MacArthur's name on it," he said, lapsing as he often did into the third person. When the shelling stopped, the officers climbed back into the cars and set off westward again, across the peninsula, until reaching the clearing where Wainwright had his officers waiting. The word Wainwright used to describe the way MacArthur looked when he popped out of his car was fit. He wore his leather jacket, which looked out of place in a sweltering jungle where even Filipinos accustomed to heat sweated through their clothes. "Jonathan," MacArthur said, using Wainwright's given name, "I'm glad to see you back from the north. The execution of your withdrawal and of your mission and covering the withdrawal of the South Luzon force were as fine as anything in history." Mindful of MacArthur's penchant for sweeping statements about history, Wainwright did not dwell on the praise. More meaningful was MacArthur's promise to have Wainwright promoted and to give him the Army's second highest military decoration, the Distinguished Service Cross. MacArthur then asked Wainwright where he had positioned his 155mm artillery guns. As it turned out, Wainwright had a pair of them in walking distance. He offered to escort MacArthur over to them. "Jonathan, I don't want to see them. I want to hear them," MacArthur said, as if unaware that the men manning the guns might want to see him. In fairness, he had lunch plans on the bottom of the peninsula. By around 4 in the afternoon, he had returned to Corregidor in higher spirits than when he had left. His staff in the Malinta tunnel heard him say, "Our 155s were music to my ears." For a time, stories of the visit also lifted spirits on Bataan. MacArthur had not seen as many men as he could have, but word of what he had said spread. Wainwright's senior aide, Johnny Pugh, had begged for the opportunity to accompany his boss to the speech, and it did not disappoint. According to the notes Pugh took and shared with others, MacArthur proclaimed that the enemy's temporary superiority of the air would soon be a thing of the past, and if events proceeded as he expected, a counterattack was in the offing. Most amazingly, he announced he would soon reoccupy Manila. He was so optimistic about the whole situation, and so enthusiastic, that I suddenly found myself feeling a part of momentous events, Pugh wrote. The struggle on Bataan, MacArthur said, had caught the imagination of the American people. That last part, at least, was true. In January 1942, Americans looking at the globe could find few other spots of hope. In the hours and days after Pearl Harbor, Japanese forces had fanned out across the Pacific, all around the Philippines. To the east, the other islands that the United States had annexed after the Spanish-American War and that had served as stops for planes traveling between the Philippines and Hawaii fell one by one. First, Guam in the Marianas, and then Wake Island even farther to the east. With the loss of those two islands and the destruction inflicted on America's Pacific Fleet, the Japanese had severed America's line of communication across the world's largest ocean. The Philippines stood alone on the other side. To the west of the archipelago, the British had surrendered Hong Kong and watched as the Japanese advanced down the Malay Peninsula toward Singapore. To the south of the Philippines, operations had begun that would make the Japanese masters of the resource-rich Dutch East Indies and draw even the future of Australia into question. The situation looked as grim in the Atlantic. Still committed to a Europe-first strategy, President Roosevelt requested Congress return the favor after Germany and Italy declared war on the United States in the wake of Pearl Harbor. But with German submarines emerging on its eastern shore, the United States seemed far from taking the fight to the fascists. Only in the Philippines could Americans find what they so desperately craved: evidence they were fighting back. MacArthur gave it to them. He had control of the radio transmitters that served as the only reliable means of communication between the Philippines and the United States, and he was not afraid to use that power to his advantage. The public relations machine that his aides, Major Legrand Diller and Major Carlos Romulo, a former Filipino newspaper publisher, operated out of Lateral 3 of the Malinta Tunnel, flooded the press with communiques. None of these press releases went out without MacArthur's edits. Sometimes he simply cut out the middleman and drafted the communiques himself, always with an eye on their effect on the MacArthur legend, as Sutherland would put it. If one believed these accounts, MacArthur's army had retreated in the face of the 80,000 or possibly even 100,000 Japanese soldiers who had landed at Lingayen, not the 43,000 who actually had. Despite being greatly outnumbered, the Americans and Filipinos on Bataan and Corregidor were said to have forced the enemy to bring in heavy reinforcements. Never mind, the Japanese had actually felt free to release their best troops for operations elsewhere in the Pacific. So much exaggerated information had gone out that it seemed believable when MacArthur's press aides passed along the absurd story that the Japanese commander in the Philippines, Lieutenant General Masaharu Homa, had committed ritual suicide in MacArthur's old penthouse. MacArthur had the ability, as Johnny Pugh witnessed on Bataan, to make soldiers and also reporters feel as if they were part of something larger than themselves, but too often that something got lost in the aura around MacArthur himself. Of 142 such communiques issued between December 8, 1941 and March 11, 1942, one biographer found, 109 mentioned only one individual, MacArthur. Even when separated by a shark-filled channel from their commander and his press machine in the Malinta Tunnel, the soldiers on Bataan heard themselves labeled over and over again as MacArthurs. Newspapers in the United States picked up the theme. In January alone, MacArthur appeared in 6 banner headlines running across the top of the front page of the New York Times. They sounded almost monotonous. MacArthur fights on. MacArthur unites his lines for crucial stand. MacArthur repels attack. MacArthur repels foe. MacArthur repulses foe. MacArthur routs foe. Time magazine put his picture in gold tint on the cover above the heady caption, MacArthur of the Philippines, and the even headier quotation, By God, it was destiny that brought me here. Even little anecdotes, such as the one about him admonishing an aide afraid to fly the American flag, had a way of sneaking above the fold of front pages. Some leaders claimed not to read their own press. MacArthur demanded a daily summary of his. Historians have questioned what MacArthur achieved with his public relations campaign, but leaders in Washington saw immediately. He had emerged from the first month of the war as America's highest-ranking hero, a voice that policymakers could not ignore. Instead of having to answer to them for the loss of his Air Force, or his whiplash-like shift back to War Plan Orange, they would have to answer to him for failing to meet his demands for reinforcements. This was the real struggle he waged inside the Malinta Tunnel. The maps around his desk may have shown Bataan, but he aimed the cables he wrote at Washington. All you have to do is fight the enemy, staff members heard him say. I have to fight the War Department and the Navy. MacArthur had not accepted the Navy's unwillingness to send ships to the rescue. Never mind that even the most optimistic versions of War Plan Orange had said that it would take 6 months, and that was without the destruction wrought at Pearl Harbor and without the priority the United States had given to the war in Europe. The latter was another principle MacArthur had never accepted. The Philippine theater, he believed, remained the locus of victory or defeat. Even as Roosevelt welcomed Prime Minister Winston Churchill of Britain to Washington for talks renewing their commitment to a Germany-first strategy, MacArthur fired off messages insisting the European theater could wait till after the winter and calling for an immediate combined effort of all resources of the United States and her allies by land, sea, and air in the Philippines. It had been no small miracle that the wreckage at Pearl Harbor had included none of the 4 aircraft carriers in America's Pacific Fleet, and it would now take an even bigger miracle for the Navy to agree to bring any of those vessels anywhere near the Philippines. But a miracle was what MacArthur expected the War Department in Washington to deliver. Time is ripe for brilliant thrust with aircraft carriers, MacArthur wrote. The Philippines presented the United States with what he described as a stark choice. Move strongly to their support, or withdraw in shame from the Orient. On the other end of these messages, which MacArthur sent in code via radio, was Chief of Staff George C. Marshall. Both born in 1880, Marshall and MacArthur had a long history. When MacArthur had held the title of Chief of Staff, there had been those who believed he had tried to sabotage Marshall's career by assigning him to a post with the Illinois National Guard. Nonetheless, Marshall would call rumors of any hostility between the men damn nonsense, even if MacArthur could be very, very difficult. For help dealing with his demands, Marshall summoned an expert. MacArthur's former Chief of Staff, Dwight D. Eisenhower, now a general himself. Asked how the Army could best support MacArthur, Eisenhower responded, "It will be a long time before major reinforcements can go to the Philippines, longer than the garrison can hold out with any driblet of assistance, if the enemy commits major forces to their reduction. The people of China, of the Philippines, of the Dutch East Indies will be watching us. They may excuse failure, but they will not excuse abandonment. We must do what we can." Marshall liked what he heard and put Eisenhower to work on it immediately. Much-needed supplies would begin accumulating in Australia, but how to get them the rest of the way to the Philippines remained a vexing question. With the Navy rejecting MacArthur's demands for carriers, Eisenhower would have to rely on blockade runners. Very few would make it through. Nevertheless, Marshall assured MacArthur that every day he could hold out brought the Army closer to an answer. In the meantime, MacArthur could take pride that his defense of the Philippines had become, as Marshall put it, an epic of this war. still astonished at how fast the fight them on the beaches strategy had collapsed. Eisenhower found the praise sickening, but saw its purpose. "MacArthur is as big a baby as ever," Eisenhower wrote in his diary, "but we've got to keep him fighting." MacArthur should have understood the game in Washington because he was playing a similar one with his troops on Bataan, most of whom, he reminded Marshall, lest he forget, were Filipinos. While they risked their lives, homes, and families, it seemed the United States would not risk even a single ship for them. "Unquestionably, ships can get through," MacArthur wrote to Marshall on January 17th. "I am having increasing difficulty in appeasing Philippine thought along this line. They cannot understand the apparent lack of effort to bring something in. I cannot overemphasize the psychological reaction that will take place here unless something tangible is done." All that mere words could do, MacArthur had already tried. In a message to the troops on Bataan 2 days earlier, he had doubled down on what he had told their general officers during his visit. "Help is on the way from the United States. Thousands of troops and hundreds of planes are being dispatched. The exact time of arrival of reinforcements is unknown, as they will have to fight their way through Japanese attempts against them. It is imperative that our troops hold until these reinforcements arrive," he wrote. "If we fight, we will win. If we retreat, we will be destroyed." He would later claim, after history had made a mockery of these words, that he himself had believed them, but his actions raised doubts. Barely a week after promising that help was on the way, he ordered subordinates not to increase Bataan's food supply, but rather to ship some of it to Corregidor in preparation for the eventual loss of the peninsula. By the start of February, Corregidor resembled a construction site stuck in the demolition phase. Those emerging from the Malinta Tunnel in search of fresh air could find it nowhere. The once pleasant sea breeze now served only to circulate dust from the ruins of the buildings in the dry season. The Philippine sun grew stronger every day. It beat down on the craters pocking the ground and through the holes torn in the forest canopy. Although the bombers no longer flew over the island as frequently, the Japanese would soon begin lobbing shells from the guns they had hidden more than 10 miles away in the hills on the south side of Manila Bay. For weeks, calls for MacArthur to surrender had come from the Japanese. On February 1st, they found a voice he could not ignore. More than 40 years had passed since Emilio Aguinaldo had surrendered to Arthur MacArthur. Now the old insurgent broadcast a message calling on Arthur's son, as a friend of the Philippines, to surrender to the Japanese. They had promised the islands independence, just as America had. Filipinos, Aguinaldo said, had no stake in the war. Much as the Japanese propaganda upset MacArthur, he actually worried more about the effect of tone-deaf American propaganda on his friend Quezon. Everyone could see the Philippine president did not have long to live. His temperature would sometimes run as high as 105 degrees in the tunnel. He could do little more than park his wheelchair and rage while listening to radio broadcasts, featuring members of the Roosevelt administration bragging about the volume of supplies headed to Britain without saying a word about the Philippines. Family members would try to calm Quezon. When they could not, MacArthur would send over a member of his staff. One day it happened that no one could placate the president. "Listen to what the shameless ones are saying in Washington," he yelled. "I cannot stand this constant reference to England, to Europe. How typically American to writhe in anguish at the fate of a distant cousin, while a daughter is being raped in the back room." In his anger, he asked MacArthur to forward a letter to Roosevelt. "My people entered the war with the confidence that the United States would bring such assistance to us as would make it possible to sustain the conflict with some chance of success. All our soldiers in the field were animated by the belief that help would be forthcoming. This help has not and evidently will not be realized." Given that the United States could not defend the Philippines, Quezon asked permission to seek a separate peace, by which both American and Japanese forces would vacate the islands and agree to the archipelago's immediate independence and status as a neutral power in the war. When the full letter reached Washington on February 9th, Eisenhower remembered it landing like a bombshell. In a meeting at the White House, Roosevelt said, "We can't do this at all." Aside from the absurdity of expecting Japan to honor the borders of the Philippines, as Japanese soldiers violated borders everywhere else in the Pacific, the proposal asked the impossible of Roosevelt: to cede American territory and to agree to a deal reminiscent of the attempts to appease the Nazis on the eve of war in Europe. MacArthur would later say that he had tried to talk Quezon out of sending the proposal, but a letter MacArthur sent under his own name with it convinced some in the War Department that he was sympathetic to the idea. Secretary of War Henry Stimson called MacArthur's letter worse than Quezon's because, however myopic the view from the Malinta Tunnel, MacArthur should have known better. Surely MacArthur did know better. If he seemed eager to share the neutrality proposal, it was almost certainly because he realized the outrage it would cause in Washington. Having failed through all conventional means to change America's overall strategy, he had decided to wield against Washington the last and most desperate weapon at his disposal: the threat of complete humiliation. The temper of the Filipinos is one of almost violent resentment against the United States, he wrote. In spite of my great prestige with them, I have had the utmost difficulty during the last 10 days in keeping them in line. If help does not arrive shortly, nothing, in my opinion, can prevent their utter collapse and their complete absorption by the enemy. The reply that Marshall, Eisenhower, and Stimson drafted for Roosevelt gave MacArthur, if necessary, permission to surrender the Filipino troops under his command, but not the American ones. Never mind that the latter stood no chance without the former. It is mandatory that there be established once and for all in the minds of all peoples complete evidence that the American determination and indomitable will to win carries on down to the last unit, Roosevelt wrote to MacArthur. I therefore give you this most difficult mission in full understanding of the desperate situation to which you may shortly be reduced. In private, Stimson summed up the message this way: There are times when men have to die. MacArthur began to believe his own time near. Once Bataan fell, he knew Corregidor could not stand much longer. This type of fortress, built prior to the days of air power, when isolated, is impossible of prolonged defense, he said. There is no denying the fact that we are near done. Although he did not usually like to carry a gun, he began to make an exception in his jacket pocket for a small pistol. The gun had belonged to his father, and had a double barrel. After much searching, Sid Huff found 2 bullets that would fit. Thanks, MacArthur said, as he loaded them. They will never take me alive. Another man might have forced his wife and young son to evacuate, but MacArthur would not. He asked Jean if she wanted to sneak away with Arthur in one of the submarines that occasionally delivered small shipments of supplies to the Rock. I'm just not going, she said. Arthur and I stay with you. MacArthur accepted her decision. My son is a soldier's son, he would say, and will share the fate of the garrison. One who would not share the garrison's fate was Quezon. In the wake of his neutrality proposal, and concerns that he might open negotiations with the Japanese in Manila, leaders in Washington wanted him off Corregidor, far away from the fighting. MacArthur had resisted the idea before, but now accepted it and arranged a submarine to carry Quezon, his family, and members of his government away on February 20th. MacArthur and Sutherland drove down to the dock with the Philippine president and his wife. Manuel, MacArthur said, as he helped Quezon out of the car and embraced him, you will see it through. You are the father of your country, and God will preserve you. Quezon could scarcely speak. He pulled off the ring he used as his seal, slid it on MacArthur's finger, and said, When they find your body, I want them to know you fought for my country." There were times when men had to die. But Douglas MacArthur was no longer just a man. The headlines had turned him into something more, a symbol of hope that the United States could not let die. A debate had begun within the War Department over whether to order the entire MacArthur family out of the Philippines. Eisenhower worried that the discussions reflected not military logic, but rather public opinion. There was no denying that. Politicians had rushed to tie their names to MacArthur's. The Republican Wendell Willkie, who had lost the 1940 election to Roosevelt, called on the president to bring Douglas MacArthur home and put him in supreme command of our armed forces. Even Democrats joined in. The majority leader of the House called MacArthur one of the outstanding Americans of all time. According to the Washington Post, voters agreed too. A front-page article said that, by fighting his last-ditch fight in the bamboo jungles of Bataan, MacArthur had inspired millions of humble Americans. By their will, his name would soon grace parks, schools, dams, and roads, including a prominent boulevard running into Maryland along the Washington side of the Potomac River. Eisenhower could call MacArthur a baby all he liked, but other parents preferred to call their own newborns after Douglas MacArthur. There would even be a proposal to add his face to Mount Rushmore. MacArthur's face seemed to be everywhere except Bataan, the place where people needed to see him most. For all his talk about the need for soldiers to see their commander taking risks, the soldiers on Bataan had not seen him since January 10th. He had not repeated the short trip across the channel. In the eyes of the men on the other side, he had not returned. Perhaps he could not stand to see them rotting away, the same way his aides remembered he never could stand a movie with a hospital scene. Perhaps he could not stand to tell them the terrible truth, that help was not on the way. Perhaps he had heard that some of the soldiers, especially the American ones, had begun calling him a new nickname, Dugout Doug, and mocking him to the tune of the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Their song went like this: Dugout Doug MacArthur lies a-shaking on the rock, safe from all the bombers and from any sudden shock. Dugout Doug is eating of the best food on Bataan, and his troops go starving on. Dugout Doug's not timid, he's just cautious, not afraid. He's protecting carefully the stars that Franklin made. 4-star generals are rare as good food on Bataan, and his troops go starving on. Dugout Doug is ready in his Chris craft for the flee, over bounding billows and the wildly raging sea, for the Japs are pounding on the gates of old Bataan, and his troops go starving on. We fought the war the hard way since they said the fight was on, all the way from Lingayen to the hills of old Bataan, and we'll continue fighting after Dugout Doug is gone, and still go starving on. After each verse came the chorus. Dugout Doug, come out from hiding. Dugout Doug, come out from hiding. Send to Franklin the glad tidings that his troops go starving on. The soldiers singing this song had not seen MacArthur crossing no man's land during World War I. They had not seen him strolling out of the Malinta Tunnel during air raids on Corregidor. What they had seen were the reports crediting their courage to his leadership, but they did not fight for him. Readers back home might hear the term fighting general and picture MacArthur, but the boys on Bataan would say they had seen a real fighting general, the 2-starred one on their side of the channel, and his name was Wainwright. Chapter 5. Battling Bastards. There was another reason Douglas MacArthur's communiques dominated newspaper coverage. Not until a few weeks into January did his censors allow correspondents on Bataan to file their own dispatches, and even then, correspondents found themselves at the whim, as they put it, of the powers that be on Corregidor. Some of the rules seemed reasonable. Nothing more than 500 words. Nothing about specific military operations. Other restrictions seemed capricious. A magazine writer discovered that some official had determined that General Wainwright's beloved 26th Cavalry had already received too much attention for its heroics during the retreat from Lingayen, and that articles about the fighting on Bataan needed to avoid mention of not only the regiment but also horses in general. By this time, serious reporting about the men of the 26th, or their mounts, would have astonished readers accustomed to MacArthur's upbeat headlines. Only about half the cavalrymen who had started the war, and far fewer of their horses, had reached Bataan in fighting shape. The men's skin peeked out from the holes in their uniforms. The horses' ribs stuck out from their emaciated sides. The men nodded off in the saddle as the heads of their horses sagged. On the trails that the men hacked while riding along the edge of ravines and down the steep sides, the horses struggled to raise their hooves over the vines lining the ground. This was the fighting force that Wainwright sought out on January 16th after learning that a Philippine Army division had withdrawn, in spite of orders to the contrary, from the village of Moron, a key point at the end of his line toward the top of Bataan, right below where the final river standing in the way of the Japanese met the South China Sea. The cavalry would have to move into Moron and keep the Japanese on the opposite bank until Wainwright could move the infantry back into position. Lieutenant Edwin Ramsey of the 26th had just returned from a reconnaissance mission when he saw Wainwright driving up in his Packard and looking skinnier and more impatient than usual. Wainwright saw Ramsey, too, and remembered having watched him play in the polo match the day before the war began. "Ramsey," Wainwright said, "you take the advance guard." When another officer objected that Ramsey needed rest, Wainwright growled, "Never mind. Ramsey, move out." Always be ready to piss in the fire and get going. That was what Wainwright had preached at the cavalry school in Kansas. That was how he had seen his father send off his riders onto the plains of the Old West. And that was how the Philippine scouts and their American officers, carrying on this tradition in the jungles of the Far East, would ride off for what would become the last charge in the history of the United States cavalry. Ramsey led his platoon up to Moron in 2 columns along what passed for a road. It was scarcely more than a jungle track, deeply rutted and thick with dry season dust. A gray powder that irritated the eyes, clogged the nostrils, and coated the throat, Ramsey remembered. The underbrush tangled up closely on either side, so dense that one could not see 3 feet within it. It was a dark, dangerous place, virtually an invitation to an ambush. In the village, he and his men found abandoned-looking nipa huts built on stilts of bamboo around a square containing a stone cathedral. Running above the town was the river Wainwright needed the cavalrymen to hold until he could bring up the infantry. As the riders neared the village square, there was a silence, then the sound of fire from the direction of the water. The first Japanese troops had already crossed. If not turned back immediately, they would win control of the town. Seeing Japanese reinforcements splashing across the muddy water, Ramsey had only seconds to act, but more than a century of tradition to follow. "Charge!" he ordered. Bent nearly prone across the horses' necks, we flung ourselves at the Japanese advance, pistols firing full into their startled faces, Ramsey recalled. We must have seemed a vision from another century. Wild-eyed horses pounding headlong, cheering, whooping men firing from the saddles. The Japanese soldiers, still in the river, turned around and ran back to the other side. At the edge of the brown water, the cavalrymen stopped, dismounted, and formed a line before going back to clear the village of the Japanese who had made it across the water. When the infantry finally arrived at the front, Wainwright surveyed the field and ordered the 26th Cavalry to the rear. He did so despite the sadness he saw in the men who had dismounted by the river. Sniper fire from the opposite bank made it impossible for them to reclaim their horses. Perhaps it was as he watched the cavalrymen pull out on foot that he made a decision. They would never again mount their horses in battle. Before the war, He had insisted that horses remained the fastest and most reliable means of movement yet produced, considering all types of terrain, all conditions of weather, and all of the many difficulties that may arise because of failure of supply. But those same three factors, terrain, weather, and supply, had forced a re-evaluation. The jungle terrain of Bataan in a defensive situation was no place for horse cavalry, wrote a fellow officer privy to Wainwright's thinking. A few days later, in a thick patch of jungle that served to conceal his battered trailer from Japanese airplanes, but not from the angry monkeys throwing fruit down from the trees, Wainwright ordered the horses of the 26th Cavalry sent far from the front, to the peninsula's bottom, where the quartermaster would put them out to pasture. If the men on Bataan could not procure more food, if the promise of help being on the way did not come to fruition, Wainwright knew that the horses would have one last, heart-rending service to perform. If Wainwright had overestimated the ability of horses to maneuver, he had underestimated the ability of the Japanese to do so. The Americans had chosen Bataan for their final stand, partly because the peninsula seemed to offer so little room for offensive maneuver. Stretching only 25 miles southward to its tip, Bataan places only 20 miles between the South China Sea to the west and Manila Bay to the east. Into this stubby piece of land crowded 80,000 Philippine and American soldiers, as well as more than 20,000 refugees. They had all come to Bataan via Route 110, which ran down the east side of the peninsula to the port of Mariveles at the bottom, before snaking back up the other side as high as Moron, which Wainwright had ordered the 26th Cavalry to hold as the far western point of the line that he and General Parker formed across Bataan's width. Between Wainwright's half of the line on the western side and Parker's half on the eastern side lay a 5-mile gap, supposedly filled by the impassable peaks around a dormant volcano named Mount Natib. Wainwright believed Natib uncrossable. When MacArthur had made his one visit, however, his chief of staff, Sutherland, had looked at the mountain and disagreed with Wainwright. So evidently had the Japanese, who sent their soldiers over the slopes and as a result forced the Americans and Filipinos to begin withdrawing on January 23rd to a second line of resistance farther south. By January 26th, Wainwright and Parker had their men in the reserve position on what then became known as the main line of resistance. The line ran right below the peninsula's only east-west road, which the troops could no longer use, and through the valley formed by Mount Natib to the north and the peninsula's larger dormant volcano, Mount Mariveles, to the south. As before, Wainwright commanded the western side, Parker the eastern. Though there was no longer a gap between them, the geography changed dramatically from east to west. Where Parker's side began with rice paddies and sugar fields growing in the low-lying land off Manila Bay, the jungle on Wainwright's side stretched to the end of the cliffs, jutting out over the cove-lined seacoast. So dense and opaque was this unmappable jungle that even veteran soldiers confused the names of geographic features and struggled to maintain contact with neighboring units. Incredibly, 1,000 Japanese soldiers pursuing Wainwright during his retreat infiltrated his lines before his troops had dug all their trenches, and then managed to disappear into the jungle. By the time Wainwright's men figured out what had happened, the Japanese had divided into two so-called pockets, a little pocket 400 yards behind the trenches, and a big pocket about a mile behind. Wainwright had warned that he did not have enough troops to stop such incursions, while also guarding his long flank along the sea. Already the Japanese had begun staging landings well behind the main line, at places such as Kinawan Point, far down the coast, where Wainwright had little more to offer for opposition than airmen who had lost their planes, but had not yet learned to use a rifle. If these Japanese landing forces managed to move even just a little inland, if they received additional reinforcements from the sea, Wainwright foresaw they would capture the only supply road left to his army, the stretch of Route 110 that the men called the West Road. Wainwright proposed moving the main line farther south so he could shorten his flank, but MacArthur would not hear of it. He had told the War Department that he had personally selected and prepared the line Wainwright now inhabited for a final stand. There was to be no more arguing. In the secrecy of his diary, Wainwright confided his fear. "It will not be long before we are surrounded." It was at this time that Wainwright requested that Navy officers on Corregidor send him an aide who could coordinate land-based defenses with what few vessels the United States had left in the waters around Bataan. The Navy dispatched Lieutenant Malcolm Champlin, a 30-year-old Naval Academy graduate known as Champ. At the start of February, he set off across the channel to Mariveles, where a smashed-up-looking sedan waited to take him up the West Road, around the slope of the mountain, along the cliffs, and over bridges spanning the many streams flowing into the South China Sea. Just 300 yards before Champlin reached one such crossing, 3 Japanese planes dropped bombs near the bridge, but, fortunately for him, failed to destroy it. On went Champlin up the coast. Under the pressure of ceaseless tires and tank treads, the surface of the single-lane road had disappeared under inches of dust that kicked up whenever traffic passed. Only occasionally did the blue water of the South China Sea glimmer through the thorny underbrush, bamboo thickets, and vines, filling the gaps between the massive trees, lining either side of the road and covering it in a canopy of branches. Only a little sunlight could come through, and no sea breeze at all. The walls of this wooded enclosure trapped the hot, humid air inside them together with the stench of rotting flesh from both man and beast. Only after an hour and a half of driving did Champlin reach a hill off a trail where guards halted traffic. The rest of the way he would have to walk. It was not far. On a ridge about 300 yards away stood a grove of especially tall trees that Wainwright had chosen to house his new command post, after pulling back to the second line. The monkeys from the trees around the old post had not followed, but the Japanese planes flying above had. Thankfully, through the thick foliage, their pilots could see neither Wainwright's old trailer, now covered in vines, nor the group of tents erected near it. In the middle were tables that staff members had built out of bamboo poles. By one stood Wainwright quizzing aides while pointing out locations on a map pinned to a tree. When someone introduced Champlin, Wainwright feigned an unhappy look. "What do I have to do? Go through God Almighty before I can talk to the Navy?" Then, with a smile that put Champlin at ease, Wainwright said, "I'm glad to have you here, son. Come over for a chat in the trailer as soon as you are settled." An admiral on Corregidor had advised Champlin to bring a present that he walked over to the trailer later that day. "To cement some Army-Navy relations," said Champlin, unwrapping a towel around a bottle of alcohol and handing it to Wainwright. "Young man," Wainwright said, visibly excited as he analyzed the bottle, "do you realize I haven't had a drink for 3 months?" Longer-serving aides could have pointed out other occasions when Wainwright had found a drink, but would not have quibbled with the spirit of his remark. They had seen their commander hesitate before accepting gifts as unremarkable as a little ham. Only the pleading expression on the face of his aide, Tom Dooley, had prodded Wainwright into finally saying yes. "Imagine hesitation at the sound of ham," Dooley wrote afterward, even though he knew exactly why. The guilt of leading men who made do with so little. Under normal fighting conditions, Wainwright would have ensured his soldiers had at least 4,000 calories a day. In Bataan, he struggled to provide them with 2,000. Theoretically, MacArthur had put the troops on Corregidor on the same half rations. In reality, the troops on Bataan always received less, even though they needed more, for the obvious reason that fighting in foxholes expends more energy than being holed up in a tunnel. Even within Bataan, soldiers found disparities. Those on the front lines received less food than those closer to the slaughterhouses and storage facilities in the rear because of the lack of roads, gasoline, and refrigeration, as well as the willingness of hungry soldiers to steal from trucks. If meat made it to the front line at all, it often arrived with a side of maggots. By the start of February, the quartermaster could no longer deliver anywhere near the 6 ounces of meat and 6 ounces of flour the average American soldier expected as part of his half rations, or the 6 ounces of fish and 10 ounces of rice the average Filipino soldier expected as part of his. In vain would either search for coffee or tea. Not even 5 days' worth of canned fruits and vegetables remained. Like others on Bataan, Wainwright and his aides ate only twice a day. If their food tasted better, it owed to a Filipino cook named Francisco, who seemed able to produce pastries, as Dooley put it, from nothing. The aides discovered Francisco made a good carabao steak, as long as he started with meat from a younger animal. Unfortunately, they also discovered that most of the carabao on Bataan were, as Wainwright joked, veterans with meat so tough that Francisco would have to soak it and pound it for hours before cooking. Even then, Wainwright said, it was a test for the strongest teeth. And yet that never deterred flies from swarming the table. Nonetheless, Dooley called meals a nice time when the general would usually have a party of 10. Sometimes he would recite old army poems for his messmates. With censorship rules loosened, wire service reporters began taking a seat around the bamboo table. Frank Hewlett of the United Press became a regular. He found Wainwright reticent but with a dry humor and a story for every occasion. Clark Lee of the Associated Press came for dinner one evening, with questions for Wainwright about his retreat from Lingayen, but found him willing to discuss only one topic: going on the offensive. If the United States will send me 2 divisions of American troops, or provide me with 2 trained Filipino divisions, and just enough airplanes to keep the Jap planes off our heads, I will guarantee to drive the Japs off Luzon in short order, Wainwright said. After dinner, conversation would carry on in the darkness as the air turned surprisingly cool. There was never any escape from the jungle. You can't retire from this battlefield to some dive or nightclub, explained Lieutenant Thomas Garrity, who joined Wainwright's staff for a time as a liaison to the Air Corps. The aides looked for distraction where they could. They played game after game of rummy, wrote playful verses, traded a copy of the journalist William Shire's Berlin Diary about the rise of Nazi Germany, marveled that their own country could be so unready for war, and talked about when it would deliver the aid MacArthur had promised. In search of clues, they would tune into The Voice of Freedom, the nightly program that MacArthur's Filipino press aide, Carlos Romulo, broadcast from Corregidor. If lucky, Wainwright's staff members would find a signal from a station in San Francisco. More often, they received the propaganda that the Japanese broadcast. On the rare days when an American submarine would make it through the blockade, Wainwright would dash off a letter for the vessel to carry out to Adele. Most nights he would settle for making a short entry in his diary. Most of his staff members followed his example and kept one. Johnny Pugh dedicated his to his wife. I live not with the expectancy for the new day, but for the comparatively quiet night which follows the day, Pugh wrote. It is then that I am able to think of the happy days which we have had together. It is then, when I am permitted to sleep, that my dreams bring us together. Sleep has become my only pleasure. Quiet was not easy to find. The artillery guns that MacArthur called music to his ears would fire over the tents and blankets covering Wainwright's aides as they tried to sleep. The sound of the howitzers, Dooley wrote, practically dumps you out of bed when they fire a salvo. In the morning, the aides would sometimes take baths in the mountain streams and joke about how they had gone native. The knowledge of how high the mercury would rise, almost always over 90 degrees, made the shock of the cold water endurable. Hard to get started, but a wonderful feeling when you get in. Better still when you get out, Dooley recorded. Other days, the aides would have what they called a bucket bath. Whatever the source of the water, soap was in short supply. A razor passed as a present worthy of a general. At some point, Wainwright arranged to have his head shaved. The dust made hair unmanageable. If Wainwright had his way, every day would have started with a plan to see the troops. "Let's go visiting," he would tell his aides. If he had to stay at the command post, he would turn, they found, nervous and impatient. He needed to be on the front lines. They were not hard to find. Traveling a short distance in almost any direction would take him there. There was the main line of resistance a few miles north, the pockets just behind it, and the landing sites lower down the peninsula. In truth, the ability of Japanese snipers to move undetected in the jungle and take up positions in trees made nowhere safe. Because American officers made prized targets, even generals had to come armed and ready. Hewlett described Wainwright carrying his .30 caliber sporting rifle with its elaborately carved stock, and wearing a big .45 pistol in cowboy style, hanging low from his belt. While Wainwright's Filipino driver, Sergeant Sentimo, readied the car, Wainwright's orderly, Sergeant Hubert Carroll, notified the aides about which of them would come along. Carroll himself almost always did. One morning, shortly after arriving, Champlin received his first invitation to ride in the Packard. He found it parked outside camp and riddled with bullet holes. If he wondered why, he soon learned. He piled into the car with Wainwright, Pugh, and Dooley, while Carroll and another sergeant stood on boards alongside the doors, with their heads turned upward in search of Japanese planes. As they drove, Champlin learned that Wainwright liked to pass the time by discussing cavalry tactics with his aides and quizzing them as if to ensure they would keep the tradition alive. Just a mile past the command post, a major stopped them and warned that a bend in the road ahead would expose their car to artillery fire. Proceeding nevertheless, they forgot about the warning until taking the bend a second time on the way back to the command post later that day. This time, they heard shells whistling overhead and saw them exploding just in front of the car. As Sentimo pulled off the road into the underbrush, Champlin followed the other aides into the woods, where they dove into the first foxholes they found. Only then did Champlin notice Wainwright standing in the open, talking with a stranger, and leading him over to some sandbags where they sat together, 20 yards from where the shells were landing. After the artillery had quieted, Champlin learned that Wainwright had remembered the stranger from the old days at the cavalry school. That explanation did not seem sufficient to excuse the risk Wainwright had taken. "General Wainwright," Champlin said, "why is it that you, a major general and commander of half the troops on Bataan Peninsula, risk your life the way you just did a few minutes ago? It seemed to me that you were doing a very foolish thing." Wainwright grinned as if he had heard the question before. "Champ," he said, "think it over for a minute. What have we to offer these troops? Can we give them more food? No, we haven't any more food. Can we give them ammunition? No, that also is running low. Can we give them supplies or equipment or tanks or medicine? No. Everything is running low. But we can give them morale, and that is one of my primary duties. That is why I go to the front every day. Now do you understand why it is important for me to sit on sandbags in the line of fire while the rest of you seek shelter?" Champlin never doubted Wainwright again. As for Wainwright, he did not even note the story in his diary, nor did any of the other aides with him. They had all seen him have closer calls with death. Dooley had seen Wainwright when a Japanese plane had plunged down upon him with its machine guns firing, and when a bullet from a Japanese sniper rifle had barely missed his head, only because he had ducked a moment before when Carroll had screamed, "God damn it, General, get down!" Pugh had seen Wainwright on the front lines in a close-range rifle shootout against 5 Japanese soldiers hiding in a haystack. Garrity, the Air Corps liaison, had seen Wainwright get out of his car and personally supervise engineers clearing a blocked stretch of road for tanks headed to the front, when one had struck a mine. Dead generals don't make good generals, Garrity felt obliged to tell Wainwright afterward. By early February, the outlines of the 2 enemy pockets behind Wainwright's main line had come into focus. So had the challenge they posed. The Japanese had dug in and could move unseen through tunnels running between their foxholes and trenches. Artillery could not root them out, nor could tanks operating alone. The jungle-lined paths would require infantrymen operating in concert, slashing through the vines and bamboo, and willing to fight foxhole by foxhole if necessary. We had to go up and practically breathe in the faces of the dug-in Japs, Wainwright wrote. It was fighting that would be considered fantastically improbable if seen on a movie screen. On the morning of February 5th, Wainwright summoned his generals. He told them that he would commit every reserve he had against the pockets and asked for ideas for how best to do so. General Albert Jones, who had crossed paths with Wainwright during the confusion at Kalung Pit, proposed first, cordoning off the two pockets individually so they could not reinforce each other, and then destroying them one by one. "All right, Hannes," Wainwright said, using a nickname for Jones. "You take charge." That morning would mark a turning point in the fight on Bataan, not only because of the new strategy against the pockets, but also because of events transpiring down the coast of the peninsula, where the 600 Japanese soldiers who had landed at Kinawan Point in January faced increasingly desperate odds against the Philippine scouts, whom Wainwright had dispatched to take over the battle. The attempts that he had feared the Japanese would make to reinforce Kinawan by sea had succeeded only in scattering their troops elsewhere on the coast, and left the position isolated and untenable. Nonetheless, the Japanese had fought on, even as their foxholes filled with bodies, and the air filled with the stench of death and swarms of flies. Rather than surrender, when backed to the edge of a cliff overlooking the beach on February 4th, some of the Japanese jumped. The calmer among them had scaled down the steep side and taken refuge in a cave cut into the rocks. When this was reported to me, it was hard to believe, Wainwright said. I ordered another proffer of honorable surrender. As he met with his generals about the fighting in the pockets, his troops at Kinawan Point would present his offer at the entrance to the cave. During World War I, Wainwright's fellow officers had teased him for the sympathy he had shown for vanquished foes. Perhaps this compassion had taken root as a result of a childhood spent in fields fertilized with the blood of Custer's cavalrymen. The ideals of the 1929 Geneva Convention, which the United States had ratified for the humane treatment of prisoners of war, came naturally to Wainwright, and this made what happened at the entrance to the cave on February 5th even more stunning to him. Instead of receiving a surrender, as he was certain would happen, his soldiers received a barrage of bullets. The old rules of war began to undergo a swift change, he wrote afterward. What had at first seemed a barbarous thought in the back of my mind now became less unsavory. Remembering how Union soldiers had exploded a mine under the Confederate trenches around Petersburg, Virginia, he went to work on a plan for the cave at Kinawan Point. He had engineers drop dynamite from the cliff above the cave while boats fired into it. There were no survivors, he wrote. It had at last dawned on me, as it was to dawn on so many commanders who followed me in the Pacific War, that the Jap usually prefers death to surrender. More worrisome for Wainwright's own future was word that some of his own troops had come to prefer death to becoming prisoners of the Japanese. In time, he would learn why. For now, however, he tried to set an example of magnanimity. Seeing that his men had tied up a Japanese prisoner with telephone wire, Wainwright ordered the man unbound and then gave him perhaps the most sought-after item on all of Bataan, a cigarette. By February 17th, Wainwright could declare his forces victorious in the Battle of the Pockets, as well as the Battle of the Points, and in full control of the western sector as far north as the main line of resistance. For days afterward, he saw no Japanese soldiers within 3 kilometers of his lines. Except for the daily artillery duels and bombings, he described Bataan as quiet in his diary. By some accounts, the American and Filipino troops could have retaken the ground they had surrendered when they had fallen back from their first line. The Japanese had suffered enormous casualties. Yet Wainwright never doubted that they would reinforce and return. He needed to have his troops ready. The success they had found in the field had lifted their morale. But there was no denying that their bodies had begun to break down. With almost no wheat left, the Americans on Bataan could only dream of their old bread rations, as they joined the Filipinos, living mainly on rice. With the last of the canned meat almost gone, and with caribou having become an endangered species, everyone knew that the cavalry horses would have to go to the slaughterhouses next. There would be no choice. The so-called half rations the Army provided soldiers on Bataan had shrunk from 2,000 calories a day to 1,500. Consumed by hunger, men scoured the jungle for ways to supplement their diet. Some tried monkey and iguana, which was said to taste like chicken. Others took their chances with various plants and wild berries, many of which proved poisonous. At his command post at night, Wainwright could hear soldiers sharing what they called food stories about what they would eat if back home. Short of vitamin A, they struggled to see in the dark because of a condition called night blindness, even as they conjured memories of meals past. Their mouths would water as their gums bled, and their teeth became loose because of the lack of vitamin C. Men who had lost 20 pounds would suddenly find their limbs swelling with fluid in bizarre ways. Known as wet beriberi, and caused by a lack of vitamin B1, the disease was rarely seen in the United States, but would become a familiar sight to Wainwright. Rotten was the word he used to describe sanitation everywhere he looked. His chief engineer warned that one could find the front lines by the smell. Too weak or too frightened to make the trip to the latrines at night, men would simply relieve themselves where they lay in their foxholes or trenches. Dysentery spread. Even a soldier like Wainwright, schooled in proper hygiene, suffered from diarrhea. The lack of toilet paper made the affliction more miserable. No longer were the Japanese the chief enemy on Bataan. Wainwright's soldiers at Kinawan Point had taken to calling it Quinine Point, a cruel pun on the name of the medicine they so desperately needed to control malaria, because they could not control the mosquitoes spreading the disease. By the end of February, the supply of quinine had fallen so low that the number of men being hospitalized with the chills, sweats, and high fevers characteristic of malaria rose to almost 500 a day. The two hospitals set up toward the bottom of the peninsula struggled to maintain any semblance of order. Despite the best efforts of doctors and nurses, the hospitals never had much order from the start. The buildings at one originally had Nipo roofs. The wards at the other hospital never had any roofs at all, only the branches hanging over the clearing that bulldozers and Filipinos hacking with long knives had made in the jungle. In beds made with bamboo frames, the patients lay exposed, not only to the usual pathogens that all hospitals battle, but also to rats and snakes. As admissions to the hospitals rose, nurses began stacking patients in bunks 3 high. Some men found space only on top of the same dirt that would go over the dead at the cemeteries established nearby. Wainwright did what he could for morale. Supposedly, in a meeting one day, he held up a medical report for his corps and declared it the finest damn record I've ever seen. Asked why, he explained that only one soldier that month had contracted a venereal disease. "I wonder how that joker found himself a woman out here in the jungle," he laughed. "I bet you he was a cavalryman." By the end of February, however, the humor had become harder to find. An urgent meeting he called on the health crisis on February 26th brought only more misery when a Japanese bomb hit the command post and wounded 4. Bataan was a hopeless hell, he wrote long afterward, where everything was bad except the will to live, the memories of home, as torturous as they sometimes could be, and the ever-dimming hope that the great country we represented would somehow find a way to help us. One day around this time, Dooley found Wainwright deep into a bottle of scotch, at an hour that seemed earlier than proper. There were still stories of convoys on the way, but they had become harder to believe. The victories the Americans and Filipinos had won on Bataan had not reversed the reality that the Japanese ruled the sky and sea. As if to leave no doubt whom the tides of war still favored, the British surrendered Singapore on February 15th. "Hope of reinforcements here is slowly dying," Johnny Pugh wrote in his diary in early March. In his opinion, MacArthur had made the situation worse, with promises that never came true. "The fact remains that truth, no matter how it hurts, is best," Pugh wrote in his diary. Jap propaganda to our troops now includes such statements as these. "Don't be fooled anymore by the lies which the USAFFE, United States Army Forces in the Far East, officers are telling you. Surrender yourselves at once, or else you will be completely annihilated." As the soldiers gave less credence to the promises coming from Corregidor, they gave more to fantastic accounts of the luxuries afforded to their counterparts living on that little island. Frank Hewlett, the wire correspondent, decided to put the mood on Bataan into verse. To everyone's astonishment, the poem made it past the censors. "We're the battling bastards of Bataan. No mama, no papa, no Uncle Sam. No aunts, no uncles, no nephews, no nieces. No pills, no planes, no artillery pieces. And nobody gives a damn." Perhaps nobody did give a damn, at least when it came to the cavalry. Out of a clear sky, one of Wainwright's fellow old-time cavalry officers recalled, the axe fell. On the last day of February, as part of George Marshall's reorganization of the Army, Franklin Roosevelt signed an executive order abolishing the office of Chief of Cavalry. It was a cruel coincidence that the announcement came almost to the day the slaughtering of the horses of the 26th Cavalry began. The horses had eaten all the rice straw stacks remaining in that tip of Bataan since the last harvest, Wainwright wrote. There was no forage for them, and their tough meat became eagerly sought slivers in our rice. There is a much-repeated story that Wainwright insisted that one of his own horses be shot first. The story, however, did not originate with Wainwright. Of his 3 horses, he said that only one, a brownish-red, prize-winning thoroughbred, named Melhap, made it alive to Bataan, where he went out to pasture with the horses of the 26th Cavalry. When food ran out there, Pugh found a small patch of grass off the west road, where he moved Melhap along with his own horse, Sir Conrad. They are slowly starving, Pugh wrote his wife. I try not to think of them. With men facing slow starvation, it is unworthy of me to think of private possessions. However, knowing you love Sir Conrad, I do not think of him as a possession or an animal, but a person just as you and I. Surely Wainwright felt the same. What happened to the 2 horses afterward remains uncertain. If, as some say, soldiers finally did receive an order to shoot Melhap, Wainwright never admitted to giving it. He would later claim that the Japanese had taken his horse prisoner. By then, death may have seemed preferable. Early on the morning of March 10th, a summons from Corregidor arrived at the command post. A phone call followed from Sutherland, saying MacArthur wished to see Wainwright. A boat would take him to Corregidor at noon. Pugh, Dooley, and Champlin would come too. As they drove down the west road to the docks at the bottom of the peninsula, Sergeant Carroll looked through the openings the battle had left in the tree canopy. When they had driven this way the day before, Champlin had looked into the sun and seen a silhouetted speck growing larger until he could see it had wings and guns bearing down on them. "Get the hell out of this car!" had shouted Champlin, tearing off Wainwright's seatbelt and jumping out. Dooley admitted to feeling scared stiff afterward. Wainwright, in matter-of-fact fashion, simply recorded, "Strafed by Jap plane," in his diary entry for the day. As they climbed into a weather-beaten boat, Pugh asked if Wainwright knew what MacArthur wanted. 2 months to the day had passed since Wainwright had last seen MacArthur, since MacArthur had last seen Bataan. "Wish to God I knew," Wainwright said. Fatigue had made him forget to ask. At Corregidor, soldiers immediately escorted Wainwright into the Melinta tunnel and then into the headquarters lateral. MacArthur was not at his desk, but Sutherland was at his and rose to address Wainwright. "General MacArthur is going to leave here and go to Australia," Sutherland said. "The President has been trying to get him to leave Corregidor for days, but until yesterday the General kept refusing. He plans to leave tomorrow evening around 6:30 by motor torpedo boat from Mindanao. A plane will pick him and his party up there and fly us the rest of the way." Although MacArthur would keep overall command of the Philippines, Wainwright would take charge of all forces on Luzon, including both sides of the Bataan Peninsula, but not including Corregidor, which would remain part of a separate harbor command. Sutherland stopped as if he suddenly realized he had launched into the details without exchanging any pleasantries, without asking how Wainwright was. In fairness, there was no need to ask. Anyone could see. Already thin before the war, Wainwright had managed to lose 20 of his usual 172 pounds. "You look hungry, Skinny," Sutherland said. "Have some lunch, and then we'll go up to the house," by which he meant MacArthur's place outside the tunnel. Wainwright thought about the rice he had scooped out of his mess kit that morning, then shook his head. "Nope, I think not," he said, and cast his gaze toward Bataan. "We eat only twice a day over there." There was no more to say. Sutherland took Wainwright out the opposite end of the tunnel and brought him to a slate-colored cottage. Wainwright could hear MacArthur talking inside to his wife before he appeared on the porch. He looked tired, but smiled as he grasped Wainwright's hand. "I want you to make it known throughout all elements of your command that I'm leaving over my repeated protests," MacArthur said. "If I get through to Australia, you know I'll come back as soon as I can with as much as I can. In the meantime, you've got to hold." Wainwright replied that he and his men had made the defense of Bataan our aim in life. That answer did not seem to satisfy MacArthur. Yes, I know," he said, "but I want to be sure that you're defending in as great depth as you can. You're an old cavalryman, Jonathan, and your training has been along thin, light, quick-hitting lines. The defense of Bataan must be deep. For any prolonged defense, you must have depth." "I know that," Wainwright said. He also knew he had warned about how long his front and flank had become, and yes, how thin, too, because his troops lacked the training needed to fill the trenches and the food needed to fill their stomachs. Had MacArthur been to Bataan since January, he would have seen for himself. Wainwright could have said any of that, yet he said none of it. "You do not speak of such things when a man knows the situation as well as you yourself do," Wainwright later wrote. He did not even mention how little ammunition his men had left as he listened to MacArthur go on about making good use of the artillery. There was a silence as Wainwright pondered what to say in response. "You'll get through," he said. "And back," MacArthur said without pause. The words had a resolve to them. In Australia, MacArthur would have the opportunity to do what he could not on Corregidor: accumulate the men, airplanes, and supplies needed to defeat the Japanese and free the Philippines. Wainwright had already said he understood, but MacArthur seemed to want to hear it again. Why else did MacArthur start repeating all the reasons he had to go? "I told him again that I understood because I did," Wainwright wrote. "He was going because he is a soldier, and a soldier obeys orders from his commander regardless of his own emotions, ambitions, hopes." Wainwright could have said the same about himself. When the news became known to the public, when the newspaper reporters came asking Wainwright for comment, he would describe himself as among MacArthur's greatest admirers and say his escape meant not only relief for Bataan, but also Japan's obliteration. Aides might hear Wainwright hint at the major military errors that had been committed by the High Command, but the world never would. MacArthur had asked that his reputation be defended. Wainwright would see it done because he was a soldier. and a soldier obeys orders from his commander, regardless of his own emotions, ambitions, hopes. Across the channel, Wainwright could hear the sound of guns calling him back to Bataan. He walked back through the tunnel with MacArthur, who stopped to shake hands with Wainwright's aides, and left them amazed that he recalled their names. Out of the other side of the tunnel, the two generals stood alone again. "Goodbye, Jonathan," MacArthur said, as he handed Wainwright some cigars and shaving cream, and shook his hand. "When I get back, if you're still on Bataan, I will make you a lieutenant general." The most vital point had gone undiscussed. Wainwright had not asked, and MacArthur had not offered, when he would return. Both knew that the answer would make all the difference to soldiers running out of food, and yet no difference at all to a duty that would carry on however long it took. "I'll be on Bataan if I'm alive," Wainwright said, as he stared into MacArthur's dark eyes one more time, and then headed down to the boat. Many times in the days and months and years that followed our last meeting on Corregidor, Wainwright would write, "I thought of my parting promise, a promise I could not keep." Chapter 6. The Trough. Wainwright had been led to believe that MacArthur had decided to leave the Philippines only the day before their meeting on Corregidor. But in truth, MacArthur had known his fate for more than 2 weeks. "Where's Jean?" was all he could say when he first saw the orders on February 23rd. Once he had found her, they shut themselves in their cottage with Sutherland. In the lengthy discussion that followed, neither Jean nor Sutherland would remember hearing MacArthur threaten to resign in protest. Only MacArthur himself would recall that detail. He would also remember his entire staff having to talk him out of heading to Bataan and offering himself to the commanders there as a simple volunteer, as he put it, willing to die beside the soldiers whom leaders in Washington had ordered him to leave behind. "Where in the hell did you get this?" MacArthur's chief engineer, Hugh Casey, asked upon being presented with MacArthur's version of events long after the war. When told that the information had come from MacArthur's own memoirs, Casey responded, "I still don't believe it. He never would have resigned his commission." And given he never did, it is hard to argue. Nevertheless, MacArthur would maintain that he would have refused to leave the Philippines if not for one specific argument, that he could return almost immediately. In his memoirs, he recalled aides assuring him that the men, arms, and transport, which they believed were being massed in Australia, would enable me almost at once to return at the head of an effective rescue operation. But his letters at the time reveal that he knew that a great deal of organizational work would have to be done first. Just weeks earlier, he had warned that the boys on Bataan would run out of food before the army could accumulate enough force in Australia. Even if the build-up down under now proceeded faster than he had previously assumed possible, how would he bring the men and arms back with him to the Philippines? The number of times the Navy had rejected his pleas to run the Japanese blockade should have made him skeptical. There was another argument that should have made MacArthur skeptical, that he would have faced a court-martial had he refused to leave the Philippines. In theory, he could have. The order came in the name of the president himself. In reality, however, the political considerations that Eisenhower remembered being very much on the minds of the top brass in Washington would not have allowed a court-martial. After the Republican Wendell Willkie had raised the idea of rescuing MacArthur in early February, the New York Times had run an analysis piece warning that many observers believed that it would be a psychological blow to the enlisted men's morale and to the morale of the Filipinos and would shatter a basic tradition upon which much of the structure of military elan has been reared, the tradition that a commander shares the fate of his men. If ordering out a general looked bad, court-martialing an extremely popular one for refusing to go would have looked worse, and appearances were not inconsequential to Franklin Roosevelt. For such reasons, he had initially opposed removing MacArthur altogether. It would mean that the whites would absolutely lose all face in the Far East, the president was heard to say. White men can go down fighting, but they can't run away. In vain had the author of the New York Times analysis searched for a good precedent for a commander abandoning his men. In fact, the military history that Americans at the time knew best, their Civil War, offered a few. There were the Confederate generals who had abandoned their army and fled in 1862, after Ulysses S. Grant had surrounded their garrison at Fort Donelson in Tennessee. But their flight to freedom had ended in everlasting ignominy. A newspaper columnist who had attended West Point with MacArthur could not imagine that Roosevelt, with all his humanity and affection, would condemn any general to have to choose between deserting his men or disobeying an order. But if the choice did come, the columnist had little doubt what MacArthur would do. He would remember the doomed stand the Texans had made at the Alamo and, if need be, go down with his men at Corregidor. These men are MacArthur's own men, who have shown their willingness to die for him, the column read. They have lifted him to a pinnacle of glory. Would he desert them? I think not. It was not the American way. In later years, Prime Minister Winston Churchill of Britain wondered if he had helped his American cousins warm to a new way by offering a more recent precedent, one from Europe, where he had ordered the commander of a British army surrounded at Dunkirk to escape by sea to England for fear that his capture would hand the Germans a needless triumph. The situation was hardly analogous, given the British had already evacuated most, though not all, of their soldiers. Nonetheless, Churchill recalled his Dunkirk orders making such an impression on American officials that they requested copies. It may be, for I do not know, that this influenced them in the right decision which they took in ordering General MacArthur to hand over his command to one of his subordinate generals, and thus saved for all his future glorious services the great commander who would otherwise have perished or passed the war as a Japanese captive. Churchill wrote afterward, I should like to think this was true. For his part, MacArthur liked to believe that another prime minister had more to do with the decision. With Japanese bombs starting to fall on the northern part of his country, John Curtin, the Australian prime minister, requested an American take charge of the Southwest Pacific. Perhaps it was this plea that overcame Roosevelt's resistance to removing the captain, as one of his advisers put it, from the sinking ship. Certainly the president preferred to have MacArthur in Australia than to have him, as Wilkie had proposed, in Washington. On February 24th, the day after receiving Roosevelt's order, MacArthur accepted, with the caveat, that the timing be left to his discretion. A sudden collapse, he warned, might ensue if he went too soon, given the peculiar confidence the Filipinos had in him. Rightly or wrongly, these people are depending upon me now, not only militarily, but civically, and any idea that might develop in their minds that I was being withdrawn for any other purpose than to bring them immediate relief could not be explained to their simple intelligence, he wrote. Roosevelt agreed. It was assumed that MacArthur would take his family with him. As MacArthur defined the word, family included a nanny, so there was no thought of leaving behind Ah Chu. His aide, Sid Huff, remembered MacArthur also receiving permission to take the nucleus of his staff, but the War Department had signed off only on his chief of staff, Sutherland. The decision to make a list of 16 other officers, including Huff, Casey, the deputy chief of staff, Richard Marshall, and the intelligence chief, Charles Willoughby, was MacArthur's. The decision to leave space for a press aide, LeGrand Diller, and a stenographer, Paul Rogers, seemed strange given MacArthur's insistence that he and Sutherland selected the men based solely on their anticipated contribution to the liberation force that would return with them to the Philippines. Apparently almost no thought was given to the inverse question, which men should stay because of their anticipated contribution to the garrison that would have to hold out in the meantime. Most of the men on MacArthur's list assumed they would leave Corregidor, as President Quezon had, by submarine. Huff had made his career in the Navy before joining MacArthur's staff and could imagine no other way of going until one night in the cottage when he saw MacArthur pacing back and forth, puffing a cigar, and launching into one of those phony conversations where he would occasionally pause for an answer that would make no difference to whatever he said next. Huff realized he should have seen it coming. He had noticed how the general hated confined spaces. It was almost as if he suffered a touch of claustrophobia, Huff wrote. MacArthur wanted room to move about and to see what the enemy was doing, even if that meant allowing the enemy to see what he was doing. For the same reason MacArthur hated hiding beneath the rock of the Malinta Tunnel, he could not make peace with days spent traveling beneath the waves. He wanted to ride above them, he told Huff. That no one else liked the idea made no difference. MacArthur had made up his mind. They would go by PT boat. Short for Patrol Torpedo Boat, the PT boat had a long-time fan in MacArthur. One day in 1936, he had summoned Huff to the headquarters straddling the walls of Intramuros and asked him to jump-start the construction of a Filipino navy. MacArthur did not have battleships and aircraft carriers in mind. The fledgling Commonwealth could not afford those. Instead, he conceived a navy of torpedo boats. With a fleet of such boats, he could repel whatever force the Japanese brought. General, Huff replied, never in my life have I even seen a torpedo boat. Except for bootleggers who had used an early version of the vessel for bringing their spirits ashore during Prohibition, few Americans at the time had. Only recently had the United States Navy begun testing its own designs. Less than 80 feet long, with 3 1,200-horsepower engines, and built out of mahogany and plywood, rather than the steel used on the standard ships of the time, the design that MacArthur would eventually see sacrificed size for speed and traded protective armor for being well armed with torpedoes and turreted machine guns. Huff's building program in the Philippines would not amount to much. But before the outbreak of the war, the United States Navy had brought 6 of its own PT boats to the archipelago, and they would stay with the soldiers there, even as most of the fleet sailed to safety. Like MacArthur himself, these PT boats provided American newspapers with irrationally optimistic copy at a time when the United States Navy's conventional warships had taken a beating. Nicknamed Mighty Midgets and Sea Mosquitoes, the PTs were said to be the deadliest thing afloat, even though their torpedoes often misfired. The PTs were said to travel an outrageous 80 miles per hour, even though few sailors had ever seen one exceed a still swift 50 miles per hour. The boats could not reach even that without proper maintenance, which the fighting and supply shortages in the Philippines made impossible. The gasoline fed into the boats on Bataan had a strange, waxy substance, which crews attributed to Japanese sabotage. Over time, the engines would clog up and then, without warning, break down. One day, MacArthur brought Jean down to Corregidor's North Dock to see the boats for herself and make sure she could handle the trip. For all the positive press the mosquito boats had attracted, no one claimed they provided a smooth ride. As the boats sped up, their fronts would rise up as if bucking out of the water. When you ride one of these floating Broncos at top speed down the slope of a 15-foot wave and smack head-on into that green wall of water on the other side, well, this is no place for a weak pair of legs or an uncertain stomach. Read an article from 1941. No wonder the sailors of the Mosquito Fleet have to be tough. Some Navy veterans who volunteered for the service had to quit and go back to the broad decks of the battleship, quiet as country lanes in comparison with the fast little torpedo boats. Waiting for MacArthur and Jean at the dock was the PT Squadron Commander, Lieutenant John Bulkley, with his own boat, PT-41. Without explaining why, MacArthur asked Bulkley to take Jean on a half-hour ride so she could get a feel for the boat. Bulkley responded, as he usually did when asked if his boats could do a mission. "No problem at all." Despite being only 30 years old and only a lieutenant, Bulkley answered only to admirals and generals, and even they hesitated before questioning his command of the 6 PT boats in the Philippines. Wainwright's naval liaison, Malcolm Champlin, described Bulkley as one of the most colorful characters of the war. He reminded one, on first glance, of a swashbuckling pirate in modern dress. He wore a long, unruly beard and carried 2 ominous-looking pistols at his side. His eyes were bloodshot and red-rimmed from constant night patrols and lack of sleep, but his nervous energy was tremendous and never seemed to give out. The ride Bulkley gave Jean around the bay could not give a true sense of what she and her family would face at sea, which experienced sailors said was like tobogganing through a boulder field. Nonetheless, Jean assured her husband she could handle it. Only then did he fill Bulkley in on the plan. Bulkley could scarcely believe its audacity. The Japanese had around 24 ships patrolling Manila Bay, not to mention mines. MacArthur would stand a better chance going by submarine, Bulkley said. No, MacArthur responded. The PT boat is the safest way because the enemy would never suspect I would do it that way. Bulkley thought about it and agreed. From that moment on, he would regard MacArthur as a sheer genius and went to work charting a course from Corregidor's North Dock more than 500 miles south to the island of Mindanao, which lay within flying range of Australia for the B-17s that would be waiting to take MacArthur and his fellow passengers the rest of the way. 4 PT boats traveling in a diamond formation would make the trip. Bulkley himself would carry MacArthur's family, as well as Sutherland, Huff, and a few others. They would travel over the course of 2 nights and spend the day between in hiding on an island named Cagayan in the Sulu Sea. MacArthur wanted to depart on the Ides of March, but the moon had its own schedule. They would go when only a slender slice showed in the night sky on March 11th. At 7:15 that evening, Jean was sitting on the front porch of the cottage when her husband whispered, "It is time to go." Into a car they went with Arthur and Achu. Each of them could bring 1 suitcase. In hers, Jean remembered packing only a pair of slippers, a robe, a coat, and a spare dress that would give her 2 outfits, counting the one she had on. Arthur could not bring his tricycle from Christmas, but he did have Old Friend, the plush rabbit. In later years, MacArthur would battle rumors that he could have taken more men with him on the boats, had he not insisted on filling them with all sorts of unnecessary belongings. Most ludicrously, a piano. In truth, he had forgone the 1 suitcase allotted to him. He carried almost nothing, not even a razor. In the days ahead, he would borrow someone else's. At the last moment, he looked at the car he had used on the island and asked that the license plates with the 4 general stars be taken off and placed in the boat. He had already sent home via submarine the medals, press clippings, marriage certificate, and other documents Jean had saved from the penthouse. Via Chase National Bank, where the Philippine government kept funds, MacArthur had sent home something far more valuable: a $500,000 payment that Quezon had approved before leaving Corregidor. Equal, 80 years later, to $9 million, and unlike any transaction in the history of American arms. The payment perplexed the members of the Roosevelt administration who had to sign off on it. One cabinet secretary thought General Wainwright also received a payment. He had not. But Richard Sutherland, Richard Marshall, and Sid Huff had, to the amount of $75,000, $40,000, and $20,000, respectively. The money they received continues to defy good explanation, but historians have found one for MacArthur's sum. It was fulfillment of the deal he had negotiated upon agreeing to serve as the father of the Philippine Army. The percentage promised him of the annual Philippine defense budget, plus outstanding salary payments. Rogers, the headquarters stenographer, heard MacArthur tell Sutherland, "The amounts hardly compensated for income they had lost during their service with the military mission." That sounds suspiciously like the excuse poorly paid public officials always make for accepting money they should not. MacArthur should have known how the payment would make him look. His former chief of staff, Eisenhower, did. When offered a similar, albeit smaller, payment from Quezon upon his arrival in Washington, Eisenhower turned it down, not because he deemed it illegal, but because he realized how it could tarnish his reputation. Somewhere inside himself, MacArthur must have shared this fear, for he kept the payment secret for the rest of his life. When the historian Carol Morris Petio uncovered the transaction in 1979, she wondered if the money might explain MacArthur's fixation with returning to the islands he was about to leave. Had Quezon enriched MacArthur as a way of indebting him to the Philippines? It is no defense of the transaction to note that the bond between MacArthur and the Philippines was already strong enough. In the absence of any financial incentive, the force of history, the ties of family, and the call of honor, all would have conspired together to draw him back. These were the islands where his father had fought and found the key to America's destiny as a Pacific power. These were the islands where Douglas had lost his mother, proposed to his wife, welcomed a son, and made a home. These were the islands whose people and culture had charmed him as a young officer, and whose beaches he had committed himself to defending as a general officer. On these islands, without so much as a goodbye, he would leave the tens of thousands of starving soldiers who had retreated to Bataan on his whim and found what hope they could in the promises he had made, but could not make true. At the dock waited some of the few who had learned about his plans. As he helped his wife and son onto PT-41, he looked back at Corregidor and how much it had changed. My eyes roamed that warped and twisted face of scorched rock, he remembered. Through the shattered ruins my eyes sought topside, where the deep roar of the heavy guns still growled defiance, with their red blasts tearing the growing darkness asunder. There, amid the ruins where he had spent his first days on the rock, he saw the stars and stripes still waving from the flagpole. He looked at George Moore, who would stay at his post in command of Corregidor's defenses. "George," MacArthur said, "keep the flag flying. I'm coming back." For the first of what would be many times, Huff heard MacArthur say, "I shall return." Before he could return, he would have to make it out. The Japanese guns that had been shelling the island fell quiet as he climbed aboard the boat. "What's his chance, Sarge, of getting through?" MacArthur heard someone in the small crowd ask. "Dunno. He's lucky. Maybe 1 in 5, came the answer. MacArthur did not feel lucky. He had lost weight. His grimy uniform no longer fit. I could feel my face go white, feel a sudden convulsive twitch in the muscles of my face, he wrote. He had tried to hide it, but his wife could see it. He was just heartbroken, she remembered. He raised his gold-braided cap and waved farewell. It was time. The men traveling on the 3 other boats had already boarded and waited for him off the coast of Bataan. "You may cast off, Buck," MacArthur instructed bulkily, "when you are ready." Once the 4 boats had rendezvoused in the bay, Bulkley brought PT-41 to the front. The others carried higher-ranking naval officers, but MacArthur told Bulkley not to take orders from them. I was in command of the expedition, and MacArthur made perfectly clear that no Army general, and certainly no Navy Rear Admiral, was going to tell me how to do it. In a line, Bulkley led the boats through the American mines. He knew these, he said, like the back of my hand. The Japanese ones worried him more. We had to go through the business there of very quietly, at the same time slowly, spotting those mines and fending them off, he remembered. Finally the boats reached the South China Sea, but not safety. Japanese ships patrolled just beyond the bay. Sinister outlines, MacArthur remembered, appeared against the curiously peaceful formations of lazily drifting cloud. Then, on a nearby island, they saw fires illuminating the sky. Had someone seen the PT boats and set the blaze as a warning to the blockading ships? Bulkley would not wait to find out. There, he said, we cranked on high speed, which in the current state of the boats meant a mere 38 miles per hour. Inside the boat, only the roar of the 3 engines could be heard. Little light could be seen. The gathering clouds had smothered the last trace of moonlight and stirred the waters over which the boat skimmed. In the lower cockpit, MacArthur sat on one side of an old mattress Huff had laid. Jean sat on the other. In the nearby corridor, where the officers had their bunks, Ah Chu and little Arthur lay. Both of them had fallen seasick immediately. MacArthur soon did too. Among the family, only Jean could stomach the waves. We would fall off into a trough, then climb up near the slope of a steep water peak, only to slide down the other side, MacArthur wrote. He likened the experience to taking a trip in a concrete mixer. The spray from the sea stung their skin even when below deck. The engines became so drenched at one point that the crew had to pause them. By 3:30 a.m., PT-41 was alone. The other boats had disappeared. As it turned out, PT-32 had suffered mechanical problems of its own. 2 of its 3 engines had stopped working. With no hope of reaching the meeting place at Cagayan before dawn, the passengers pulled into a cove off the coast of another island in the Sulu Sea. As first light appeared over the horizon, so did a dark shape that the sailors aboard PT-32 assumed to be a Japanese destroyer headed toward them. Unable to speed away as they would have preferred, they waited with torpedoes ready. Just before firing them, someone cried out, "That's not a Jap destroyer, it's one of our boats." The approaching PT boat had looked larger than it was, thanks to two men standing on its deck and braving the waves. One of them was a drenched Douglas MacArthur. His bravado had almost gotten his own boat sunk. Anchored side by side, the passengers on the two boats ate hotcakes, while little Arthur befriended a pet monkey that PT-32's cook had named after the Japanese Prime Minister. Huff could see MacArthur growing impatient. Tagayan was not much farther. The other two boats might already be there. MacArthur did not want to fall more behind. Bulkley reiterated the risks of meeting a Japanese ship in the daylight, but MacArthur deemed them worth taking. As they set off and found the waves cresting even higher than before, MacArthur began to change his mind. "That's the wettest bunch of generals I have ever seen," Bulkley joked, as the spray washed over the boat. MacArthur did not laugh. For the first time since Pearl Harbor, people heard him question his own judgment. Perhaps he should have listened to his advisors and taken a submarine. How much more time on one of these boats could his family endure? Finding only one of the two missing PT boats waiting at Tagayan gave MacArthur his answer. "No more," he said, as they anchored on the island. He and his family would wait for a submarine that was supposed to reach Tagayan the next day. Now, it was the Navy brass that urged MacArthur to stay the course. Rear Admiral Francis Rockwell, the party's top naval officer, warned that delaying the journey at this juncture would only prolong the peril. Besides, Rockwell said, the worst of the voyage was surely over. Bulkley bet otherwise. "I warned," he said, "there was going to be very, very rough seas." MacArthur looked at Rockwell and then at Dick Sutherland. "Dick, I can't do anything to Rockwell, but if it's rough tonight, I'll boil you in oil." With PT-32 no longer seaworthy, PT-41 and PT-34 took on additional passengers and set off southward for Mindanao just shy of sunset. As to the bet between the naval admiral and the lieutenant, the sea had the final say. "It was rougher than hell out there," Bulkley remembered. MacArthur quickly became too sick to boil anyone. His hands seemed to lose circulation. He could barely move them, let alone lift himself off the mattress, as he surely would have done upon hearing the chatter above deck about an enemy ship drawing near. Jean, taking a break from massaging her husband's hands, popped her head above deck, saw the outline of a Japanese cruiser, and then went back below without a word. Not one bit of panic crossed her face, Bulkley remembered. It could have been the death of us all at that time if they had sighted us. Salvation came from the speed with which the tropical sun goes down. Within 15 minutes, it had slipped below the horizon and let the boats slip away into the darkness. No one aboard had slept since leaving Corregidor. Huff had rested a thermos filled with hot coffee on a ledge over the mattress where Jean tended to her husband. "That's going to fall off, Sid," she warned. Too exhausted to move, Sid said not to worry, only to have a wave send the thermos crashing to the ground with hot coffee and broken glass flying into the air. When Jean turned on a flashlight to clean up, she heard Bulkley shout, "Put out that damn light!" Japanese searchlights from a nearby island appeared in the sky. Perhaps the Japanese had heard that MacArthur had fled Corregidor. Perhaps they had mistaken the roar of the PT boats for airplanes. Either way, even the faint glow of a flashlight made the boat stand out in the sea of blackness. Huff had finally fallen asleep when he heard someone calling, "Sid? Sid?" The voice belonged to MacArthur. "I can't sleep." And since MacArthur could not, Huff would not either. MacArthur started talking. In the darkness, his mind had been replaying the events that had sent him, like the boat he now rowed, up the cresting wave to the Philippines and then crashing down away from the islands. He was in the trough of the wave at the moment, Huff wrote. What had happened, I soon realized, was that he had had time to think back over our defeat in the Philippines, and he was now trying to analyze it and get it all straight in his mind. And to do that, he wanted to think out loud, his voice slow and deliberate and barely distinguishable above the high whine of the engines. He remembered how Filipino politicians had underfunded his army from the outset, how the military establishment in Washington had undermined his authority, and how the White House had completed his humiliation by forcing him to flee. There was blame for everyone, save for himself. No wonder Huff struggled to separate his boss's voice from the whine of the engines. Huff hardly added a word. He listened as MacArthur went on, for hours. Not until 2 a.m. did the monologue end with a good night and a promise to promote Huff to colonel, as if he had just performed the greatest service of his career. First light on March 13th brought the first view of Mindanao. The Japanese had landed on the southern side of the island, and MacArthur's fellow passengers did not know what reception to expect when they docked on the northern side. Everybody was alert and craning his neck as we rounded the last bend, Huff wrote. As the harbor came into view, so did a welcoming party of American Army officers. One of them remembered seeing MacArthur stand on the bow of the boat, and thought, at that moment, he could have stood in for George Washington in the famous painting of him crossing the Delaware River. Nearby stood Jean, her body hurting the way she imagined a football player must feel after a scrimmage, her dress the same she had worn 36 hours earlier. She looked, Huff thought, a bit like an old-time gypsy carrying her provisions in a red bandana. At some point during the voyage, her handbag had gone overboard, but her son still had his stuffed rabbit, and her husband still had his cap. Stepping ashore, he wrung it out and put it on. The salt water had shrunk its size, but the gold lace still shimmered. With only a compass and a map, Bulkley had managed to deliver MacArthur to Mindanao on schedule. The missing PT boat arrived a few hours afterward. Bulkley and his team would all receive silver stars, MacArthur promised. You have taken me out of the jaws of death, and I shall not forget it. MacArthur would later nominate Bulkley for the Medal of Honor. The danger was not done. When MacArthur arrived at the nearby Del Monte airfield, he did not find the 4 B-17s he expected. One of them had crashed en route from Australia. 2 of them had turned around because of mechanical problems. The 4th had made it, but looked, in MacArthur's words, not fit to carry passengers, especially not his wife and only child. He sent a letter demanding that the best 3 planes be made available. As he waited for the new bombers to come, he saw Japanese fighters flying back and forth overhead. Whether the pilots knew of his whereabouts, he could not know. What he did know was that word of his arrival on Mindanao had begun to spread. A desperate Filipino woman looking for information about her family back in Luzon had wandered into the airfield and demanded to see Mrs. MacArthur. Jean had no information about the family, but the woman seemed to possess a surprising amount of information about the MacArthurs' supposedly secret travel plans. There was no choice but to detain the woman until after the night of March 16th, when 2 of the 3 new B-17s arrived from Australia. Engine troubles had caused the 3rd plane to abort its flight and given Jean, who had flown over the Pacific before and not liked it, more reason to worry about the safety of these planes. Watching one of the junior-looking pilots promptly down 8 cups of coffee upon reaching Del Monte did not reassure her. Nor did hearing the same pilot describe the 2 planes as in bad shape, held together, as he put it, with chewing gum and baling wire. Nevertheless, MacArthur insisted that all the members of his party could fit aboard. Taking only the coffee-stained mattress for little Arthur to lie on, the MacArthurs shed most of the rest of their baggage and boarded one of the bombers. Sometime after midnight, MacArthur remembered the plane, as he put it, rattling down the runway with one engine sparking and missing. Little more than a pair of flares lit the way. But unlike the B-17s at Clark, these two bombers made it off the runway. As they flew through the night, the darkness masked the islands and waters the Japanese had turned into a vast empire that MacArthur would have to recross if he were to return to the Philippines. With the rising sun came a clear view of Japanese ships around an island in the Dutch East Indies, and then news of an air raid where the B-17s planned to land in Darwin on the northern coast of Australia. Instead, they would have to proceed a little farther south to a place called Bachelor Field. Never again will anybody get me into an airplane, Jean told Huff as she climbed off the plane at 9:30 in the morning. Not for any reason. Sid, please find some other way we can get to Melbourne without getting off the ground. Huff returned with bad news. They needed to get back on the plane at once. Don't ask any questions, he told her. The pilot took off so quickly that MacArthur did not even have time to take his seat. Get that pilot's name, he barked, after almost falling over, only to learn that the pilot might have saved his life. Japanese bombers were said to be incoming. When the plane landed a few hours later, the doors let in the scorched air of Alice Springs, a little town in the middle of the Australian outback. Huff called it the end of the world. But to MacArthur, it must have seemed like the beginning, a return to that barren landscape where he had made his first memories at Fort Selden. Perhaps that was why he was so eager to see the Western playing that night at the town's outdoor movie theater. But he did not enjoy himself as he usually did, and left early. If he had hoped to recover the romance of Selden, it was not there. He now had the body of a 62-year-old, a dangerously dehydrated son, and a wife as resilient as any in the annals of the army, but nonetheless repulsed by the gigantic flies infesting the town's sole hotel, and the thought of sharing the one bathroom on her floor with all the men staying on it. For Jean, Alice Springs had but one virtue: the railway line leading out of it. Some of MacArthur's aides would fly ahead to Melbourne and set up his headquarters, but she and her family would take the train, even though that meant beginning a rail journey of well more than 1,000 miles on the old locomotive that pulled into the station with a smokestack and cowcatcher in front, and old cars with wooden benches in tow. The journey, Jean said, would do her husband good. As she looked at kangaroos out the window, he put his head in her lap and fell asleep. That's the first time he's really slept since Pearl Harbor, she said. By March 20th, 1942, newspapermen in Australia knew where to find MacArthur. In the town of Tarawi, they waited in the station where he would transfer from the uncomfortable train to one more suitable for the man the President of the United States had sent to lead Allied forces in the Southwest Pacific. When MacArthur stepped off the old train, he looked surprised by how large a crowd had gathered to greet him. "Welcome to Australia," came the cries. He had prepared a statement on a spare envelope and asked the reporters if the words he said now would make their way to the Philippines as well as the United States. "Yes," said the newspapermen, one of whom described MacArthur as looking lean and tall, and wearing a loose-hanging jacket and slacks, and no insignia except a laurel-wreathed peak on his cap. As Jean and little Arthur gazed with manifest admiration, MacArthur began to speak. "The President of the United States ordered me to break through the Japanese lines and proceed from Corregidor to Australia for the purpose, as I understand it, of organizing an American offensive against Japan, the primary purpose of which is the relief of the Philippines. I came through, and I shall return." As to when the day of return would come, the question that neither MacArthur nor Wainwright had dared ask at their parting, a clue lay a little farther down the tracks at Adelaide, where MacArthur's Deputy Chief of Staff, Richard Marshall, waited. Marshall had flown ahead to Melbourne and brought a preview of what his boss could expect to find upon his arrival there. When the train reached Adelaide and Marshall climbed aboard, MacArthur began asking about plans for the offensive. Marshall shook his head. The horrible truth, Huff remembered Marshall saying, was that there was no Allied army in Australia worthy of the name. There was no navy, no air power other than a token force. Worse, there was no definitive timetable for when the build-up would take place. Marshall's information could not answer when MacArthur would return. But it did answer the only question that really mattered to the boys MacArthur had left behind on Bataan. He would not arrive in time. MacArthur would later call the news the greatest shock and surprise of the whole damn war. In truth, he had known it all before. If, as he later claimed, his staff members had deluded him into believing otherwise, he would have himself to blame for letting them, and little excuse for having deluded others. Before flying off from Mindanao, MacArthur had written President Quezon a letter assuring him, "I understand the forces are rapidly being accumulated in Australia and hope that the drive can be undertaken before the Bataan-Corregidor situation reaches a climax." But before dismissing these words as deceitful, it is worth asking from where else MacArthur's hope could have sprung. If he really came to believe he could return at once to the Philippines, it sprang from the same source that made him believe he could find a way out of the conundrum that had stumped a generation of military planners, saddled with War Plan Orange. It sprang from what his mother had planted inside him before the first test of his military career, the entrance exam to West Point. "You must believe in yourself, my son, for no one else will believe in you." He had found the hope then, and ever since, in himself. It had survived the battering his body had taken across thousands of miles of sea and sky and rail, but not the last leg of the trip. Reality had caught up. When Marshall finished his report, MacArthur could not speak. "God have mercy on us," he finally said. The world would long remember his words outside the train, but in a shockingly short span, MacArthur and his aides would forget where exactly he had delivered his famous statement. They would remember only the heartache he felt afterward as he paced inside the train with Jean, with the knowledge that his faith in himself would not suffice. He wondered whether he should return at once to Corregidor, before concluding that the sacrifice would achieve nothing. "I shall return," he had said, but he would not do it alone. He could not do it alone. He was not enough. And if he alone was not enough, would he not have been the wiser to say, "We shall return"? His many critics would later argue so. But unless he meant to include his family and staff, the first-person plural pronoun would have made no sense at the time. American forces had not left the Philippines. MacArthur had left without them, and, as he would soon see, it would not be so easy to speak for Wainwright and the others who had stayed behind. In an Oval Office decorated with shamrocks for St. Patrick's Day, reporters heard Franklin Roosevelt predict that Americans would rally around his decision to rescue MacArthur, and largely they did. "I know that every man and woman in the United States admires with me General MacArthur's determination to fight to the finish with his men in the Philippines," Roosevelt said. "But I also know that every man and woman is in agreement that all important decisions must be made with a view toward the successful termination of the war. In other words, he, MacArthur, will be more useful in supreme command of the whole Southwest Pacific than if he had stayed in Bataan Peninsula." What the soldiers on Bataan, the men who had seen MacArthur on the peninsula only once, would think of their own usefulness when they heard these sentences seemed not to concern the president. What concerned him was what had worried him before, whether the decision would make the United States look weak in the eyes of its enemies. Indeed, the Japanese press wasted no time in calling MacArthur a deserter who had revealed the futility of further resisting Japanese pressure. But the enemy propaganda did not catch the Army Chief of Staff, George C. Marshall, unprepared. He had readied an unprecedented response. To defend MacArthur's honor, the president would award the general the one military honor his father had received, but he never had, the Medal of Honor. Planning for the award had begun in January. Secretary of War, extremely anxious, no opportunity be overlooked, to recognize General MacArthur's gallant and conspicuous leadership by award of Medal of Honor, read a secret message that Marshall had sent Sutherland. Desire you transmit at the proper time your recommendations and supporting statement with appropriate description any act believed sufficient to warrant this award. Not until his last night in the Philippines, hours before boarding the B-17 out of Mindanao, did Sutherland send his recommendation. Give MacArthur the medal upon his arrival in Australia for the utter contempt he had shown for danger under terrific aerial bombardments and the tremendous effect such acts of courage had upon the morale of his troops. As MacArthur had learned earlier in his career, the medal required incontestable proof. Sutherland tried his best to supply it. He recounted for Marshall the story of MacArthur standing in the open as Japanese bombers had leveled his house on topside. The Filipino orderly sacrificing his hand for MacArthur's head went unmentioned. Unimpressed, Marshall admitted to the Secretary of War, "There is no specific act of General MacArthur's to justify the award of the Medal of Honor under a literal interpretation of the statutes." In the past, such shortcomings would have ended MacArthur's chances. This time, it did not even pause the process. Some opposition to the award came from Eisenhower, who later likened it to saluting a soldier for sitting in a hole, by which he surely and somewhat unfairly meant the Malinta Tunnel, given how often MacArthur had ventured outside it. Not caring one way or the other, Marshall set aside time out of his own schedule to write a citation, crediting MacArthur with gallantry and intrepidity above and beyond the call of duty for the heroic conduct of defensive and offensive operations on Bataan Peninsula. The award was necessary, Marshall informed the president, to offset any propaganda by the enemy. Roosevelt agreed. So paranoid were both men about enemy propaganda that they turned America's most sacred medal into its own form of propaganda. In fairness, had they not awarded MacArthur the medal, Republicans in Congress had threatened to do so through legislation circumventing the usual process. For the first time, a father and son would share America's highest military award. Plans were made for an official presentation in a few months' time on June 30th, 1942, 52 years to the day that the first General MacArthur had received his medal. If the second General MacArthur had secured one part of his family legacy, he knew he had forsaken another, the islands so associated with his family's name. MacArthur learned about the medal headed his way before giving a speech on the evening of March 26th to members of the Australian Parliament. "We shall win, or we shall die," he said. Never mind that he himself had left the Philippines without doing either. A few days more would pass before MacArthur could find the right words to thank Roosevelt and Marshall for the medal. "I feel that this award is intended not so much for me personally, as it is a recognition of the indomitable courage of the gallant army which it was my high honor to command," MacArthur finally wrote on March 29th. Emphasis on was, because no longer was he in direct command as he had planned. To his surprise, Washington had changed the orders he had given upon leaving the Philippines, and it was evident in the message Wainwright had sent on March 28th. "Just announced that you have been awarded Congressional Medal of Honor. Please accept my warmest congratulations. None was ever more deserved. I am truly happy." The message came not from the large island of Luzon, where MacArthur had assigned Wainwright, but from the little one of Corregidor, where Washington had moved him into command of all forces in the Philippines.